Morning, Mr. Down. Did that come through, Mr. Down? Also not hearing anything.
Kenny, maybe hang up and try connecting again with your phone, or maybe is your audio turned all the way down on your phone? Oh, he hung up.
Checking my audio, Mr. Chairman, or am I?
Roger, 10-4.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? This is Kenny.
Hi, Kenny. Good morning.
Okay, I got it now. I just had to hang up and call in. So that worked, Maria. Thank you.
Okay, well, good morning. It's 8:01. Council, please come to order. Okay, at this point, we've taken the staff presentation in its entirety, and I wanted to give a chance this morning for council members to go back and
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
and make sure that council members had a chance to ask any additional questions on any portions of the staff presentation before we move into the AT report. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I did want to ask a couple of questions about the discussion paper related to the first part of the discussion paper on the lookup tables. The discussion paper does a good job of pointing out the potential volatility of annual changes in PSC limits under the lookup table structure. And there was also a potential recommendation to look at maybe ways to address that could be maybe using an average of index survey values to help temper some of that volatility. And I just wondered if I could ask staff if I'm understanding that correctly, if I took that away from the discussion paper, could that potentially be a way to address what you might get from relatively small index value changes that could result in rather large changes to the PSC limit, depending on the lookup table? Would somehow averaging the survey index values potentially be a way to address some of that volatility?
Ms. Baker, this is Diane Stram. I think there are different ways that you can address that sort of thing. One is increasing the number of boxes. Obviously, that's one way of smoothing it so that you're moving from one box to the next isn't as jumpy. By averaging the values, that's another way of smoothing it. That's obviously something that we've talked about in previous iterations of this as well, so that you'd be less likely to have as large a jump from one year to the next. So that is one way of going about it. Increasing the dimensions of the lookup table is another way of going about it. Or obviously the change in value across boxes and how much that changes is another way that you would decrease the jumpiness and moving from one state box to another. That answers your question.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Yeah, and so the last option that you mentioned in terms of just actually limiting the amount that a PSC limit could change from one year to the next, that is a concept that we have included thus far in our alternatives, right? Under the alternatives in the draft EIS, I think there's an element 6, I think. That's essentially what that does, right, is it limits the annual change in the PSC limit by, I can't remember the values, maybe 5 to 15%, something like that. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that's correct. That's, I think it's over the range that's in there. So that's something that's applied after the PSC limit is determined to look at. Once the PSC limit is determined based on the control rule and the previous set of alternatives in the EIS, then that element is applied to smooth out the interannual variability by whichever percentage is selected between 5 and, I believe, 20% in that analysis.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may have another question. Thank you. I'm not quite sure who this would best be addressed to, but I will move along to the second part of the discussion paper. Well, section 3, the performance standard. So I appreciated the discussion of this, both the evaluation of the council's motion with the performance standard that would establish limits, as it were, of 80 and 90% of whatever, of the status quo PSC limit. And I think the evaluation of that particular approach was well done and explained pretty well. I have a question. I also appreciated the discussion of the other types of performance standards that the council has implemented relative to Chinook salmon PSC were the two that were evaluated. And so I have a question. I am less familiar with the Chinook salmon PSC program in the Gulf of Alaska non-pollock trawl fisheries. And so the general premise, as I understand it, is a carryover type idea that if there is an overall Chinook salmon PSC limit for non-pollock trawl catcher vessels and catcher processors, but each year there is the potential that should the fleet use less than that full amount, they can carry a limited amount forward, presumably for the next year, should they not be able to avoid Chinook salmon in a way that would keep them to the performance standard. So I think it's an interesting idea for Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands halibut PSC, but I'm struggling to figure out how that mechanism might work with a PSC limit, work in conjunction with the lookup table or any ABM type program we might put in place with a PSC limit that could change potentially from year to year. And so I wonder, the discussion paper does a good job of explaining how the program works in the Gulf of Alaska, but has staff been able to think about, or do you have any thoughts about the applicability of that particular type of performance standard program in conjunction with a lookup table and some of the things that we might want to think about there that might occur.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Chair, this is Sam Cunningham. The two crucial things about the incentive buffer or performance standard in the Gulf Chinook situation is that first, there are some targets set, or there's some sort of objectives or rules that were laid out that mechanism needed to comply with in order to work. So the threshold, the performance standard, so to speak, excuse me, was set based on the sectors in that non-pollock trawl fishery having a level of Chinook PSC that was a certain amount below the maximum hard cap. And sort of from there flowed the amounts of the performance standard. The other crucial thing is that there were some inviolable amounts of salmon that could occur under a biop. And what the council did to make that work, and so sorry, that led to the second rule of the road, which is under no circumstances could cumulative PSC in 2 consecutive years exceed a certain amount, that maximum hard cap for the sector. So that gave the council some things that they needed to frame the rule around. And what you did, which works well, is say if PSC is below that performance standard, even if it's below it by a lot, the amount that's carried over to the next year doesn't change. There's, in this case, Chinook salmon that stay in the water, and that helps ensure that 2 consecutive years rule. So if the council wanted to pursue this type of performance standard mechanism in the BSAI halibut situation, you'd need to set out some rules that we could craft a standard to comply with. And now to the lookup table part of your question, as we tried to figure out how to apply this to the discussion paper proposal, the fact that the lookup table state can change from year to year based on the status of the indices, that led to kind of a different degree of freedom, or another element that's moving around on us while we try to comply with these rules. So you can get some situations where, in a year where the Amendment 80 sector has performed well relative to the threshold, they carry some halibut forward to the next year, and then they stay under the higher cap for that year, and then so they've gone over in a sense, but it was fine because they were fishing their carryover. And then in the third year, the state of the lookup table changes because abundance changed. And then kind of the performance in year 2 didn't matter. In year 3, the PSC limit had more to do with the change in the lookup table. So we have that other element moving around on us. So in summary, you would need to set out some goals on how to craft this rule, and then you would need to embrace a little bit more movement in how the PSC limit works. And maybe that's okay because you're not dealing with a biop. You're just dealing with your own policy. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Baker.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cunningham and Dr. Stram. That answers my question.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if this will be, Ms. Henry or Mr. Cunningham or Dr. Stram that will be able to help with this. But and perhaps this is I'm just looking for some clarity. I'm looking at public comment coming up, and I think based on the extensive public comments that we've got in our letters, we're going to see quite a bit of comparison in public testimony between these alternatives. And I'm looking at the SSC minutes, and I did ask this question of the SSC, but I'm still not quite clear as to how I, as a council member, should be viewing this. But this is this pertains to the context on the relative impact, so the draft GIS is what I'm thinking. But the SSC pointed out that on the text levels in the models, the alternatives are evaluated with a context of increasing directed halibut fishery catch, not declining. So I think that's a criticism that perhaps the analysis may have some corrections that possibly need to be looked at anyways. But it says it raises the questions of whether the comparison of alternatives within this context is even relevant. So being that that's the comments we have before us in the SSC, I'm getting ready to hear public comment on this. I'm just wondering if there'd be any other clarifications from any of the staff that I've mentioned or others on how I as a council member should be viewing this, being that we're going to hear quite a bit in public testimony about the comparison of these alternatives, and I'd like to be able to have some context for that. So that's my first question. I'll pause here, and I have another question as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Down, anyone on staff want to take that one on?
Mr. Chairman, this is Diana Stram, and I'll let Carrie follow up if she wants to. We tried to walk through in presentation yesterday when we were discussing what the changes were to the output in the directed fishery catch in the short term in terms of how it was framed previously in order to address the comments that are in the SSC. So there's two different aspects. I'll walk through the first one again, and then I'll look to Carrie to walk through the longer term implication comment. The short-term comments were with respect to the previous short-term directed fishery catch were compared with the 2019 value. So because the 2019 value was actually 40% less from the catch correction area we talked about yesterday with respect to the proportion to the BSAI, when you're comparing against something that is that much lower, it appears that it is that you have we immediately jump to a value that is lower and then climb up from there, as opposed to comparing it against the actual value, which is lower than the projected immediately, and so the value climbs. So it's nothing more than comparing against previously a lower number and then previously a higher number, so you come down and then go back up in 2 years when you start the projection, versus comparing against the value that's closer, that's actually the 2019 catch value, which is lower, and then the projection goes up from there. So those are the tables that we walked through yesterday and tried to explain that the actual value, when you compare the revised Table 614 status quo values against the previous Table 614 status quo values, you'll see that there's not very much change. It's very subtle. But when you have the perception of moving from a higher value, dropping down, and then going back up, versus moving from a lower value and just going up, that's the main perception change in the short term. The SSC minutes, when they refer to the mean directed fishery catch ranges from approximately 110% to 200%, that's the part that I was actually going to ask Dr. McGilliard if she doesn't mind addressing that aspect, because that, I believe, is different from the short-term concern with respect to dropping down from a value that was 40% higher than was actually in 2019.
Yeah, thank you, Diana, and I can respond to that. That was my interpretation, too, as to what the SSC was referring to. And so, like we spent some time talking about yesterday, the part of the model, the purpose of the model is to rank alternatives relative to one another. And the model does do that. There are parts of the model and things that we don't know about halibut, or things that are highly variable about halibut population dynamics, that contribute to uncertainty in the scale of the directed halibut fishery catches that come out of the model. And so that 110 to 200% is part of, that's the median line in the trend over time in directed halibut fishery catches that is an output from the model. And there's a lot of uncertainty that's already represented in the model around that, which were more I'm sorry we don't have the presentation pulled up, but which are the kind of the pastel lines around those median lines. And so a lot of what I wanted to address yesterday was what are those sources of uncertainty and variability? Where could we better take those into account than we are already? And just to point to the fact that that is always going to be a more uncertain part of the model, the scale of the directed halibut fishery catches. But what remains the same is the comparison across alternatives. So we can still compare one alternative to another, but you just have to keep in mind that we don't know exactly what the scale of the directed halibut fishery catches is going to be in the future. And that's because we're approximating an uncertain decision-making process at the IPHC. It's because we have this spatial mismatch of management areas where we're modeling directed halibut fishery as 4 ABCDE, and we're modeling the PSC limits as the BSAI region, and those don't match up exactly. It's also because there's a lot of variability in length of age in the population, so the definition of an O26 fish and how that translates to an age is a little bit, we have variability and uncertainty in that. And there were a couple other factors that I talked about yesterday. The proportion of young versus old fish caught by the PSC trawl is another source of uncertainty, and so we did do a sensitivity analysis of that, and that does show a difference in the scale of the directed halibut fishery catches, but it also shows you that the comparison across alternatives remains the same. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Dr. Gilliard, Dr. Stram, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have another question, if that would be okay. The next question I have, and maybe that's a more difficult question even than the one I just asked, but I just am looking when I was looking at the executive summary, there's a table at the end of the executive summary that indicates a timeline that we should be considering, and I think that's another thing we potentially may hear some things about, is, what direction we go may be based on how much time this is going to take. And I don't want to put a lot of weight in that, but I just saw that it was there, the table that indicates kind of the current timeline. I'm guessing that's going to change an awful lot based on what the council does at this meeting, and I shouldn't put a lot of weight in the fact that I think this table indicates that we could be taking some kind of action just a little more than a year from now in December of 2021. So I thought I'd mention that's is that correct? I should not put a lot of weight in that table on time, or maybe that's too difficult of a question to ask. But that was a question I had in my own mind. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Downs, Diana Stram, I think that's something that we can talk about pending what action the council takes at this meeting on the EIS. We tried to lay out different schedules. There's obviously, there are NEPA requirements and timing requirements for an EIS. So depending on the direction that the council takes, whether you're moving towards a final action or a final draft EIS, then there are specific timing requirements involved in that. If you're moving towards making modifications that would kick us over to the side of the right side of that flow chart that you're talking about, which references major changes to the alternative set or to the analysis, would likely necessitate coming back to you with another preliminary draft EIS for initial review before you move to the publishing of a draft EIS. The actual publishing of a draft EIS is the alternative, is the document that is like a public review draft. So that's the one upon which the council will take final action. And there are certain other requirements because it's an EIS and not just an EARIR that are involved in the timing of that. But I think the first step to understanding where you are in that schedule is to discuss it after you take an action on this agenda item so that you understand where that action puts you in terms of the timeline for that. If that gets at your question.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you for your patience on that, Mr. Chairman. I thought it was important to point that out just as for the public that nobody put the weight in that as far as that was somehow an indication that we could be moving towards finishing this up in December of 2021. So I appreciate your indulgence on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to go back to the discussion paper, and I think it's a question for Mr. Cunningham on how you would apply a limit such as established for Chinook salmon PSC in the Gulf non-pollock trawl fisheries and apply that to a lookup table. And I just wanted to see if I could understand. It seems more complicated to me in that scenario than it is in the Gulf. And I wanted to understand Sam's response to Ms. Baker, that part of the reason that you said it was workable in the Gulf of Alaska is in part because we've set some limit that cannot be exceeded over a period of 2 years. And so you get some incentive or buffer in that time period, but there's a hard cap that you can't exceed over a period of 2 years on average. And I'm wondering if what I heard from you is the difficulty is in a lookup table, you've got potentially a different limit in every year. And so there's no kind of final backstop on what you'd be averaging across 2 years not to exceed. Does that make sense? Am I understanding that complication? Because I've been struggling with how to apply that to a lookup table in the format that's provided.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, you've described the challenge perfectly. I think, having put a little bit of time into this recently, depending on the values in the lookup table, so the total range that the lookup table could move between based on abundance, you could probably solve that problem. Again, you can't do the math until you set the values in the lookup table. It would definitely mean that the carryover amount would have to be restricted. You definitely could not do that rolling over all unused halibut. So once we know what the lookup table looks like, we could solve that equation and figure out what the governor on how much can be rolled over is, so that you don't violate whatever rule the council wants to set out, if that's the direction you choose. We thought about some ways to limit carryover based on the percent difference between the values in the table, moving from one cell to the next. The challenge there is that, as laid out in the motion, or in the lookup table, excuse me, the difference between the values in the cells, I mean, they're ranges now, but still they're not guaranteed to be a consistent percentage difference apart from each other. But just to answer generally, that's the challenge. It's solvable if you restrict the amount of carryover. It's still a carrot, so to speak, like we said yesterday, but it would be a less enticing carrot. So again, just the effectiveness of that is a trade-off between following whatever rules the council sets out and then how much of an incentive you want it to be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for a follow-up, Mr. Cunningham, does that require you, how does the math work? Does that require you setting yet another value that you could not exceed on average over the course of 2 years that isn't in the lookup table because of the changes between the cells and the survey values year to year?
Ms. Kimball, you would have to set a value, or so just to turn back to the Gulf example, the rule there was in 2 consecutive years you couldn't exceed the base limit. So in the presentation yesterday we used the Gulf CP non-pollock sector as an example, and their base limit is 3,600 Chinook salmon. So that was the rule, that average use over 2 consecutive years would not mathematically be able to exceed that. And that was achieved because in the low year, you'd have to be below the performance threshold and you wouldn't roll over all that amount. So you could set up any kind of rule like that. You could just make up a different number. Again, because we're not tied to a BIOP, it would be a policy decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions for staff? Right. Well, thanks to staff for all the work on this. I think we are ready to move into the AP report, and we'll have Ruth Christensen to provide that to us. I'd just like to remind members of the public that the deadline to sign up to testify is at the conclusion of the AP report. We'll stand down here for Ms. Christensen.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Ruth, so hopefully you can hear me okay.
Good morning, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Well, I will go ahead and get started. For the record, Ruth Christensen here to give the advisory panel report on agenda item C6, BSAI abundance-based management for halibut. The AP recommends that the Council consider initiating another initial review draft of BSAI halibut abundance-based management of PSD limits with the following modifications. 1, modify the Council purpose and need statement for this action as follows. Proposed additions and underline and proposed deletions and strike through. ABM purpose and need. The current fixed yield-based halibut PSD caps are inconsistent with management of the directed halibut fisheries and Council management of groundfish fisheries, which are managed based on abundance. When halibut abundance declines, PSD becomes a larger proportion of total halibut removals and thereby further reduces the proportion and amount of halibut available for harvest in directed halibut fisheries. Conversely, if halibut abundance increases, halibut PSD limits could be unnecessarily constraining. The Council is considering linking PSD limits in the A80 sector to halibut abundance to provide a responsive management approach at varying levels of halibut abundance. The Council is considering abundance-based PSD limits to control total halibut mortality, particularly at low levels of abundance. Abundance-based PSD limits also could provide an opportunity for the directed halibut fishery and promote conservation of the halibut resource. The Council recognizes that abundance-based halibut PSD limits may increase and decrease with changes in halibut abundance. 2, modify the Council objectives as follows. Proposed additions and underline and proposed deletions and strike through. Council objectives for ABM. Halibut PSD limits should be indexed to halibut abundance. Protect and conserve the halibut resource by reducing halibut mortality, especially at lower levels of abundance. There should be flexibility provided to avoid unnecessarily constraining the groundfish fishery, particularly when halibut abundance is high. Provide for directed halibut fishing operations in the Bering Sea at a level that achieves equity through providing for the historic average proportion of directed halibut use from 2002 to 2011. Provide for some stability in PSD limits on an interannual basis. 3, modify the alternatives as follows. Again, additions underlined and deletions and strike through. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, the current alternative 2. Alternative 3, the current alternative 3 modified to have no floor. Alternative 4, current alternative 4 with changes to element 1, starting point, and element 3, floor, as follows, to reflect the intent of the original alternative. Element 1, starting point, option 3, 2017 PSD use, 917 metric tons. Element 3, floor, option 4, 496 metric tons, the A80 proportion of the regulatory limit. Element 8, in the case of very low halibut abundance, the PSD limit will not be constrained by element 3, the floor, or element 6, PSD limit responsiveness. Alternative 5, use a 4x2 lookup table using the set line and trawl indices to establish proposed PSD limits. and that lookup table is included in the motion. Okay. The council may consider a mechanism to further reduce the PSC limit when the coastwide spawning stock biomass drops below B30. Element A below applies to all alternatives. Element A, abundance-based performance standard. The council will consider developing a performance standard addition to the ABM action that would apply to the rationalized A80 sector and would include a system of incentives, rewards, and penalties designed to encourage optimum halibut bycatch management. The performance standard will be based on PSC limits arrived at through an abundance-based approach. Request for analysis. Exploration of A80 PSC spatial distribution. The table below shows the rising percentage of bycatch mortality from Area 4CDE. This can cause disproportionate impacts to catch limits across IPHC regulatory areas in the BSAI. The potential for development of a performance standard relating to the spatial distribution of A80 bycatch mortality should be investigated through analysis of A80 bycatch mortality by IPHC regulatory area. And request for model adjustments. Recommend workgroup test model assumptions relative to bycatch selectivity, migration, halibut maturity schedule, and the 4A, 4B data split between Gulf and BSAI. The AP recommends that the workgroup draw on IPHC stock assessment and MSC models to inform the process. That motion, as amended, passed 15-7. There is rationale attached, and I will also note that there is a failed motion included in the AP report. So with that, Mr. Chair, I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Christensen. Questions on the AP report? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Christensen. I have a question about the main motion, the council objectives and the changes that the AP is recommending to the council objectives for ABM at the bottom of page 1 on the report. Related to the recommended change to provide for directed halibut fishing operations in the Bering Sea at a level that achieves equity through providing the historic average proportion of directed halibut use from 2002 to 2011. I'm wondering if there was discussion at the AP about the reason for selection of that time period. I looked through the rationale and didn't see it, but maybe I was missing it, or if it wasn't there, can you let us know if there was discussion about that specifically?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, there was some discussion about those years in particular. I'm going back to look at my notes very quickly just to make sure. I will capture the context of the conversation. In essence, those years were felt to be the most representative of when the directed fishery catch was the split between the directed fishery catch and what was being taken as A80 bycatch. That was the time period that was felt to be most equitable by representatives from the directed halibut fisheries. And since 2012, there has been a serious decline in the biomass of the halibut, and so the proponents of this action were keen on capturing what the directed fishery catches were prior to that significant decline in the halibut resource, and at that point, it was felt then that the A80 catch became became a bigger proportion of the overall take of halibut. So hopefully that answers your question.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. That does. And I also then I had a question about the second part of the motion related to the performance standards, particularly the recommendation to request an analysis of Amendment 80 PSC spatial distribution. The recommendation, as I read it, is rather general because it is a request for analysis, but I guess I'm wondering if you can help me with the AP discussion. I'm not exactly sure what the AP is recommending would happen under this recommended approach. Presumably, there's some bycatch limit threshold in Area 4 CDE, but I'm a little unclear even what the AP is recommending that the council request to be analyzed based on what's in the AP motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. Once again, I'm going to go just make sure to go back to my notes. I don't think the intent of adding the spatial component was outcome oriented during discussions of the AP. The intent of the motion, I think, in asking for the spatial distribution was a recognition that the impacts to Area 4 C, D, and E are more dramatically felt than they are in other areas. And so it is important to capture what those more dramatic impacts in a future analysis. So again, it's not out. The discussion was not outcome oriented for the spatial component. It was included primarily, I think, to just bring out what some people felt were more dramatic impacts to Area 4 C, D, and E.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just one more final question. And so I would assume if that was the discussion at the AP from members supporting this motion, that would be an assertion that the current analysis we have in the DEIS for impacts on directed halibut fisheries in Area 4 CDE is not sufficient, and we should expand that. Is that a reasonable assumption about that recommendation then?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, yes, that is, you captured that correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. I commend the advisory panel for a thorough motion. It looks like a lot of thought went into it. I'm sure it was a lively discussion. I could only tune in for part of it. What I'm wondering about, Ms. Christensen, is this is a lot of changes. I don't think I need to ask the staff if this would be major changes as opposed to minor changes as they're described on the executive summary figure 7. But this is sure to push this document to the point where we wouldn't see final action on it probably until December of 2021 if everything goes as planned, which it seldom does. So what I'm wondering is, in this discussion that you had, was there any concern based on the 100 plus written comments that all suggested that we should take action to do something sooner than later, that this is going to set this process on a course to maybe not see final action for 2 more years? And is there any discussion about concern of stakeholders about the fact that the IPHC has had to juggle fish around to provide for a fishery for the directed fleet in 4C D&E, and these delays could cause real problems for those fishermen, I guess?
Thank you, Mr. Mesro. Through the chair, the motion, the very beginning of the motion recognizes that there are significant changes and that another initial review analysis would be warranted because of those changes. That said, there was no conversation around the table about how that would impact the timeline for this action. We did at the AP, we did not have that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions on the AP report? Don't see any. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Christensen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that concludes all the reports. That will bring us to public testimony. Refresh the list here. Looks like we have 15 people signed up to testify. First up will be Bob Alverson, then John Gavin, and then Forrest Braden. Not sure if we have Mr. Alverson on the line. We can stand by for a minute to make sure we have the first few people signed up, ready to go.
Did I get in?
Good morning, Mr. Alverson.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. So, should I start?
I am getting my timer ready as we speak. Not sure if we're going to have a timer on the computer, but go ahead and start, and I can moderate it from my end.
Okay. For the record, my name is Bob Alverson, and I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. And with regards to the advisory panel, we testified before them, and we testified relative to what is referred to as Alternative 3. We proposed that alternative several years ago when the meeting was down in Portland, and we asked for one change to that, and that was to have it analyzed as we originally had proposed it, and that was without a floor, right? The council imposed 1,000 metric ton floor on that option. So that was the only change we recommended at the advisory panel, and they adopted that change. With regards to the model that is being used to weigh and measure these different alternatives, I'd reference Commissioner Rachel Baker's comments. We have a question on what is what amount is being assumed to be the 032 and under 32 inch fish in this model. I've thought it was closer to 40 to 50%. I don't know what the model is using, and it would be nice to confirm what that is. In addition to that, with the model, there's an assumption, I believe, that is the bycatch mortality assumption in the Bering Sea. And if that assumption was based on the Gulf, the resource-wide assumption, it would be much different than what is occurring in the Gulf of, or Bering Sea area for releasing halibut. It's almost negligible. The average size is much larger for the fleet in the Bering Sea, and it'd be nice to know what the assumption is in the model of bycatch mortality for the directed fleet. We believe if those two issues are inaccurate, it could be damping down the benefits. with regards to the economic and social impact review that we heard, we have several problems with this. The social impact review that talks about impacts all the way to Seattle and to different communities is more akin to a gross economic impact review, and basically does that for the Amendment 80 fleet and does not do that for the halibut industry. The halibut that are delivered in Bering Sea are mostly transited through the Alaska Marine Highway down to Bellingham and Seattle for reprocessing and redistribution throughout the United States. And Commerce Department generally provides a 2.5 to 3 impact on economies of scale for fish that are caught and consumed in the United States, processed and transferred through the different markets. About half of that impact for those species that are frozen and sent overseas. So I don't believe the impacts that were talked about fairly distribute what's going on with the $22 to $26 million that is being landed in the Bering Sea area for their halibut. Additionally, the economic review and cost assume that if you're 1 pound under the current cap, 1,745, instantaneously these costs are imposed. And that's just a ridiculous assumption, considering that the Amendment 80 fleet is averaging about 17% below the current cap. How can you assume these costs are imposed if you were to adopt a 10% reduction or a 12% reduction when the fleet's averaging 17% below that? So the point at which these costs are being assumed, we believe to be an inaccurate assumption. Additionally, if this is truly abundance-based, for instance, on the state's proposal, you have high, low, and then you have a low offered by the advisory panel, a medium. Why would the cost be the same for all those levels if you have low, diminishing density of halibut on the grounds? Just because the density goes down does not mean that they are shut down because of a lower cap. They should have fewer encounters, at least based on the trawl survey or any other survey. So I'm not sure if the assumptions of when you're imposing these costs are tracking with your own abundance-based assumptions, or the assumption of when they should be imposed based on their current 17% average below the current cap. There also seems to be an assumption that they cannot do any better than what they're doing now. And in fact, over the last 5 years, at one time they were 42% below the current cap, 30-something% below the cap, and now seem to be bouncing around 12%. It looks to us that, they got scared, they did the best they could, they hit 40 to 32% below the cap, and now they're operating at a comfortable level. I think they can do better, and there is no presumption in this cost analysis that could be the case. So, Mr. Chairman, those are our comments. We did not put them in written form. It was a little bit tight on when we got the analysis, and some of these things were not focused on until we heard the presentations. So, Chairman Keenan, that commences our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Mr. Marks has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Alverson, for your testimony. You were referencing the economic assessment using the bycatch at 17%. It should reflect 17% below average, and how that would change the economic analysis. And staff may need to correct me on this, but I think the modeling used the 100% use. So if we applied that same factor to the modeling, I think it will actually reduce the benefit. So in that respect, is your recommendation that all the analysis is based on actuals, or how do you recommend we proceed?
Through the chair, Mr. Marks, I'm not sure I would agree that it would reduce the benefits. I think it would reduce the cost associated with what is being imposed on the Amendment 80 fleet. If you presume that there are no new costs and it's status quo down to the 17% below, then you can't assume there's a $60 million hit on the Amendment 80 fleet or whatever hit that they think it's going to be. So I would question your assumption that what the benefits and costs would actually end up. So I think it ought to be analyzed based on what is real and what is actually taking place, which is an average of about 15 to 17% below the current cap level.
And your recommendation is for both the economic analysis and the modeling?
Well,
irrespective of the outcome?
That's correct, Mr. Marks.
All right. Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Albertson? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Albertson, for your testimony. And I'm sorry if I missed it. Did you speak to the advisory panel motion at all? And if you have any comments or recommendations related to the AP motion?
Through the chair, Commissioner Baker, I did comment just briefly, though, and we supported the AP recommendation on Alternative 3 to a request to the Council to have it analyzed based on no floor relative to the current alternative that has a 1,000-ton floor on it. With regards to all the other options, we supported adding the I think it's a fourth level on the state's proposal. I am concerned that this, as Councilmember Mesereau pointed out, that this could extend the analysis. We did not have comment on any of the other aspects of the advisory panel actions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Albertson.
Further questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Albertson.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye.
Next up is John Govan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Council. John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Great. Thanks. I'm going to focus on the analysis of impacts on the DEIS and make some extensions to the discussion paper alternatives. But I'm also going to focus on ABM indices and lack of a good one. So I submitted some detailed comments to the SSE on some of the technical issues with the economic analysis of impacts on the Amendment 80 sector. But essentially the DIS looks at projected caps and how the Amendment 80 catch and revenue would be affected. I think they did a good job evaluating the average impacts of the alternatives, particularly alternatives 3 and 4, noting that these show a range of tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue and large reductions in harvests with the projected caps. To Mr. Alverson's issue, these impacts occur not from the current cap, but actually from a reduction to beyond usage of levels of today. So I think these impacts could be real. I particularly liked the way they grouped the years, I think, in that analysis, the 2016 to 2019 scenario that looks at impacts on harvest and revenues, I think fully reflects the implementation of deck sorting in the Bering Sea and does a good job looking at the effects of alternatives under full usage of Amendment 80's bycatch avoidance and bycatch mortality reduction tools. I take issue with the suggestion that adaptive behaviors could do better than what's reflected in that scenario, simply because I work with this fleet and I know the degree to which they use the tools during that period. And noting that in 2019, the encounter rates with halibut were extremely high, and how much of the tools they used to not shut down and to try to achieve lower bycatch, I believe reflects full usage of these tools. And if you look at that scenario and some of these projected caps, these impacts look real to me. I think you have to take into account that without a good index, the impacts in any one year, these average impacts shown in the model, the actual impact could be a lot higher. We don't know if 2019 reflects the highest degree of encounter rates that could happen. Noting that on page 231 of the DEIS, they discussed it. They say, well, these impacts are looking at what is probable given the range of variation, but it doesn't foreclose on the possibility of a year where you could have extremely high encounter rates. I just, at this point, I'm sorry I use my time, but I just don't recommend any of the alternatives based on an index unless you have a good index. I don't, including the state's lookup table. I don't think two poor indices equal a good outcome and put the sector at a lot of jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gobbins. I don't think that the timer on the computer was actually going. You still have a couple minutes left if you would like.
Well, yeah, thank you. I saw that end and I wondered how that could have been 6 minutes. Well, then, turning back to other things about the DEIS, I think it looks at halibut alone as a constraint, and I think that under scenarios with that king crab stock being under the threshold in the future, that could reduce fishing grounds available to the sector and could force us into areas that have higher halibut bycatch. I also think that the hard cap on Pacific cod could mean that some of the areas that would have lower halibut bycatch would not be accessible to the fleet because under lower cod ABCs looking forward, we could not make use of those grounds because it's just too much cod. So back to my recommendation, I like the Groundfish Forum proposal because it has a performance standard. I think that performance standard incentivizes bycatch avoidance, but at the same time does provide for the opportunity for the fleet facing huge and high encounter rates to survive, because I don't think you can count on any available indices to really give you a good cap set where it's practicable. So I think that having that out would be important for the fleet because, as I said in my written comments for the SSC, fishing companies that are highly dependent on one source of revenue don't survive on average revenues. They survive on annual revenues, and you could have scenarios where the disconnect between the encounter rates and the ability to use their tools just lead to outcomes where this fleet shuts down so early it just can't survive under caps projected under alternatives 3 and 4, and frankly into the AP's lookup table was just frankly even under the state's alternative with very low scenario, I don't think you have outcomes there that this fleet could survive in one of those years with high encounter rates. I don't know how I'm doing on time, Chair, so I'll stop there.
Right. That's about perfect, Mr. Gobbin. See if there are questions. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You kind of skipped over it a little bit there at the end. about lookup tables? Because I understand your explanation about the indexes and indices and the performance standard. You're good at that, but what was it about the lookup table that you had a problem with? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, thanks. And you're right. I skipped over a lot. I apologize. A little scattered this morning. So, Mr. Cross, I looked at the state lookup table, and noting that in 2017 the indices would drive the allowed bycatch to a range of between 1,047 and 1,222 under the very low scenario there, and I think it that could well have happened in 2019 as well. The difference in the setline survey there was very small difference, but it slipped over the break point there. And so, if you had that cap of as low as 1,047, and you look at what the fleet used, there would be over a 400-ton difference. We would be that 400-ton. There's an echo there. Okay, is the echo still there? The echo.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the echo is coming from.
Anyway,
members of the public to make sure that your phones are on mute if you are not testifying. Mr. Gavin.
Yes. At that very low level, 1,047, the bottom end of that range, we would be, our 2019 cap would have been, let's say as low as 1,047. Our usage was almost 450 tons above that. Under that scenario, with the encounter rates we had in 2019, the flatfish dependent companies would have been shut down very, very early. Frankly, the adaptive behavior that the fleet would have had under that type of cap would have been to not fish its flatfish or just fish small portions of it for all the MM80 companies. I just think that, a small change in the index there led to an outcome that, would have been not been practicable for the sector. And then when I look at this, is just the starting point for what's been proposed and what the AP motion has, a whole set of caps that I don't think are going to be practicable for the MM80 sector when you get to the low or extremely low or even in the moderate range of that. I just don't see this addressing the problem of practicability. And I think the problem with not having a good index that reflects what the Amendment A sector is going to encounter really could lead to grave outcomes for the Amendment A sector.
Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gavin, I understand the issue with not having a good index for abundance-based management. But how does the performance measures that you're advocating, how do those really address the Council's interest in having an abundance-based approach?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, so I interpret your question to be, would a performance standard alone accomplish abundance-based management? I think that, as I said, the performance standard allows an out, and reflecting that you don't have a reasonable index, I think it allows for the sector to survive in conditions when the encounter rates are really high and the tools just really don't measure up to where the cap is. What the groundfish forum proposal does, I believe, is it sets a more obvious reasonable cap, but it echo is gone again. It sets a sort of an adaptive approach to the cap, and it really goes down when the directed fishery limits are lower. I think it's sort of a sharing the pain formula there, but depending on how that alternative is structured, I think Mr. Chair,
yeah, it's members of the public not muting their phones. Members of the public, please mute your phone unless you're testifying. Thank you. Mr. Govan.
Sorry about that. So the Groundfish Forum proposal, I think, just adjusts the amount of bycatch allowance to the MMA sector to share the pain with the directed fishery based on, what they'll be able to harvest in a manner that's practical and iterative and adaptive. But it really doesn't, it's adjusting to the realities of what the directed fishery has. It's not pretending that we have an index. It also, if you look at the starting point for it and how it works, it doesn't lead, it's very unlikely to lead to caps anywhere near the low levels that the alternatives 3 and 4 are projected to have for the sector. So I think it just leads to more practical outcomes, and it's abundance-based in the sense of indexing to the practical realities of what the directed fishery has, but it's not likely to jump way or fall way down based on something that's not tracking with our encounter rate.
Mr. Twine. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Govan, for your testimony. And so appreciate the discussion. My question was similar to Mr. Twite's, but I guess I'm wondering, just to be clear, your testimony is that the abundance-based approaches the Council is considering to establish PSC limits through a control rule, either a continuous control rule in the alternatives evaluated in the DEIS or potentially in the lookup table approach evaluated in the discussion paper, that on its face, from your perspective, is not valid because the indices are for halibut abundance, and that does not match with Amendment 80 encounters. It doesn't, match isn't the right word, but correlate with Amendment 80 encounters. And so there's no justification to do any kind of PSC limit that changes unless we have an index that correlates to Amendment 80 encounters with halibut. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, I guess I would restate that, and maybe I didn't do a good job. I have grave concerns with any approach where we don't have a good index. I think, I think, as I've said, I can already see potential for the existing set of caps that come out of the state's lookup table, leading to outcomes of caps that would not have been practicable given 2019 conditions we faced, which were very high encounter rates. To the degree that the range of impacts within any of the alternatives based on indices are adjusted to reflect really what the sector can do, I have less concern for that, recognizing that there's still a possibility that not having a good index could make those approaches in the lookup table have impacts on our sector. But I really think that the potential for unintended consequences and huge impacts stemming from not having a good index really should be considered by the council very carefully in crafting alternatives if they are going to use indices that are available. Because I think, frankly, I even think with alternative 2, the trawl survey could have led to outcomes that would not have been practical, although that doesn't seem to be what the model projected. I look at the trawl survey, it's negatively correlated with our encounter rate. If it had gone down dramatically in a year when our encounters were high, I think we could have had large impacts under that, even if that's not what the model said. So I guess mine is a caution to really take into account that we started down this path, it was an assumption that we had an index that, just as Bob Alverson said, wait a minute, the sector is not taking into account that it shouldn't be impacted as much because there's less halibut out there. But we just don't see that really affecting us because we've seen the trawl index and the setline survey going down, and yet where we're fishing, where practical levels of flatfish abundance occur, the catch rate of halibut per hour doesn't track with the survey direction.
Ms. Baker.
No more questions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gobbin.
Further questions for Mr. Gobbin? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up is Forrest Braden. Following Mr. Braden will be Mateo Pasadon and then Chris Woodley and Mark Fina.
Thank you. Chair Keenan, can I get a radio check here?
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you. Appreciate the timer here. I think a reset, that'll help me make it through. For the record, Forrest Braden testifying on behalf of Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. Just a quick few bits of information about our demographic, the folks that we represent. There's about 300 marine-based businesses in Southeast Alaska that benefit from our work. I did a little bit of research to see what kind of economic contribution that specific sector or portion of the sector contributes to Alaska and overall. And there was a 2007 ADF&G commissioned economic study that showed that I converted it to 2018 dollars, that about $100 million in economic contribution, and that's defined as angler expenditures, dollars spent for the primary reason of sport fishing, were generated by that small sector, and about 16,000 jobs rounded. And hopefully why I'm bringing those up will become apparent as I work through this. So just for starters, we're very much in support of abundance-based management, the concepts that the council is investigating right now. We also appreciate that this has kind of been narrowed to the A80 fleet and somewhat is becoming a equity conversation between 4C D&E users and the trawl fleet, though our constituency or the folks that we're representing don't see it that way, or that's not necessarily where our attention is focused. From my exposure to how we model the halibut stock and how we're addressing these issues, we see it as a comprehensive program, a comprehensive analysis of how do we correctly carry forward our stewardship over the halibut stocks and all the users of the halibut stocks. So this has been narrowed to A80, but we're hoping that the other sectors will be addressed in succession, including Gulf of Alaska, trawl bycatch. And we do appreciate the contributions of the trawl sector. They contribute lots to the economy and to food, and full respect for that. However, we just feel that there can be changes made, and specifically in low abundance times, a different way to look at the behavior of the fleet and how they can contribute to both opportunities for directed fisheries and for an option to or a way to address low stock abundance. There's a lot of work done. Specifically, I followed the presentations. I know that we talk about there's no spawning stock biomass improvement in some of the modeling. Because of what I understand, or at least what I perceive about how we look at a coast-wide model, I'm not fundamentally getting some of that. For my participation in the MSAB, MSAB, IPHC process, looking at coast-wide modeling, the interaction, migrations, it seems to me that it's an integral stock, and what we do in one area has impacts on other areas. There was an analysis done by IPHC staff looking at downstream contributions of spawning stock biomass or the lack thereof because of interception through fisheries, discard mortality through the non-directed fisheries. And that paper, speaking of 2C and 3A, which were excluded from the SIA, really it just focused on charter operations, for instance, in the Bering Sea, which there are very few, if any, active. There was 500,000 pounds available annually, or would be 500,000 pounds available annually to Area 2C, and 1.32 million pounds, I think it was, I didn't write it down, to Area 3A. And because of the way the IPHC manages the fisheries and because of our domestic policies, basically any extra fish available will go straight to FCUI for the directed fisheries. And for 2C, that was 15%. For 3A, that was 20%. And I'm just saying that these things are meaningful. We do recognize, again, the contributions of the trawl fleets. We're just looking at how all this interacts. I'm going to skip quickly with the rest of my time to comment on alternatives before us. Alternatives 1 and 2 don't seem to be constraining in any way based on the analysis that was done. We've supported alternative 4, no floor, particularly because we've thought that the council should explore low levels of abundance and how everything interacts at that point. The AP motion added an extra row to make the sort of the state's original motion in the discussion paper more granular, a little bit more reactive to low abundance. We support that if the state, or the council rather, wants to go that direction. We do not support a performance standard as a standalone, as an overlay to a lookup table or to a linear model or a linear alternative. That could be workable and provide some flexibility to the fleet. And we also were not in support of a C to Q type of interaction between the trawl fleet and 4CD&E users, because it didn't seem to be performance or abundance based. So looks like I'm out of time, and appreciate your allowing us to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. See if there's questions from council members. Okay, thanks again for your testimony. Okay, next up is Mateo Pasadon.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Okay, good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Sir.
All right. Good morning, council members. For the record, my name is Mateo Pasadon. I will be speaking on behalf of the City of St. Paul. Mayor Swetsoff sends his regards. He is not as comfortable in this brave new world of virtual council meetings. So to start off, the city supports the AP motion. We think it provides a pathway for taking this action to the next level. I would like to focus the city's comments today on the social impact assessment. The city believes the SIA did a good job of describing St. Paul's halibut dependency, as well as the importance of the halibut resource to this unique Unangan Aleut community. Where the city found that the SIA was missing legal guidance, and the SSC agreed with us, was in the regulatory context section of the SIA on pages 3 and 4. There is no mention in the regulatory context of National Standard 4, which is about equity and allocations, and more specifically to NIBS guidelines to National Standard 4. These guidelines state in Section 3 that, quote, where relevant, judicial guidance and government policy concerning the rights of treaty Indians and Aboriginal Americans must be considered in determining whether an allocation is fair and equitable, end quote. The SIA has highlighted 17 Bering Sea halibut-dependent communities, including St. Paul, in its assessment, most of which are overwhelmingly Alaska Native. Many of these communities have been severely impacted by the status quo, and several are no longer participants in the fishery. As such, failure to properly manage the fisheries to the detriment of these Native communities may have already violated federal trust responsibilities and treaty rights towards Alaska Natives. The trust responsibility is a legal principle which the United States Supreme Court stated in the United States versus Mitchell in 1983 is the undisputed existence of a general trust relationship between the United States and the Indian people. This responsibility requires that the federal government support tribal self-government and economic prosperity, duties that stem from the government's treaty guarantees to protect Indian tribes and respect their sovereignty. The purpose behind the trust doctrine is and always has been to ensure the survival and welfare of Indian tribes and people. Unfortunately, the history of the United States in its interactions with Native Americans is a trail of tears and broken treaties and promises, particularly when access to a valuable resource has been at stake. However, these rights and treaties are legally enforceable. Since the current action, which is partly allocative in nature, could have a disproportionate impact on Alaska Natives, the city believes the National Standard Forward Guidelines are a key guide to the Council's decision-making on this action and has recommended its inclusion in the SIA. As noted in the National Standard Forward Guidelines, the Council and NIMS must take into account the rights that relevant tribal governments and tribal members have with the federal government, which may be affected by future Council action. In this case, in the case of St. Paul and St. George in particular, as noted by the Department of Interior letter of 2015, which is attached to CBSFA's written comments, the tribal governments and members have federally protected fishing rights, the protection of which is vitally important. The DOI letter further notes that this protection requires access to the halibut fishery resource at a level sufficient to sustain the local fishing economy and the subsistence needs of the St. Paul tribe. Obligations by the federal government and its agencies toward the Pribilof Aleuts are spelled out in a number of acts of Congress, such as the Fur Seal Act of 1983 and the Pribilof Island Transition Act of 2000. The primary objective of these acts was to direct federal agencies and provide funding to promote the development of a stable, self-sufficient, enduring, and diversified economy not dependent on sealing in the Pribilofs, which was understood in the congressional record as providing for the sustained participation of both Pribilof communities in the Bering Sea fisheries. These obligations have been recognized in latter years, for example, when this council adopted the crab rationalization program in 2002 and included community protections such as regionalization that provided for St. Paul's sustained participation in the crab fisheries. Jumping around, one final comment I wanted to make. I wanted to thank Mr. Twite for the concern he expressed last Friday during B reports about how small boat fisheries in the Bering Sea, like those based on St. Paul, can be protected in the future from what appears likely to be a new normal in military tensions with Russia and other powers over the Arctic and its resources. The rush to the Arctic has parallels to the scramble by the colonial powers for Africa or Central Asia in the 18 and 1900s. The fisheries-related infrastructure that has been built on St. Paul since the 1980s to the tune of approximately $150 million is important not just to St. Paul's halibut and crab fisheries and to the Bering Sea commercial fisheries, but also to the national security of the United States. And this is not a far-fetched, over-the-top statement. The recent Russian military exercise in the Bering Sea, with one incident reported just 70 miles west of the Pribilofs, points to the importance to the United States of maintaining viable and healthy communities on what is its de facto boundary with Asia, with powers such as Russia, China, and North Korea. The people of St. Paul are painfully aware of the broader strategic and national security implications of their island's location. Only 80 years ago, during World War II, due to the Japanese military advance in the Aleutians, the entire population of the Pribilofs was evacuated to Funter Bay, near Juneau, where about 30% of the population died due to neglect, mistreatment, and disease. Sure, national security is not an MSA national standard, although I would argue that in future MSA iterations it should be. But this bigger picture is in the management of Bering Sea's resources is important to keep in mind, as we were so starkly reminded by the Russian Navy last month. St. Paul Island is an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the U.S. in the central Bering Sea, but St. Paul and other Bering Sea communities need fish to stay afloat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasadon. See if there's questions. Don't see any. Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up will be Chris Woodley and Mark Vina. After them will be Linda Benkin, and then Jeff Kaufman, Ray Melavidoff, and Heather McCarty. And I just reference for council members that the next three testifiers have provided attachments that you can find on the e-agenda to go along with their public comment. Mr. Woodley and Mr.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Chris Woodley. Do you have me?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
All right, great.
Good morning.
Great. Thank
Chris,
you.
go ahead.
All right, great, Mark, thanks. So, good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Woodley, and I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Joining me is Dr. Mark Vina of United States Seafoods. Both Groundfish Forum and the Alaska Seafood Cooperative submitted comment letters to this agenda item. Our ask is that the Council incorporate sections 3 and 4 of the discussion paper into the alternative set for the next initial review draft. We feel that the elements of our proposal, when combined, effectively act as an abundance-based management tool, and that further analysis would show that these elements would meet the Council's objectives and the relevant national standards for this action. The analysis concludes across all alternatives that the effects of the Amendment 80 Amendment 80 PSC usage on the halibut spawning stock biomass are negligible, and there is little to suggest that Amendment 80 PSC usage is a conservation issue. This conclusion should fundamentally reframe this matter as a bycatch management issue that should be primarily addressed through the lens of National Standard 9 and National Standard 1. Key to this new focus is the issue of practicability. The preamble to the final rule promulgating National Standard guidelines states that the economic consequences of dealing with bycatch is one of the factors that determines the extent to which it is practicable to reduce bycatch or bycatch mortality in a particular fishery. This position was further echoed by Congressman Don Young, who stated that practicable requires an analysis of the cost of imposing a management action. The Congress does not intend to impose costs on fishermen that cannot be reasonably met. Keeping this guidance on National Standard 9 in the forefront, it is clear that the alternatives fall short. As provided in the table on page 194, the greatest benefit to the Area 4 directed fishery is a 9% increase, which is 430,000 net pounds, with an estimated value of $2.5 million. However, achieving this increase requires a 49% reduction in Amendment 80's PSC usage. This equates to Amendment 80 groundfish harvests being reduced by 60,000 to 170,000 metric tons, with an estimated revenue losses ranging from $700 to $200 million. The analysis clearly shows increases in additional SCEY in Area 4 come with a highly disproportionate reductions to groundfish harvest and significant revenue losses to the Amendment 80 sector. We contend that these reductions of this magnitude are not practicable as required by National Standard 9 and do not meet the optimum yield mandate of National Standard 1. Directed fishery stakeholders would argue that this additional 430,000 pounds is of critical importance. However, the analysis shows in tables 4.9 and 4.10 that from 2013 to 2019, the Area 4 directed fishery has, on average, left 438,000 pounds of halibut in the water, and in 2019 left over 900,000 pounds in the water. Assuming that these harvest patterns continue, it would appear that a 49% cut in Amendment 80 PSC usage and its attendant losses in groundfish harvest and revenue would be for naught because the 430,000 pounds generated will not be harvested in the directed fishery. In this all-pain, no-gain situation, we would ask whether programmatic changes be considered to assist the directed fishery in achieving full utilization before imposing extremely high PSC reductions. I recognize this is out of the box, but I think it is important to consider. Speaking of out of the box, the Council's decision last February seeking a discussion paper to consider additional alternatives was both timely and wise. The three elements outlined in sections 3 and 4 of the discussion paper, when combined, act as an effective abundance-based management tool as they tie PSC to abundance levels of halibut. Absent a suitable survey index that correlates well to the halibut encounter rates within our fisheries, the first element establishes a performance standard applied to a PSC cap. A performance standard would accommodate unprecedented or unpredicted variability of halibut encounters on the fishing grounds, reward good performance, and penalize poor performances. Further, a performance standard will create incentives for reduction of bycatch to the extent practicable, while also providing flexibility at times when halibut abundance makes this standard limiting. The second element, as described, is intended to ensure that PSC users share in the burden of low area for CD&E catch limits and mitigate the effects of low catch limits in the directed fishery and CDQ communities. To have these effects, the PSC cap is reduced when the catch limits are outside of their historical range. Lastly, we would propose a third element that prioritizes an allocation of halibut for users in remote Alaska communities. It is important to address these community aspects as they are distinguishable from those of traditional IFQ holders. A community cannot move or diversify to different areas as a traditional IFQ fisherman can and does. Therefore, prioritizing a community allocation is appropriate to ensure the community fishery remains functional in low abundance periods. That concludes our comments, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Woodley and Mr. Pina. I hear your comments, and you commented on the draft environmental impact statement and alternatives 3 and 4 in the discussion paper, but you remain silent on the lookup table, and I'm wondering if you share the same reservations as Mr. Govan, or you can provide us some insight into how your group views the lookup table methodology for trying to achieve halibut-based, abundance-based management.
Mark, do you want to jump on that? And I can
Sure. We do share the same concern Mr. Govan pointed out, and I guess probably the easiest way to frame it for me is that if you're not seeing a good correlation with the factors that you care about, between the indices and the factors you care about, it seems to me that you shouldn't be using an index, because all you're doing is making a PSC limit go up and down in relation to something that's not really that relevant to achieving your goals. And I would look to two things that you should pay attention to. One is, how does it correlate with our ability to avoid PSC? And the correlation there isn't good. And the other thing is, how does it correlate with what's available to the directed fishery? And I think you have to look past indices that measure stock size and look more toward what do they actually get every year. And I think when you do that, you see that the correlation isn't very good. It's not very strong. There are times when these indices are going down and the amount available to the directed fisheries going up, and vice versa. So I think if your objective is, so I'm just not seeing a way that you accomplish your objectives with this. And a lookup table also has some features about it that I don't particularly like, where you see that were pointed out in the analysis, where you see small changes in an index can lead to big changes in the amount of PSC is available. And I think that that's particularly problematic if you don't have the correlation with your objectives. And I hope that answers your question.
It does, but I have a follow-up question for you, Dr. Pina. So if the correlation isn't ideal between either of those two indices, but the fleet's behavior in the recent past has changed, like a lower abundance of yellowfin and a higher instance of fishing for Kamchatka and arrowtooth flounder, which may have resulted in a higher encounter rate, there's no, unless the fleet's behavior remains the same, trying to say that there's no correlation is really difficult. If the behavior of the fleet changes and you have a higher encounter rate, that's not really something we can account for regarding the abundance of halibut. If your behavior is changing and that causes you to have a higher rate, seems like there's a paradox there that we can't get out of unless we use the indices that we have. I'd just like to get your feedback.
I guess I would, my response is that I don't think the analysis has looked closely at those changes in a way that you can feel that those changes actually have driven the differences. And I think if you did stuff like look at, and I think Mr. Gavin has tried to do this, looked at flatfish fishing in the in Yellowfin Sole, for example, and seen have there been changes that don't correlate. So, and I think he's found that they don't. But I don't want to speak for John, but I think there's an opportunity still to look at those kind of changes and look at how look at whether those changes are the driver or whether it's or whether the drivers are in fact that the fisheries are unpredictable.
Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, and this is for Captain Woodley or Dr. Feeney, either one. I appreciate your testimony and the hard work you guys put into this proposal. You're indicating that you don't like much of what's been offered in the current four alternatives, but when I look at your proposal, it's based on FCEY, which is an indices. You know, I mean, it's an index, and it seems to be that something that you're arguing against, but your own proposal is based on where the FCEY is and what your limit would be. So, in a way, it's an index in itself. So I thought maybe you could clear that up in case I'm missing something.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, I don't think you've missed anything, I guess, but maybe we haven't been fully clear in our explanation of what we proposed and why we proposed it. I guess the way that we look at the performance standard is the performance standard can operate in normal times by itself without any adjustment to the levels of either the cap or the standard. But there are times when you may want to go a little beyond that and have some adjustment in the cap and the performance standard. And our thought is that occurs when you see the fishery, the directed fishery, declining outside of its normal range. And that's kind of the way that we've looked at it. So the directed fishery limit is the indicator of when the directed fishery is outside its normal range. These other indices may have some relation to that, but they're far from perfect. If you look at the relationships and look at graphs that show the indices related to the directed fishery, the indices related to the bycatch usage of our sector, they don't correlate well. But you can know for certain that if your goal is to reduce PSC a little when the directed fishery is down, if you use the FCEY as the indicator when it's outside its normal range and down, you've got exactly what you're looking for, is a measure of, is the directed fishery experiencing low levels outside the normal range? If you go to these other indices, they don't correlate that well and you don't get there. That's why we've chosen that to look at. And again, I think we do it as appropriate and necessary when the fishery is outside its normal range, not when it's fluctuating within its normal range, which every fisherman should expect, that TACs are going to go up and down inside some normal range. But at times they will go low beyond what you would expect, and that's when it's appropriate to make an adjustment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. You know, I do have another question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, my second question would be for Captain Woodley. You mentioned in your comments you'd taken some time and mentioned a quote from Congressman Don Young. Was that quote? I'm just wondering what the context of that was. Was that something that was to indicate that somehow the council is headed down a road that Congress has concerns about, or that was it? Just wondering what that quote was and what context that was meant to be in. If that's something that that you put in there because you thought it showed support that Congress had asked us not to head down some avenue that we're headed down, or some kind of a guardrail or a speed bump that we should be aware of.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Downs. Yeah, so that was, it's actually in, I cited the source in the PowerPoint that I submitted. It was Congressman Don Young's speech during the floor debate on the Sustainable Fisheries Act. So it's part of the congressional record, and I think just goes primarily to the broader intent behind National Standard 9. This was not something that was, to my knowledge, I don't know if this was made in response to something else that may have been said, at the time, or whether there, was directed at a agency. That this is just from the congressional record. So that's all the information I have on it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I did see that in the PowerPoint. I am looking at that, and I appreciate you guys putting in a PowerPoint that made it easy to follow along with your testimony. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to track the answers, and I hope this hasn't already been asked, but I heard the testimony about, and I agree, that halibut biomass is not always well correlated to directed halibut catch, and the council doesn't control that. But I continue to hear that we should be concerned that it doesn't well track encounter rates. And when I look at the discussion paper, it seems to have some correlation with PSC mortality in the Amendment 80 sector. But regardless of whether you agree or don't agree that we have an index that's sufficient, do you agree we have an ongoing responsibility under National Standard 1 and National Standard 9 to ensure that we're balancing those two national standards and doing the very best we can? And if you do agree with that, then are you just saying that we should be doing that without looking at an abundance-based mechanism? We should just be using a performance standard. I just want to understand the basis of your testimony.
My answer would be that I think your read on this is correct. So yes, I think you should. I think given what you should try and do it without an abundance-based index. And one thing that I don't know if it came up at the last meeting when we were talking about this performance standard concept. I mean, it has an abundance-based kind of notion embedded in it, and that is that that PSC goes up and down in unpredictable ways. There are interactions with halibut go up and down in unpredictable ways. And I think with the performance standard, you're acknowledging that. You're saying that in some years they can do a better job than in other years in avoiding halibut. And what we're going to do is try and set a standard that allows flexibility to go higher in years where they have more interactions, provided they stay lower in years when they can avoid them. So I think there's an abundance-based concept embedded in a performance standard. It isn't like an index where you try and track it up and down because it's not predictable, but it does have the abundance-based notion embedded in it, and the fact that you're acknowledging that in some years we can do better than in others.
Thank you for that response. And follow-up, Mr. Chair, maybe to Mr. Woodley, that you mentioned again the economic impacts you see in the RIR, and you're citing pretty significant impacts. And I think the council's stuck with trying to determine, how much weight we put into that impact really depends on practicability. And we're hearing testimony that the Amendment 80 fleet's already at their level of reducing PSC mortality, and then we're hearing testimony that they can do better. And so I'm looking for your ideas. The analysis does not directly address practicability for how you would suggest that the analysts do that. Is it simply through public testimony and us weighing, public input, or is there a way that we can get at that in the document? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I mean, this is the, you know, I feel like there's a lot of this information that is provided in the document, but it's not necessarily obvious or clear because we don't necessarily have some of the information that goes into it. You know, one of the, you know, going to the, I guess the issue of practicability is, you know, what has our groundfish harvest looked like in the last several years since we've undergone a 25% cut? And there's some tables or graphics in there that, you know, show on a year-by-year basis, but it really doesn't lay out the specific economics of it. You know, when we looked at those numbers, particularly at our Amendment 80 flatfish and Pacific cod, you know, we're down about 23%. And that's not something that jumps out. I mean, it's in the document. It's the staff has clearly, you know, looked at it by putting together those figures, but it doesn't jump out at you. So I mean, I think that's, you know, I guess one consideration is just, you know, to dig a little bit deeper into what is already in the document. And I guess the other piece would, you know, and maybe I didn't quite understand your question, but going to the piece of, you know, what is practical and what more can we do? You know, Mr. Govan attested to this, but with these previous PSC reduction actions, there's been tools available to us. And right, you know, and the first big one was Amendment 80, and, you know, the ability to form a cooperative, and that made it, you know, a significant difference. In Sitka in 2015, you know, deck sorting was getting traction at that point. There were vessels that were using it, and we fully realized the benefit of that tool, you know, the last couple of years now. So to take to move to the next step and say, well, what other tools are out there? Right now, there's not really any, and so I think really what we're, at least from our point of view, is that we, you know, we don't see any more practicable ways to reduce our PSC from where it's at. You know, I mean, it rises and falls a little bit each year, but in terms of the overall tools available to the fleet, we feel like we're maximizing them now. And I hope, I'm sorry for rambling there, Ms. Kimball. I hope I answered your question.
So I have one thing I'd like to add, if I can. I guess analytically, I think it would, I mean, I would approach this by saying, what are the tools available to this fleet? How effective are they? And how much are they using them? Is there a sign that there are times when they could be effective when they're not using them? I mean, that's like the basic analysis I would do. I don't know that you're going to have data on that, but I think that's the thought process you need to use. And then the second follow-on is, are there ways to adapt those tools to make them more effective? Or are there new tools that we haven't even thought of yet? And I think that's how you exhaust this question as best you can. I don't know that you can do anything else, and I doubt you're going to find absolute answers to any of those questions, but those are the issues that you should be looking at.
Thank you both.
Further questions? Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just checked you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Thanks for the opportunity to testify, and also to the work group and council staff for all their effort on this issue to date. I want to start, as I did with our written comments, by addressing the council's objectives for this section. Just to remind you that 5 years ago, when we launched this effort, 2015 bycatch levels in area 4C, D, and E were projected to exceed the halibut TSC TCY for that area. In other words, even with the directed fishery zeroed out, there was not enough TCY and 4C D&E to cover the projected bycatch. It became clear to us at that time, and I hope to you, that the management of PSC that was not tied to abundance was inconsistent with the Council's management of other species and not providing the protection to the resource of the directed fisheries that was warranted. I would say that that same situation was close to repeating this year, with 86% of the TCY projected to be taken by bycatch. To be clear, providing flexibility at high levels of abundance and providing stability to the groundfish sector are not problems that are in need of solution. The Bering Sea Aleutian Island PSC cap was not restrictive even at the high levels of abundance when it was set, and the fixed caps could not be more stable than they currently are. The problem and the purpose is conserving the halibut resource and providing for the directed fisheries, especially at times of low abundance. We support the purpose and need changes recommended by the AP. It's really important to identify that only A80 bycatch is included in this action, and that as a result, you can meet your objective of contributing to conservation of the halibut resource by tying this major component of the bycatch sector to resource abundance. Turning next to the operating model, I would say that from our perspective, the insertion of the MSE model and approach to consideration of ABM has been fairly confusing from the start, and at this point is leading to conclusions that do not completely capture our reality. The analysts are clear that the strength of the model is in comparing relative impacts between alternatives. They've said that again and again, but as the SSC notes in the report, the context within which these relative impacts takes place matters a great deal. Right now, you're looking at increasing catch limits instead of declining catch limits. Given that the problems you are working to address are impacts at low levels or declining abundance, one would have to conclude, as the SSC did, whether, quote, whether the comparison of the alternatives within this context is even relevant, end quote. Or to quote another SSC conclusion from page 40, the SSC is concerned that those revised projections may not provide for the ability to evaluate differences among the performance of alternatives at relevant fishery levels, those levels over which the alternatives are most likely to differ, importantly, end quote. Even prior to this major shift in context, we had concerns about model outcomes. Table 6.6 has already been addressed relative to counterintuitive results and is addressed in the SSC minutes. I would also point out that the model is still not capturing the impacts of U26 bycatch, nor is it capturing the impacts of bycatch on the spawning potential ratio, which is the basis on which the IPHC manages halibut. The bycatch fisheries result in a higher mortality of small halibut than do the directed fisheries. And since the small halibut have a higher spawning potential ratio, that mortality imposes a high cost on the halibut spawning capital, a cost that is never captured in the analysis, nor are these impacts downstream or to other areas fully captured. There are more examples. For example, the analysis of the B30 rule and the conclusions that either none or all of the alternatives conserve the spawning biomass. But I think what matters most is to recognize that the model is not predictive. It does not capture halibut stock dynamics. It is meant only to approximate those dynamics. Hence, only broad conclusions should be drawn from the model relative to comparison between alternatives. That's not in any way to disrespect the model or the work that's gone into it. That's the same advice, I believe, that you're being offered by the modelers and the analysts. We ask that the Council recognize the limits of the model and provide the essential context referenced by the SSC by relying on the social impact analysis, on more traditional approaches to analysis that you've used for other issues, and by evaluating the alternatives relative to National Standards 1, 4, 8, and 9, rather than the performance metrics associated with the MSC approach. Say just briefly, we've come to see some benefits of the lookup table with its reliance on both indices and the fact that it seems more transparent to more people. Should you choose that approach, Alpha supports the tiers and numbers identified by the advisory panel. I see I'm about to run out of time. I wanted to just point out that we provided a attachment that I hope you would look at relative to performance standards, given that close to 90% of the bycatch in the BSAI is coming out of 4C D&E. Right now, we feel it's really important that the council consider a performance standard or some kind of trigger that spatially distributes bycatch and protects the directed fishery of that area. I'd be happy to speak more to that handout if that's something that interests you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony. I would like to hear more about the spatial distribution. I think the AP had something in there that was brief and it wasn't really elaborated on. And I think I'd like to give you this opportunity to share with the council what your idea would be regarding that performance standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Through the chair, I think there's a couple ways you can approach performance standards. One is to set a standard that kicks in at higher levels of abundance to make sure no one ever gets sloppy about minimizing halibut bycatch to the extent practical. But I think where we saw a real problem, and I believe the SSC also flagged this with the analysis, is there is not much discussion of the spatial impacts of bycatch within the Bering Sea or the Area 4 bigger area. And as we have watched this big increase or concentration of bycatch in Area 4C D&E, it's pretty clear you won't meet your objective of providing for the directed fishery if you don't have some kind of mechanism in place that rewards, provide some incentive for the A80 fleet to work outside of 4C D&E while minimizing and controlling their bycatch in 4C D&E to prevent triggering complete preemption of the fishery in that area. So what we've proposed is a tier system, and because we were not able to come up with numbers that showed how much of the A80 bycatch specifically was coming out of 4C D&E, we felt reluctant to put actual numbers or percentages in here. But the idea would be that you would have 2 or 3 tiers, could be high or low or high, medium, low, and associated with that, those tiers would be percentages of how much of that bycatch could come out of 4C D&E before triggering a closure of that area to the Amendment 80 fisheries. So they're not closed completely, but just pushed out of the 4C D&E area. And I'm sorry, I'm going on a long time, but I think I've thought through this issue of how you work with the potential in a lookup table or in this kind of table for the tiers to change between years. I think you have a simple check system of yes or no, are they in compliance with your performance standard that decides whether they're in the penalty box or not. And then the box they end up in, whether it's an increase in tier or low or a drop in the tier, determines what action is taken in that third year. And again, I think these kind of performance standards can work now more easily for the bycatch fisheries than in the past on a sort of either annual or 3-year rolling average because the IPHC is averaging bycatch before they deduct that from the TCY for the area. So it gives a little more flexibility to the council's management of PSC before having an immediate effect on the directed fishery TCY.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball, did you have a question?
Mine was answered. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin. And so following on to Mr. Mesereau's question, just so I understand, and I am looking at the handout that you provided for your testimony, if the performance standard in the middle column is triggered. Hello?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who's breaking in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Members of the public not testifying, please put your phones on mute. Ms. Baker.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the handout, and if the performance standard is not in the middle column is not met, then just to confirm, this approach would contemplate an in-season closure to the Amendment 80 sector of just Area 4 CDE if a certain amount of halibut PSC in 4 CDE was taken in that year. So that would, if that's correct, I think that would require in-season tracking of where PSC is taken at an IPHC management level area. Am I understanding that correctly?
Ms. Benkin?
Ms. Baker. Oh, I guess my microphone was turned off. Can you hear me again now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, sorry. To the chair, Ms. Baker. So thank you for that question. We looked at this a number of different ways. We looked at it as being indexed and managed according to TCY in the area or according to the BSAI PSC cap. So there's a couple different ways I think you could approach this. The TCY is, of course, the crux of the matter of how much bycatch is annually allocated between those two, between the bycatch fishery and the directed fishery. And you could approach this on an annual basis, or you could approach this by giving 2 years of compliance with a performance standard. If that performance standard has not been met, then in the third year, you trigger a closure at X percent of 4C D&E to bycatch. So yes, it would entail an in-season management, but in the case of a 2 out of 3 year kind of approach, you would be able to pre-season notify what the allocation to 4C D&E for bycatch would be. So pre-season announcement, but in-season management.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that answers my question. Thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Okay. Not seeing any further questions. So, thank you again for your testimony, Ms. Benkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Go ahead and take a morning break. Come back at just after 10:15 or so. 10-minute break, and we'll resume with public testimony. For my list, after the break, we'll take Jeff Kaufman, Ray Melvidov, and Heather McCarthy. Back in 10 minutes.
Greg looks like he's holding his breath.
Council, please come back to order. Okay, I think we are ready to continue with public testimony. Next up is Jeff Kaufman, Ray Melavidoff, and Heather McCarty. Following them will be Angel Drobnica, and then Jason Anderson and Mary Beth Tully.
Mr. Chairman, this is Heather McCarty, and I believe also on the phone are Ray Melavidoff and Jeff Kaufman. Could we just check on that?
Sure.
You guys both there?
Yes,
Yes?
you've got Jeff. Yes.
Okay. Ray, are you there? Okay,
right
thank you. And before the clock starts ticking, Mr. Chairman, we submitted those graphics, and you reminded the council that they can be found posted to the council agenda, and we'll refer to them later in the testimony. As you've seen, the three of us are on the phone representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. We start our testimony with thanks to the ABM Working Group and the modelers for their work. The model does what it's designed to do in providing a basis for comparison between the alternatives. However, as has been discussed, we and other directed halibut stakeholders have recommended adjustments to the model input and assumptions
as the outcomes specific to the directed fishery seem counterintuitive and not reflective of reality. And as we have also seen, the model outcomes are being heavily cited in arguments being made against this action. The SSC has made a number of suggestions, and the AP has noted that the work group could test model assumptions relative to a number of things, including bycatch selectivity and migration, and the data split 4A, 4B between the Gulf and the BSAI. The working group has also more recently acknowledged the high uncertainty levels in the results of the model, in part because of the uncertainty and variability of the inputs. We are at a pivotal point in this action, and we see that in order to increase transparency and to supplement the analytical process going forward, we need to consider incorporating more traditional and qualitative analytical methods, including a comprehensive look at the SIA and at the alternative's ability to achieve council objectives. And that should go beyond the use of the performance metrics we currently have, which seem to be of limited utility. We also need a robust analysis of the action's response to the national standards and the balancing of those standards. One tool that may be useful is a modification of the spreadsheet formulated by the work group and provided in February to the Council, with the addition of the potential effects on the A80 and directed halibut fisheries. We support the AP motion, including the changes to the purpose and need statement and the objectives. We particularly request your consideration of the change to the fourth bullet that has to do with providing for a directed fishery, adding language that calls out the need for equity and quantifies what that means for the directed users. Equity is a focus of National Standard 4, and we've provided some suggestions as to how it might be achieved or how it might be measured. Regarding the changes to Alternative 4, which was designed and submitted by a broad group of directed halibut users, we asked for adjustment to the numbers for the starting point and the floor in order to achieve the original goals of the stakeholder alternative. We looked at the possible outcomes of the alternative using the numbers arrived at when the Council removed all but A80, and they did not match up with the intended outcomes of the stakeholders. We also responded to the discussion paper and provided a lookup table for analysis that we believe will achieve the outcomes intended for Alternative 4. This was forwarded by the AP and is also in the handout we provided. As has been mentioned, we added a fourth row to the axis representing the setline survey index, one of two indices approved by the SSC and the Council. The new row shows potential PSC limits that would be extremely low, and those are capitalized, at very low, capitalized halibut abundance. Now, this reacts to the need to address responses to low abundance that do not use the IPHC determinant of B30, as there seems to be some reluctance to use that metric. We'd like to say that the concept of B30 is not a concept that was invented by the IPHC. An analogous concept is utilized in most, if not all, groundfish and other species management programs to mark a point in the abundance of the species that signals a need to reduce fishing mortality. We are perilously close to that point with halibut, and our suggestions speak to how the bycatch fishery and the directed fishery respond to any further decline, particularly in 4CDE. This was the impetus for this action, and it remains one of our central concerns that both fisheries are preserved and the Council consider the concept of achieving equity of use at low levels of abundance. Regarding the concept of equity, in our handout as well on the second page are two tables that address what would happen to the proportion between the A80 bycatch and the 4CDE directed fisheries using what we understand to be the A80 concept of transferring halibut at low levels of the FCEY. The top table on the handout lets you see what would happen. This does not look like sharing the pain in any reasonable way. The bottom table shows what would happen with the application of the performance standard. Again, not a good share. We would be glad to walk you through them. We also have in the AP motion an initial discussion about the addition of a performance standard to the action. We encourage the Council to ask for information to be developed and analyzed to formulate a workable performance standard or standards that might be utilized at both the higher end and the lower end of halibut abundance. And then finally in our handout, we include a look at the total, that's all sectors, bycatch mortality in Area 4CDE as a percentage of the entire BSAI. We've seen a suggestion from Alpha for a performance standard that focuses on the spatial issue, and we support analysis of that concept. That is another issue that we've had throughout this action, the sort of mismatch of 4CDE with the entire BSAI. Now I'd like to turn it over to Jeff to address a couple of additional issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to use the little bit of time that we have left to respond to written and verbal comments by Amendment 80 regarding IFQ and CDQ fish being left in the water. So I think we have a logical explanation for that. So as catch limits have declined, many family-based small boat halibut fishermen have folded or gone bankrupt. The number of vessels operating in the Bering Sea region has declined by more than 50%, leaving less catching power. As catch limits have declined, many quota holders have too few pounds remaining to make it economically viable to travel extremely long distances to the BSAI region. The Amendment 80, as Amendment 80 continues to build new vessels, more and more small boat halibut fishermen are folding and mothballing their vessels. No stability for this fleet, leaving no stability for this fleet, and we don't know if we'll have a fishery from year to year. Additionally, IFQ holders can carry 10% of their IFQ allocation from one year to the next. It's a regulation that may lead to some fish being left in the water as well. With that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Seeing any. Mr. Kaufman, I was interested if you had any, you got going pretty quick there at the end, if you had any additional details on why the fish was left in the water. I know you were trying to rush through that pretty quickly. Yes, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Again, there's just, more than probably 2/3 of the fleet, or significantly more than 50% of the fleet in the Bering Sea, the small boats represented in these 17 halibut-dependent communities have folded, and there's so few of us left that it's leaving less catching power to prosecute some of those CDQ fisheries. And as I mentioned too, the IFQ guys, I mean, there's so few pounds left that it doesn't make sense for them to take their boats or to fly out that far to catch these pounds, and it's created a mass amount of instability, and we're continuing to park boats as Amendment 80 continues to build new multi-million-dollar vessels, and we're left kind of high and dry. And so I think that those are the main reasons, but also the inclusion of the 10% carryover from year to year may have an impact on that. So these, we think, are legitimate reasons why there may have been some fish left in the water as of late. And just to note, 99% of Area 4C, and E has been harvested in 2020. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Ms. Campbell has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I was just looking at this handout and the tables on the top of page 2 that you touched on quickly, where you're evaluating the Amendment 80 proposed performance standard. And I read through that section in our discussion paper, and it's really limited to comparing that performance standard and what it would be against historical usage. So was the intent with these tables just to go one step further and evaluate the performance standard and its distributional effects as proposed on the various sectors? Am I interpreting the tables correctly, looking at them that way?
I think so. So what we did there, Ms. Campbell, was we quantified the impacts of the A80 performance standard proposal to the directed fishery. And so it was rather simple math because they put the numbers in the table. And so, for instance, if you look at the upper table of those two, that is without the performance standard, the 90% performance standard. So you can see in this particular table, the directed fishery FCEY and the bycatch limits have some correlation between 1 million pounds and 400,000 pounds. So what does that mean to the directed fishery? And is there some equitable use of sharing in there? And so if you'll slide across the section that says share of 4CD and E removals, you can see there at 1 million pounds by their proposal, at 1 million pound FCEY, the 4CD and E would represent, the directed catch limit would represent 28% of the TCEY, and bycatch would represent 72%. As the amount of bycatch, as the FCEY continues to decline down to the 400,000 pound range, you can see that there's even less sharing. It would be 16% to the directed fishery and 84% to the bycatch, to the Amendment 80 bycatch fishery. And then under the relative impacts in the last two columns, you can see that the difference between 1 million pounds and 400,000 pounds is really a 60% reduction to the directed fishery and only a 17% reduction to the Amendment 80 fleet. with the performance standards operating underneath the performance standard of 90%, you could see that the numbers are slightly better to the directed fishery, but still very inequitable and frankly quite insulting to the people, to the alley people of St. Paul.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Kaufman. If I might, I wanted to, I think I can assume from your comments that you're not supportive of this concept as proposed. I wanted to follow up, though, on something that the AP brought forward to us, and that really was the idea of a performance standard that is linked to abundance. So as an element of a program where PSC limits are set based on abundance, that there might be a performance standard included that provides incentives to conserve halibut across all levels of encounters. And so I wanted to gauge your feelings on whether you might be supportive of a performance standard in that situation where it's not the sole mechanism, but program, and if so, what do you think the important elements are?
Okay, so certainly we think performance standard can be very helpful, and this is not a terribly bad idea, but it is based on the FCY, and the other aspect of that is that it's quite inequitable. And so what this attempts to do, I believe, is to capture a catch sharing plan between the two sectors at these very low levels of abundance. And if we can lock into some catch sharing plan with more reasonable sharing of the resource, I think it has a lot of, I think it's valid and has potential. But maybe Heather would like to add to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. To answer your question specifically, yes, the performance standard, a performance standard based on a PAP that is arrived at using the abundance metrics that have been approved by the SSC and the Council, the abundance-based approach to arrive at the PSC limit, and then a performance standard applied to that. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you so much, both of you, all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Heather and Jeff, for your testimony. I just wanted to get your opinion on equity. And there were some specific dates that were picked through 2011 that were sort of selected as a window of time where it was appropriate catch levels. And I'm wondering if you want to just talk a little bit about why you chose that range of dates and if the intention was to correct that for the decline in abundance or just have that be the dates that meant something. And just the second part of that is I've heard 1.7 million and 1.3 million at different times as sort of the critical numbers that your fleet faced. And I just would like to get a little bit more information about that range of numbers that was selected and the other question I asked about an acceptable limit for a fishery.
Okay, so in a virtual world, we can't nudge each other under the table, so I'm going to suggest that Jeff and Ray address that. But yes, we do have metrics that are quite specific. Jeff or Ray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andy, for the question. So our argument really is that in those years, their removals were probably too high too, right? So if the directed fishery removals were too high, likely the bycatch numbers were too high as well. And so we're not really focused on the numbers at this point, but more focused on the proportion of removals over that period of time. Because once the directed fishery removals were disproportionately reduced compared to bycatch, our world changed dramatically and a shift in use occurred. And so it's the time period before the steep declines, and there was a more equitable sharing of the resource. And as it says in the purpose and need statement, as abundance declines, bycatch becomes a higher proportion of use. And so that's exactly what we've seen, and that's what we've been, I think, arguing dating back to 2015 and even way before that, is that it's been inequitable. And so that time period
between 2002 and 2011 is representative of a time when the resource was relatively healthy. And again, the numbers aren't as are maybe not as important, but what is important is the sharing of the resource at those higher levels, and then what's happened since then, since 2012 and beyond.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I wanted to go back to the early part of the testimony. I apologize. I believe it was Heather. I missed what your recommendation was for the council, if you had one, with respect to the advisory panel motion. And can you please just walk me through that again, if you would?
Ms. Baker, so sorry, I was on mute. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, so yes, we support the AP motion, and that includes the changes to the purpose and need statement and to the objectives, the changes to alternative 4, and the inclusion of a lookup table that we hope achieves the same intent as alternative 4, and also an encouragement for the council to look at different methods of getting to a performance standard that's based on abundance. I don't know if you want me to go into any more detail. I'm happy to if you would like.
Oh, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. I am interested in one aspect of additional detail, and so if you, with that response, then I assume that you are in favor of the council continuing with the halibut operating model approach, the MSE type analytical approach that we have been using to analyze the current alternatives in the draft EIS, but just incorporating the other aspects of the advisory panel motion that you support into that process. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I did address some of the shifts that we think need to be made, not entirely away from the model, but in addition to the model, to use some more qualitative analysis and some more what could be thought of as traditional analysis in this process. The AP motion doesn't really address that. It just talks about some of the model inputs and assumptions that might be adjusted to achieve results that are closer to what we perceive as reality. And that is being made much of in testimony to the SSC and the AP and here as well. So we agree that the model has resulted in some things that were counterintuitive to us, and we've tried to analyze what those reasons might be, as has the SSC, and they made a number of suggestions. So, and the working group has also acknowledged that there is a tremendous amount of uncertainty, and that is in part due to the variability of the inputs. So I think people are recognizing that the model does what it does, and that it may not be the entire tool, analytical tool, that is necessary to achieve a robust analysis. And so we are suggesting in our testimony that the council consider moving towards other analytical tools in addition at this sort of pivotal point. And we did suggest looking at that spreadsheet that the work group did at the request of the stakeholders. I think it was provided to the council in February. I'm not sure the council spent a lot of time looking at it, but it's more of a spreadsheet approach to sort of arithmetically arriving at some results, and that could be applied to the effects on the A80 and the directed halibut fisheries. So that discussion was in our testimony prior to jumping into the AP motion support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a follow-up to Ms. Baker's question. I'm not sure I understood the response. So are you then supportive of the portion of the AP motion that requests model adjustments moving forward, as well as a more traditional RIR approach, like moving both of those things forward? I might have misunderstood. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, you know, I think that as this action has progressed through these weeks, I think that there have been changing recognitions about where we might be headed. And frankly, I think the AP motion is trying to cover all the bases. We don't know what path the council is planning to take, as we never do, but we have picked up, and as many people have, on some of the needs that have been expressed for additional analysis. And so we have, I guess, in supporting the AP motion, recognize that the AP motion is trying to cover all the bases, as were we in our original written testimony. This action has evolved during this council meeting, as it always does. And so I think that the AP motion, again, suggests those model adjustments, as did the SSC. And so, again, if you're going to continue using the model, it needs to be right, and the outputs need to be, looked at with perhaps the adjustments to the assumptions and the inputs that are being recommended. If the model continues to be part of the analysis, I don't know if that answered your question, but that's about the best I can do at this point.
I think it does. Thank you.
Any further questions? Great. Thank you all for your testimony. Next up is Angel Drobnica.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, for the record, my name is Angel Drobnica, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide some brief comments on behalf of the Aleutian Pribilof Island Community Development Association. So as you know, APICTA is one of 6 CDQ groups, and our organization represents 6 communities in the Aleutian and Pribilof region, 3 of which have dependence on halibut. In Atkin St. George, halibut represents the only commercial fishery that our residents participate in. It provides an important and sole source of income for many, and it's a large part of our members' identity and culture. APICTA provides numerous support services to help increase fisheries access for our communities. For many years, we operated processing plants, and more recently, our programs have provided support for tendering, gear purchases, grants, and loans. As a CDQ group, we also participate in the Amendment 80 fishery, which provides a significant revenue source that helps fuel these programs. We believe that the Amendment 80 sector realizes how important halibut is to our communities, and we appreciate their efforts and leadership in identifying ways to continue to minimize halibut mortality in their target fisheries through deck sorting and other cooperative measures. We also appreciate some of the ideas they brought forward during this last meeting, particularly those focused on additional measures when the FCUY hits a low level. While some may disagree on the numbers from, especially from the directed fishery participants, as we just heard from Jeff, I think conceptually we all recognize that we have a problem when bycatch removals encompass the majority of the available biomass, while the directed fishery isn't able to function in a meaningful manner. We strongly support continued investigation of an AVM framework. We think it's logical, it's consistent with how we manage almost all other groundfish species, and it's consistent with how the directed fishery is managed. We've heard a lot of concerns from the Amendment 80 sector about encounter rates in the context of National Standard 9 and practicability. I think these concerns are valid, but I continue to struggle with what appears to be the takeaway. It doesn't seem like the answer is really to dismiss what surveys are telling us and let management decisions be driven solely by fishery performance. And I think we'd be in trouble if we approach other fisheries that way. However, I think this concern does lend to continued exploration of flexibility measures in this program, which I believe the council is doing, as well as a thorough and timely review to make sure it's meeting the objectives for both the impacted sectors if action is taken. While we continue to support the idea of incorporating a performance standard in this package, because largely of the flexibility one could potentially provide, as well as the additional benefits back to the directed fishery. I think there's been some good discussion around the council table that underscores some of the challenges with figuring out how to overlay one with moving levels of abundance, and will likely be challenging to design effectively until a baseline framework is established from the alternatives. One may ultimately be unworkable under a moving target, but I do think keeping the idea in the package may be useful, particularly if there are opportunities for savings at high levels and some buffers to help with transitioning down to lower levels. We heard a lot about the operating model during this meeting. I think many stakeholders were originally struggling with what appeared to be a very dampened benefit back to the directed fishery, even with significant reductions that were modeled. And there was a lot of focus on trying to understand why. I certainly have a tremendous admiration for the work group and their expertise in crafting a model that intersected two very different management bodies and different policy frameworks. I think many of us have a growing, yet maybe still limited understanding of the utility of the model, but beginning to grasp that it's meant to assess the relative impacts across alternatives. There's been a significant amount of conversation about trying to better draw out the degree of uncertainties in the model's assumptions and areas for potential refinement. I think if the council decides to go down that path and continue to hone the model, which would be understandable, I think we just all need to be prepared for a long process that will by its nature be laden with continued questions from stakeholders and others about assumptions and inputs and a desire to see the effects of any model changes on the alternative. And while we understand that there are also qualitative considerations for assessing the impacts, there's a lot of focus right now on the model and revenue impact. And we're concerned that we've been working on this for over 4 years and that we're beginning a very long refinement process that may delay action further, while you're also hearing from stakeholders that it's time to take action, as noted heavily in comment letters on this action. So that's why I appreciate and really think the lookup table that was recommended by the AP provides an important and fresh perspective on this action, while maintaining some of the important structural components from the previous analysis. It's simple and it's easy for stakeholders to understand, and it may offer a different and more accessible route for assessing the impacts than the operating model currently does. The discussion paper lays out well the trade-offs of designing a program like this. The coarseness of the table can provide some stability and predictability for longer periods of time, but small changes could change PSC levels quite significantly. I think these trade-offs certainly need to be explored further, and there are, I think in discussion, and through the council discussion, there's been ways to potentially work around this in the ultimate construction. The AP provided one set of numbers that were an attempt to translate values from alternative 4, but there are likely other ranges to look at. It's certainly challenging to move away from 4 years of work, but there's been a lot of value during this time and an increased understanding of the problem we're dealing with. I think the complexities of trying to solve this problem across management regimes and some of the limitations and trade-offs involved. So we would encourage the council to move forward with moving the lookup table for analysis and explore what it can produce a balanced and meaningful and potentially more streamlined action. I'd also like to express support for investigating the spatial distribution component in the AP motion to better understand whether there's an increased amount of PSC being taken out of CD&E relative to other areas in 4. If that's the case, it could have an effect of diminishing the impact of this action on area CD&E fishermen. Certainly, I think we need more data and discussion with Amendment 80 to understand whether this makes sense for this action and whether there could be negative distributional impacts on areas 4 and 4B. But conceptually, we support moving this forward. I'd like to thank you all for your dedication and work. This incredibly challenging, important issue. We understand the complexities you're dealing with and the balancing act that you're tasked with across stakeholder groups and all of the national standards. So we remain hopeful for a meaningful action that will address the purpose and need of this action. And again, I greatly appreciate all that you've done. Yep.
Oh, okay. Sound like you were just concluding. You wanted to make sure you knew your time was up. Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Oh, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Drobnica, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. With respect to, I think, really your final point in terms of recommendations for the council to consider the spatial distribution performance standard approach that has been presented to us generally in the AP motion and more specifically in public testimony. Just to make sure I'm clear, on your recommendation, you would recommend the council looking at that as part of this current action that you're also recommending we shift to a lookup table approach for the analysis and more traditional analytical tools, but also recommending that as in addition to the other performance standard approaches that have been proposed, that we also include consideration of the spatial distribution approach. Just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly.
Ms. Baker, yes, that is correct. I think in the concern expressed that we've seen a growing amount of bycatch, perhaps in CD&E. Not sure if that's focused on the Amendment 80 sector or more all-encompassing. And I think just trying to extract better understanding of that to figure out whether or not ultimately any recent spatial transitions of the fishery in CD&E would ultimately impact or could ultimately impact the effectiveness of this action. So I think at the very least, kind of trying to figure out whether or not that's the case and if and how it would impact this action may be important and useful.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Just one quick follow-up. Thank you for that response. And so I appreciate that, and also thinking of another component of your testimony, which I very much agree with in terms of continued public request for the council to take timely action on this particular issue. And so I'm just wondering for the next version of the analysis that the AP has recommended that the council take on. I'm just imagining, based on my limited understanding of the spatial distribution concept, that that could be somewhat complex to develop and implement, just given the fact that we would be looking at, as I understand it, we are looking at a Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands wide halibut PSC limit that we would then be needing to track on an IPHC management area basis on potentially an in-season basis. And so I guess my question for you is, if we look at that, if the council decides to perhaps take a look at that initially as one of the performance standard options, is it possible that if that spatial distribution approach is fairly complex to develop and implement, that could potentially be a negative trade-off when compared with perhaps simplifying the ABM analysis and trying to move forward in a timely manner?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker. I think, yeah, it's certainly important at this stage in the action to really understand the trade-offs with timing and adding additional information and complexity to the analysis, certainly, and determining whether or not something like this may be more appropriate for a trailing or subsequent action rather than trying to include it in the main framework at this point. I think there are a lot of concerns about the timing of the action at this point, certainly.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Ravnica. Right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ravnica.
Thank you.
Next up is Jason Anderson and Mary Beth Tooley. Following them will be Teresa Peterson and then Arnie Fugelbog.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mary Beth, you online too?
Yes, I am online. My name is Mary Beth Tooley, and Jason and I are both speaking on behalf of the O'Hara Corporation today. Jason will be providing the testimony.
Thank you. So O'Hara's a family-owned company. We operate 5 trawl catcher processors in the Amendment 80 fisheries. The analysis describes halibut avoidance performance in general back to 2010. However, a lot of the public comment that we saw, the written public comment, focuses on regulatory halibut PSC reduction that occurred in 2015 with several written comments saying that this is the only cut that Amendment 80 has seen in the past 40 years. In reality, halibut PSC has been reduced by the Council over a much longer time frame. Figure ES1 in the executive summary provides a good overview of the halibut reduction timeline. As of 1993, 3,775 metric tons of halibut PSC was assigned to the overall trawl sector. And during that period of time, NMFS would manage trawl fisheries and assign PSC to each fishery on a seasonal basis. When the CDQ program was introduced in the late 1990s, trawl halibut PSC was reduced to 3,675 metric tons. And then in 2008, when Amendment 80 was implemented, halibut PSC was further reduced to 2,525 metric tons, followed by a series of 4 annual stair-step reductions that further reduced PSC to 2,325 metric tons by 2012. And then again, most recently, Amendment 80 halibut PSC was reduced 25% to 1,745 metric tons in 2015. So since 1993, halibut PSC that's available to our vessels has been reduced 7 times by over 50%. For each of these reductions, the Council had provided tools to help reduce PSC. Amendment 80 eliminated the race for fish, provided secure allocations to our companies, and we saw significant consolidation and recapitalization that provided different fleet dynamics. The PSC step-downs during the first few years allowed our fleet to learn to fish in a manner that we were completely, in a new manner than what we're used to. And then in 2015, the Council and NMFS approved the deck sorting EFP, and we spent significant resources investing in reducing halibut mortalities during a time when we were subject to a large PSC cut. Today in 2020, we don't see any available tools on the horizon, and there's no real silver bullet that's going to allow us to adapt to another large PSC reduction. So in conclusion, we're very concerned, as are the other Amendment 80 companies, about the high likelihood of a mismatch between an index PSC limit and what our boats encounter on the grounds in a given year. The benefits to the directed fishery and spawning stock biomass seem minimal, especially given the large potential cost to our sector, and we don't support any of the action alternatives. Instead, we encourage the Council to include the groundfish forum performance-based alternative described in the discussion paper in the next version of the DEIS. That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for your testimony. Mr. Krause.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard, this is for Jason or Mary Beth, but we've heard in other public testimony from other Amendment 80 sector, from the directed fishery, in the socioeconomic. We continue to hear about how halibut being caught in, say, the flatfish fishery versus halibut, the halibut rates in POP and Atka mackerel, which is out west. And then we've been starting to hear a little bit about spatial and area management. Given that I know that your fleet, after the purchase of FCA, your fleet is kind of on all ends of that spectrum. You fish flatfish and you also fish in the Aleutians for POP and Atka mackerel. Could you give us an explanation of how, where else would you fish with your flatfish boats if an area is closed? I mean, what else is available to some of your fleet, and how does it affect the different fleets in the Amendment 80 sector that you can speak to, and how does it affect inside your fleet, since you probably have different sized vessels and vessels that can operate in different areas?
So I'll take that. There's lots of parts and pieces to that, Craig, but thank you very much for the question through the chair. Yes, we do have vessels of different sizes. We have 2 larger vessels that are, fishing Atka mackerel and POP in the Aleutian Islands. Smaller vessels are not, really capable of doing much fishing out in the Aleutians. The environment is really quite different and are strictly flatfish vessels. However, all 5 of our vessels do fish for flatfish and do fish in the Bering Sea for periods of time during the year. The three smaller ones are primarily Bering Sea flatfish vessels. So they're impacted significantly by all of the measures that the Council is currently considering. This concept of spatial management is not something that, I've been aware of until, the past day or so. And I think of lots of things relative to spatial management about a concept of where you fish now, it's no problem, go fish someplace else. Our experience over many, many, many years is that does not really pan out very well. Our captains are really very experienced, been with us a very long time, and they go where the fish are. So if you take an area in which there is their primary fishing ground and tell them, well, go find fish someplace else, that's not very comforting. In fact, that's not really very good at all. I really would give, recommend to the Council that, great pause in going down a road that has significant spatial management measures associated with it without first doing a look at what that would actually look like relative to where the fleets currently fish. I cannot imagine it personally. So I don't know, Craig, if that answered your question or not.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson and Ms. Tooley. I have a couple questions. One goes to a question I asked during staff presentation about the costs that you were referring to, Mr. Anderson, in your testimony just now, and the ability to of the analysis to accurately estimate what those costs might be. I was wondering whether some of the internal controls in the Amendment 80 co-op would preclude the Amendment 80 sector from ever getting to 100% of the PSC lid, and whether costs should be estimated differently because of that. And the analysts made some good points about the difficulty in understanding the internal dimensions, and particularly the between company dimensions, and I think made the point that we'd probably never be able to understand costs well on a company by company basis. But I'm still interested in making sure we have a good understanding of the costs, at least a sector-wide basis. And I'm wondering if, given your familiarity with the internal workings of the co-op, whether there's some analytical sort of shortcuts that would allow the analysts to at least approximate the costs on a sector basis, or whether you think the current analysis gets at it as well as it can.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, maybe I'll comment on just some of the structure that we operate under, and then Mary Beth, if you want to comment on some of the cost aspects of that, then that'd be good. Just in general, just real basically, I mean, the co-op receives kind of a lump sum PSC allocation, and NIMS really only cares whether or not the co-op goes over that number, and that's the limit that you see in the analysis. However, NIMS enforcement kind of views whether or not we go over that limit as each company is jointly liable for that occurring. So if we were to go over that limit, then individual companies would be jointly liable for that overage. So to make sure that doesn't happen, we actually internally allocate PSC based on a series of factors to individual companies, and then each individual company manages their internal limits. We also have internal agreements that will protect one company from another company's actions that are just contractual provisions and penalties, that kind of stuff. But in in a practical sense, we have 5 different companies operating with 5 different limits. And while these limits are transferable, those transfers come with a cost to individual companies. So nobody really wants to bump up against that limit. And then consequently, each company kind of builds into its management program a buffer that they don't want to exceed or don't want to bump up against. So if you look at the 5 additive buffers for the co-op, that's kind of one reason why you'll never see as a co-op that we're going to bump up against that PSC limit. And then the other part of that, the answer to that question is that relative to fishing plans at the beginning of the year, we all have kind of an idea of what we want to do for a fishing plan relative to our quotas. But what we don't know is how the PSC is going to be like during the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, the end of the year. And so as we execute our fishing plans throughout the year, we're concerned about avoiding limiting species like PSC and like cod. We are concerned about that throughout the year. So that, and the main purpose of being concerned about that is so that we can preserve fishing opportunities later in the year. I don't know, Mary Beth, do you want to comment on the cost part of that?
Well, I'm not sure if I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Twig, for the question. I'm not sure I know exactly where you were going with cost. Certainly, cost of halibut is a cost of fishing. So, the company's outlook for the year and how they think things might go, you really start the year being very, very cautious about halibut use. It has to last for multiple fisheries. It has to, there are a lot of variables from year to year, as you see in the data. Certainly environmental variables, availability of fish, timing of those fisheries, the constraints that other people have talked about relative, do you have enough cod? Do you have, have you had stable fish interactions? All these things that must be managed, and there are costs associated with all of that. I mean, we just don't switch from fishery to fishery because, we see too much halibut over here. So we're going to go over there and do something different. There are markets to consider. So there are costs all over the place. But again, I'm not sure if I'm really getting at your question. If I'm not, please let me know and I'll try again.
Mr. Twig.
Thanks. I think I'll just move on to my next question. I think I got a lot of the answer that I was interested in learning more about. Second question is a follow-up to Mr. Cross's question and some of your responses regarding spatial management. I certainly, and that was a very useful answer, and it helps to understand, but I'm wondering if there is room for sort of some incentive-based programs that, so for instance, instead of a complete closure of an area, a closure to all vessels that have had bycatch levels above a certain amount. So in other words, there'd be an incentive to conserve as much as possible in order to not have a closure like that apply to you. Is there the possibility of those kinds of more individual-based area spatial measures? Another one being how rolling hotspots get used, some in salmon management. Are there more individual boat, individual vessel performance-based measures or even company-based measures rather than fleet-based measures that might be workable for the Amendment 80 fleet?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you to the chair for that question. I think that move-along rules are common and certainly seen in a variety of fisheries around the world. They have problems with them if you can't determine whether, when you're leaving a place, if you go into a place that has better bycatch rates or not. And in certain cases, it really can backfire on you. So they need to be used with caution and care. And you've seen many examples of that. The other thing that I thought of relative to your question is we at the co-op do have a halibut avoidance program, and that program is designed to keep vessels all within an acceptable ratio. So no matter where you're fishing, you need to stay within your ratio. It's calculated on a daily, a weekly, a quarterly, and an annual basis. There are penalties, financial penalties associated with that. There are incentives for all kinds of things that it could include forfeiture of halibut in year 2 if you cannot comply. It's a complex program. It's done by target species. There are lots of parts and pieces to it. I do think that the council is aware that we have the program, but I'm not sure that there's a broad understanding around the table of how it actually works. But I think it does a much better job at getting to where you want it. Where it sounds like you were interested in going here, than move along rules, which have some built-in problematic aspects to it.
Any further questions before we move on? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Jason. Jason, you'd mentioned in your testimony, you cited all of the declines in halibut bycatch and the cuts that have already taken place. And I think you said since 1993 you've had cuts of 50% total when you add all those up. But my question is, when I hear about these kind of cuts in the fleets, I think about them also in relation to how many fish are on the grounds. In other words, these cuts are sometimes responsive to declines in biomass or abundance. So I'm looking at from their peaks in the Bering Sea, from 134 million fish down to 70 million fish in 2019, and 195,000 tons at their peak down to 114,000 tons. So most of that 50% decline in bycatch could be, one school of thought would say, well, so I just wanted to know if you had a response to that, and how we should think about those kind of declines in bycatch versus the fact that there just isn't as many fish and encounter rates have dropped considerably.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, my testimony was trying to get at there was just some misconception in a lot of the public testimony that there had been no reductions in bycatch. And so I wanted to point out that, there had been several reductions, that the council has been responsive to bycatch management to National Standard 9 over time. Amendment 80 was intended to be a bycatch reduction program in part. It was a tool that was intended to reduce bycatch. And there were several cuts that went along with that, and that was the intent of my testimony. I don't know if that gets at your question or not.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a second question, if I might. It doesn't really get at my question. To call a 50% reduction in bycatch reduction, I'm just looking for, when you're thinking about this as far as the fleets, is that something that you consider? Is that, yeah, we're reducing our bycatch, but there's just not as many halibut out there anymore. How much of that is reflective of the fleet's efforts and efforts like Amendment 80 and the bycatch cut that we took in 2015? How much of that are responsible? How much of that should we should we chalk up to these efforts, and how much of that should we chalk up to the fact that there's been a steep decline in halibut, both in abundance and biomass in the Bering Sea?
I'll take
another
shot at. Well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mary Beth.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, John Godwin's testimony earlier really did speak to our encounter rates, and that's data that's been, gathered over recent years based on our deck sorting, EFP, and now a regulatory program. Currently, our vessels that are deck sorting, their income for those boats has gone down. Their production on a daily basis has gone down. It slows down. Their trips are 1 to 2 days longer to catch the same amount of fish. We don't put that effort in because there's fewer halibut out there. We're encountering halibut, and so we're doing the very best we can with all of the tools we have. And we don't make that investment in deck sorting because we don't have to. I mean, we need to. If we want to be able to fish and maintain, a fishery, even with the reductions that others have spoken to that have occurred since 2015 and the results of that reduction in PSC, it takes a lot of work. So we're working hard at it. We don't see a reflection of what you refer to as a lower biomass equating to a lower encounter rate in the fishery, and certainly the fact that the indices do not line up with our encounter rates is evidence of that. It's I'm not sure why that is. I really don't know why that is, but it does appear to be the case, and that's our experience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a good answer, and I didn't mean for my questions to be in any way dismissive of the great efforts by Amendment 80 and deck sorting and other avoidance measures. So I appreciate that. That was a very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, what you mentioned previously in your testimony about the internal halibut avoidance program that Amendment 80 is subject to, can you remind me what happens if a vessel exceeds the rate that you were talking about, the average rate that's expected for halibut bycatch under that program?
So, thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair, for that question, because I can certainly answer that, because we are the only Amendment 80 company to date that has found ourselves in that predicament. And we, had a vessel working in the Aleutian Islands that came back into the Bering Sea to fish for flatfish in May. And in normal years, prior years, that would have worked out fine, except for that particular year, the variability year to year, the encounter rates across the fleet went up. That boat did not have ground fish from previous months to balance their ratio and found themselves in the penalty box. The plan for that vessel, because of the target fishery that came up, which is a complicated thing to explain, so I'm not going to try and go into that, but it came up red, so it was in the penalty box and tried to get out, but the encounter rates through early June continued, and the vessel was unable to. The plan for that vessel was to move into another fishery, so it did, and then coming back into the Bering Sea, in the fall, the rates go up in general, and again, they just didn't have enough fish behind them that the other vessels did to balance out the highs and lows of the year. So that vessel was in the penalty, paid a monetary penalty to the cooperative, monies that are being utilized for other halibut avoidance programs as the board decides best. So other vessels at certain times, you'll see them pop up red, but again, we've learned along the way things you don't do and things that work and things that don't work, and you really need to look at the whole year, all the parts and pieces to make it work. And the boss said, he said, I really like to be first at some things, he said, but not this one. So that was us.
Thank you for that explanation. A quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Can you remind me, Mary Beth, how the baseline or that base rate is established?
what's the calculation you're looking at each year?
There's probably other people in companies that can answer this better, but I'll take a shot at it. I do, remember the basic concepts of it. When this went into place, it was at the request of the council following the action in 2015, and we were asked to come forward with an avoidance program, and we did, and looked at the rates at the time and incorporated annual reductions in those rates over a period of, and I'm guessing here a little bit, 4 or 5 years. So each year there was an expectation that the fleet rate and an individual vessel rate as well would be reduced on an annual basis. And that is what we chose to do. And our goal was to bring everybody in line at a rate that was more acceptable than the average rate at that time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony. And I have a follow-on question on that. I want to thank you, Mary Beth, for bringing up the halibut avoidance plan for the Amendment 80 sector, because I think it is an important component of this that we may not have talked much about yet. And I do recall for the past few years, I believe it's in December, that the council does receive a report from the cooperative on the halibut avoidance plan and performance for that year. So my question is, just because I can't remember, less specific than Ms. Kimball's, but is signing on to the halibut avoidance plan a requirement to be a member of the cooperative?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is required. It is an agreement amongst all parties who are members of the cooperative.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, that was my question. I just couldn't remember. Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? All right, thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up is Teresa Peterson, then Arnie Fugenbach, and then Rebecca Skinner.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Thanks. Well, good morning and good afternoon for some of you. Teresa Peterson, speaking on behalf of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. AMCC continues to support an abundance-based approach to manage halibut bycatch in the Bering Sea. PFC limits that float with halibut abundance will provide a valuable tool for the Council, indexing bycatch levels to the state of the halibut resource. This approach is consistent with the way the Council manages all groundfish species based on survey data and stock abundance. Harvest limits based on stock status are an integral part of sustainable fisheries management. The current management regime has resulted in the directed fisheries losing access to a fair share of the exploitable halibut biomass. The inequity of a bycatch plan based on a static cap is glaring during times of low abundance and must be addressed by the Council. It is in the Council's wheelhouse to manage halibut PSC use in a manner that is consistent with the national standards and the other species the Council manages. National Standard 1 requires that conservation and management measures shall prevent overfishing while ensuring on a continuing basis optimum yield. To meet its obligation under this national standard, NMFS must establish objective criteria in the groundfish FMP to monitor the status of halibut stocks and identify when the halibut stock is overfished or subject to overfishing. Bycatch of halibut in the Bering Sea groundfish fishery has the potential to lead to overfishing of halibut during times of low abundance. The fixed cap is not responsive to halibut abundance and does not provide the Council with adequate tools in the FMP to promote the conservation of the halibut resource and avoid overfishing. ABM provides that tool. National Standard 4 requires allocations among fishermen to be fair and equitable to all such fishermen.
reasonably calculated to promote conservation, and carried out in such a manner that no particular individual, corporation, or other entity acquires an excessive share of such privilege. There have been ongoing inequities between the directed fisheries and the bycatch users dating back to 2013, when the abundance of halibut started declining rapidly. The decline led to reallocation of the halibut resource from the directed fishery to the bycatch fisheries. ABM provides a tool to address the inequity under current management. National Standard 8 requires that conservation and management measures shall take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities to provide for the sustained participation of such communities and to the extent practicable, minimize adverse economic impacts on such communities. The current situation in which the halibut resource in areas 4, C, D, and E is overwhelmingly allocated to bycatch does not comply with the Council's obligation under National Standard 8. A system that places the entire burden of conservation on the communities which depend on the halibut resource while allowing bycatch to continue at historical levels is directly contrary to the need to provide for sustained participation and to minimize impacts on such communities. The current division between bycatch and the directed fisheries appears to maximize the impacts on the halibut fishery-dependent communities. The community impacts are particularly dramatic for the communities in the Bering Sea. National Standard 9 requires that conservation and management measures shall, to the extent practicable, minimize bycatch, and to the extent bycatch cannot be avoided, minimize the mortality of such bycatch. Guidance on this standard notes that inconvenience is not an excuse. Bycatch must be avoided as much as practicable, and bycatch mortality must be reduced until further reductions are not practicable. Adherence to this national standard is not discretionary. Given the current status of the halibut stock, the directive to minimize bycatch is even more compelling. A situation in which the directed fisheries catch limits are significantly reduced while the bycatch limits are allowed to stay the same is on its face not an effort to reduce bycatch. To the extent practicable does not mean that one sector can continue to harvest a target species when the impact to this PSC species and user groups dependent on the bycatch species is significant. As the Council considers actions to move forward in what we believe should be in another initial review draft, it would be helpful to compare revenue for the Amendment 80 sector and the halibut fishery in a consistent way. A table with first wholesale value of both would be useful. AMCC supports the AP motion. The recommended changes to the purpose and need focus this action to the Amendment 80 fleet and capture more broadly the intent to promote the conservation of the halibut resource. The AP motion provides an element to consider spatial distribution limits to area 4, C, D, and E, which is responsive to the rising percentage of bycatch that is coming from this area. We also support inclusion of performance standards linked to abundance, such as the ideas found in the AP motion and presented in public testimony today. And the addition of Alternative 5, a lookup table which utilizes both indices at varying levels of abundance, provides the opportunity to use all sources of survey information. So in closing, we encourage you to continue to move ABM forward and keep the action focused on the objectives that are not met under current management. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peterson. Are there any questions? Any? All right, thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Arnie Fugelbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Again.
Great. For the record, my name is Arnie Fugelbach. I'm here on behalf of North Star Fishing Company. We have 4 Amendment 80 vessels that primarily fish flatfish in the Bering Sea. So today I'm going to talk about 2 issues. The IPHC retrospective pattern of overestimating biomass in 2002 to 2011, and Element 8, which is the IPHC 30/20 policy. I have a handout that I attached in the sign-up sheet that I'm going to refer to a little bit. So hopefully you have a chance to open that up. It takes excerpts from the 2011 and 2012 IPHC RAW, as well as background paper written by the IPHC about the retrospective pattern. There's also a table that I put together that shows the biomass estimates from the annual stock assessment. So these were the actual biomass estimates that TCY and FCEY were set to. Then I went into each stock assessment to get that number, portioned it to 4C, D, and E according to the same apportionment. Took the biomass estimates that were hindcast and then compared those two. As you can see in that table, there were years where the biomass was overestimated by up to double, 46% higher. This is really important to show that during all those years, 2002 to 2011, that the exploitable biomass was overestimated, which would then subsequently overestimate the TCEY and overinflate the FCEY. I will also add that this only affected the directed fishery, not the bycatch, because the PSC limit is a fixed cap and has no tie whatsoever to the IPHC stock assessment, the overestimation of biomass, or the inflated FCEY. The groundfish fisheries were in counting the actual abundance on the ground, not the biomass that was used in the model to set the directed fishery catch. I'm going to move on to my second issue, which is the 30-20 IPHC rule. And there's two things that I want to emphasize with this, and that's one is that the council has very little control over coastwide halibut stock, and number two, that the 30-20 rule, if applied in this action, would be disproportionately on the Amendment 80 sector. And as you probably remember, the 30-20 rule is when you ratchet down the harvest rate when you hit 30% of unfished biomass. So the Amendment 80 sector is 60% of Bering Sea halibut bycatch mortality, 40% of Alaska halibut bycatch mortality, and only 36% of the coastwide bycatch mortality. So the Amendment 80, which is 36% of coastwide bycatch mortality, would be the only non-directed fishery sector that would be affected by this element. No other bycatch in the Bering Sea, the Gulf of Alaska, or anywhere on the coast would be affected by this action. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, my time's up.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fugabat. See if there's questions. All right, thank you, Mr. Fugabat. Next up is Rebecca Skinner.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. This is Rebecca Skinner, testifying on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association that primarily operates in the Gulf, but I've been following the ABM issue since the stakeholder workshop that was held down at the Science Center. I want to say that was in 2014. I could be wrong about that. But I've been following this issue with the expectation that in some way it could potentially roll over into the Gulf. And I'm testifying today because I think after 6 years of work on this issue, there's still some really significant and fundamental questions that really impact the action and the effects that the action will have on the various stakeholder groups. So for example, what abundance is being measured? Is it the spawning stock biomass? Is it young fish? Is it old fish? Small fish, big fish? And in what area is abundance being measured? Is it coast-wide? Is it area 4 CD&E? Is it the BSAI? And here I'm really noting the mismatch between the IPHC and NMFS management areas. And I would also note that the model and the analysis indicates that none of the alternatives will impact the spawning stock biomass. And so my concern now is that there's going to be a shift from what we thought we were protecting to something else. And again, this is after 6 years. Second question, how is abundance being measured? And does that measurement relate to the halibut PSC caught in the Amendment 80 fishery? If the measurement of that halibut abundance does not correlate at all with the halibut being caught by Amendment 80, then how will the ABM program or paradigm address that disconnect? And then can ABM work if that disconnect is not resolved in some manner? My third question, are the objectives of this action clear? And will it be possible to measure whether the objectives are being met or being achieved by the ABM program? Is providing fishing opportunity for the directed halibut fishery an objective, or is it a potential outcome of achieving the objectives? And here I really reference the second sentence on page 1 of the PDF of the DEIS, where the benefit to the directed fishery is referenced as a potential outcome, not an objective, whereas in the council material it is referenced as an objective. So I think it's not clear. Is it an objective? Is it not? If an objective of ABM is to provide more directed halibut fishing, how will the council know if ABM succeeded? Directed halibut limits are set by the IPHC and are not under control of the council. The analysis and the staff report did highlight that IPHC harvest level decisions involve politics and are unpredictable. And directed fishing opportunity in areas 4, C, D, and E could go up or could go down regardless of the spawning stock biomass, the stock distribution, and PSC. So I guess I had to ask myself why am I testifying? What do I want the council to do with this? I think after this set of meetings, listening to the SSC and the AP and the council so far, there is a lot of question and lack of trust or lack of confidence in the model. I think it's not clear what the inputs to the model are and how they work. So if there are levers that are supposed to impact PSC levels, it's not even clear what those levers are. So I think having a better understanding of what's in the model would help, and really nailing down what is it we're measuring as far as abundance, and then how does that abundance relate to what's taken in the Amendment 80 fishery, because this is all coming down to balancing between costs and benefits to various stakeholders. And right now, I feel like it's not at all clear what those costs and benefits are because of these fundamental questions that that I myself have, that I think it sounds like other stakeholders and members of the public have as well. So that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, it's coming up on 11:40 Alaska time, 12:40 Pacific. Still have 4 people left to testify, so let's go ahead and take a lunch break now, come back at 12:40 Alaska time. We'll conclude public testimony.
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
Okay, good afternoon. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are midway through public testimony. We have 4 signed up to testify remaining. First up will be Heather Mann, then Todd Loomis, Lauren Devine. Last up will be Natasha Hayden. Do we have Ms. Mann available?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, council members, my name is Heather Mann, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. First, I want to thank the entire ABM team. They've done yeoman's work. They have been thorough in their explanations of the analysis, patient when answering questions, and they've been responsive to requests. They should be commended for their efforts. Some of you may be wondering why I'm testifying on this issue. I'm not part of the Amendment 80 fleet, but I do speak for trawlers, and I'm troubled by the trajectory of this issue. I could duck my head in the sand and say, let that sector deal with it. We dodged a bullet, but that's not right. And if we are honest, it's just a matter of time before another attempt at more trawl constraints occurs, especially when what is currently proposed doesn't seem to provide the results people are looking for. I care about communities, but I don't support. I'm feeling the pain, and thus so should you, especially when that pain does not result in real benefits. I'm also confused by this action, considering NOAA catch reports say the directed fishery is leaving fish in the water each year. I believe Angel did a good job of managing a tough AP discussion. She is a thoughtful and fair chair. But what came out of our discussions was a highly partisan recommendation. So I'd like to frame this conversation as seen by me, a minority of the AP. It goes something like this. The model results don't meet the purpose and need statement? Okay, let's change the purpose and need statement. The model results showed little impact to stock biomass, even under situations with zero incidental catch? Okay, let's ignore that, and instead, let's attack the model in the process. Equity isn't actually addressed in the MSA standards to support our position. Well, that's okay. Let's just keep saying National Standard 4 without addressing what the standard is really about. Trawl fisheries have already taken a large hit for conservation and spent millions to reduce their halibut. Okay, that's good, but let's frame it that they are consistently staying under the cap. So it seems they are fine, and they could probably do even more without any additional cost to the sector. And what really drove home for me the partisanship and anti-trawl focus of the AP discussion is when a second motion was posed to complement, not replace, the first. And it offered a direct allocation to communities, a practicable performance standard, and a willingness to take even more cuts at a great cost in years when the directed catch limits were at certain levels. The motion was greeted with contempt. I thought this whole action was about protecting and helping vulnerable communities, which I support. But then I learned that many IFQ holders don't live in Alaska. 51% and 70%, I think, of IQ holders in Area 4C and D, respectively, live outside that area. So we really need to think about who this action is benefiting if we are trying to help communities in the Bering Sea. Here's the environment we are operating in. 37 of the written public comments were submitted by people who are part of a Facebook page dedicated to bashing Alaskan trawling. These are the types of comments that have been posted. Think them, F those boats and the people who work on them, and kill the effing draggers. I think you know what the F stands for. Another one, I'd like to start a GoFundMe account to buy an attack submarine and sink those trawlers. Or bear arms and fight. There's even jokes about the American Seafoods factory trawler with the COVID outbreak. Sink that boat, it has the plague. How can we make sure the rest of the trawlers get infected? Some of you may know that in Sitka in 2015, I was shoved up against the wall by a fisherman who told me I was going to hell for representing trawlers. I'm not telling you this, Mr. Chairman, council members, for sympathy. I'm telling you this because this is the environment we, the trawl industry, are operating in. And you don't necessarily see that here on the floor or in the process. This is not the David and Goliath story some would like it to be viewed as. And saying that doesn't make me a bad person or a racist or someone who doesn't care. I do care, and that's why it's important to get it right. I'll conclude with these points, Mr. Chairman. Let's have an honest discussion about what's really going on. The trawl industry does care about the health and sustainability of vulnerable Alaskan communities.
The industry has taken significant steps to reduce interactions with halibut. This has cost time, money, efficiency, and foregone harvest. Claims that the trawl industry has not shared in the pain of conserving halibut is factually incorrect. The MSA requires that we achieve OY in our directed fisheries while reducing bycatch to the extent practicable. Practicable means able to be done or put into practice successfully. It means realistic, feasible, possible. It means viable. Equitable doesn't mean equal, and there is no MSA mandate that the different sectors get equal amounts of halibut or groundfish. Equity means fair, not equal allocations. The modeling shows that even under zero incidental catch of halibut, there is a negligible change to the biomass. Just because some don't like the results of the model does not mean that the model is wrong. The trawl industries, including Amendment 80, employ thousands of people and provide millions of pounds of affordable protein to the nation and the world. A lot of consumers cannot even afford halibut, especially now with record unemployment due to the pandemic. Over 13 million children in the United States are currently going hungry. I can't help but believe that ensuring continual trawl groundfish harvest at OY levels is a net benefit to the nation. We could see positive results for communities if we examine ways to get fish to those communities, not to IFQ holders who live outside of the area. And perhaps ABM doesn't get us there. Forcing a program that will cause harm to the trawl fleets with no impact on the halibut stock and little benefit to communities, it just doesn't seem right. If the Council is continuing down this current path, NTC supports incorporating the Groundfish Forum proposal for analysis to help fairly inform the next decision points. Thank you for your consideration and your hard work, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Chairman, Council members.
Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. See if there's any questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. I just have a question. I appreciate your perspective on this issue in general, and particularly the recommendation at the end. I guess my question for you is if a mechanism could be found that was an ABM type approach, do you think it's reasonable under the Council obligations to at least consider approaches to mitigate the disproportionate impact that...
Ms. Baker, I think...
Simon, I think you were muted.
I apologize. I lost connection there. Ms. Baker, did you ask your question?
Not completely, no. So I'll try to be more concise. I think from my perspective anyway, there is definitely merit in the Council pursuing some type of ABM program that addresses the disproportionate impacts on directed halibut users from having static halibut PSC limits in times of declining halibut abundance. So do you agree that the Council, there is some merit in the Council taking some sort of action to address that particular issue, even if we disagree about perhaps the mechanisms to do it?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Banker, thank you for the question. I think that the approach and
the cause of looking at it, yes, I think that it should be looked at. I just would like to see the mechanisms have a balanced approach. I'm not afraid of the analysis. I feel like the analysis, including that the Groundfish Forum proposals, will really give a fuller I think it needs to be looked at. I don't agree with the way it's framed. I hope that answers your question.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Chair. It does. Thanks, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Mann? Right. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next up is Todd Loomis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir, members of the council. For the record, my name is Todd Loomis, and I'm testifying on behalf of Ocean Peace, Inc., who operates 4 Amendment 80 catcher processors. I'd like to align myself with comments made by others in the sector, and in particular those of the Alaska Seafood Cooperative and Groundfish Forum. I submitted 2 slides that I think illustrate some important points for you to consider as you contemplate what action you will take. In the first slide, you can see the last 8 years of A80 performance, survey indice results, and IPHC TCEY and FCEY outputs. The first thing that struck me was how A80 halibut encounters and mortality do not comport with either of the survey indices, but they do more closely track the TCEY and FCEY. Chris Woodley and Mark Vena spoke to this, but I thought it was important to illustrate it for you. As you've heard this week, in spite of all of our efforts to avoid halibut, the A80 halibut catch or encounter rate has been increasing since 2015. Reduced mortality via deck sorting is likely the only thing that has kept our fisheries from being shut down. With every available tool being put towards halibut avoidance and reducing mortality, we're now in the situation where our halibut encounter rates and mortality are modulating in response to environmental conditions and outside influences. There's been some discussion of the halibut mortality wastage by area and the percentage of halibut mortality in 4CDE relative to the area 4 total. My second slide shows this information for both Amendment 80 and the directed fishery. And for A80, I'll note this is our best approximation of the IPHC regulatory areas, which don't line up with how we track halibut. Overall, Amendment 80 halibut mortality in all areas is on a decreasing trend, but has recently ping-ponged around as previously noted. The A80 percentage by area does show an increase in Area 4CDE, but it is largely due to the dramatic decreases in Amendment 80 halibut mortality in Areas 4A and B. In 4A and B, mortality peaked around 700 metric tons in 2009, but has steadily decreased to less than 200 metric tons today. Interestingly, the directed fishery displays a similar trend in terms of discard mortality, which overall is on a decreasing trend but rose last year. Creating PSE geographic boxes would take us back in time and limit the fleet's ability to fish when and where it makes sense. I would ask of the council to examine if other low-hanging fruit exists in the directed fishery, and also that they request that units be consistent in how things are reported. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Loomis. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder, Mr. Loomis, if you could just elaborate on your very last statement about
having units be consistent?
Thank you, through the chair. So what I've seen is certain testifiers are comparing Amendment 80 bycatch, which is reported in whole fish mortality, and they're comparing that to the directed fishery catch, which is in net pounds. And I think if we're going to look at this through the lens of the halibut resource, we need to be looking at things in whole pounds and include all sources of halibut mortality. I think you're capturing that from the bycatch perspective in the Amendment 80 fleet, but I do not believe it is being clearly conveyed for the directed fishery, which would include directed catch and wastage, and it should be reported in whole pounds or metric tons, so we're comparing apples to apples.
Thank you.
Further questions? Great. Thank you, Mr. Loomis.
Thank you.
Next up is Lauren Devine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Lauren Devine, and I represent the Aleut community of St. Paul Island, a federally recognized tribe located on the Pribilof Islands in the Bering Sea of Alaska. First, we'd like to thank the Council for dedicating time and resources to the development of the documents associated with halibut abundance-based management in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. We appreciate the enthusiasm of the Council and staff to both share and gather information with stakeholders, practitioners, experts, and additionally, we acknowledge and thank the Amendment 80 sector for their contributions to reducing halibut bycatch and the measures that have been implemented in the process as it has progressed to achieve reduced bycatch. Our relationship to halibut ABM stems from the large number of tribal members directly and indirectly involved with and benefiting from the services provided by commercial longline and subsistence halibut fishing on St. Paul. Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, or CBSFA, is our management organization for the Western Alaska Community Development Quota, or CDQ. Our local halibut fishery is a major source of employment and income for our community members, and additionally, halibut are a key subsistence resource for our community and are shared widely by our local fishing families. For generations, Unangan fishermen of St. Paul have fished for halibut from small boats in the waters around the Bering Sea, a traditional part of our diet and Unangan culture. The subsistence fishery experience was the basis for the successful development of our commercial halibut fishery. That's now one of the mainstays of our local economy. CBSFA is a cornerstone of our community. They invest in our youth, workforce development, infrastructure, and overall community sustainability. CBSFA harvests halibut with small boats and provides income opportunity directly to its members. Each year, 70 to 100 people in our community participate in the halibut fishery, from the skippers to the boat crews to the young onshore bathers. In 2019, we had 15 vessels and employed 75 people. Further, as noted in the social impact analysis, St. Paul is one of those communities with virtually complete community fleet dependence on BSAI halibut ex-vessel gross revenues, along with St. George and Savunga. You heard in earlier testimony that trawl fleets don't survive under incomes averaged across years, but are dependent on the annual income, and that 1 year of high bycatch in one of these options presented here may shut them down. The same is true for our fishermen, except it's already been a reality, and we are at a critical balance for the survival as a community. Our fishermen have come and testified time and again that the current allocations of halibut between directed and indirect catch does not just impact our local fishermen, it impacts our families, our community, and our cultural continuity. We can't go out and subsistence harvest halibut from shore. Families rely on sustained access to the directed fisheries that's spelled out in the legal framework that's been presented to you in previous testimonies. You can also refer to written comments from Evelyn, Jeremy, and Amos Filimonov, Ray Malavidov, Jeff Kaufman, Simeon Fletzoff Jr., and others that have been submitted on this topic as well. Mr. Kaufman spoke today of those that have gone broke, folded, and then forced out of the fishery, and the nature of the IFQ holders leaving fish in the water. We're deeply concerned by the treatment of directed halibut users in the current management scenario. It's inequitable, particularly at very low levels of halibut. 17 halibut-dependent communities are highlighted in the analysis, most of which are overwhelmingly Alaska Native. Many of our fishery-dependent communities have been severely impacted, and several no longer participate in the directed fisheries. As such, failure to properly manage the groundfish fisheries responsible for halibut bycatch to the detriment of our communities may have already violated federal trust responsibilities
and treaty rights towards Alaska Natives. I hope the Council seriously consider the national standards as they relate to the issue. For example, environmental justice guidance under NEPA specifically calls for consideration of potentially disproportionately high and adverse impacts beyond a more general consideration of the potentially disproportionately high and adverse impacts to minority populations. The identification of such should heighten agency attention to alternatives and preferences expressed by the affected community or population. While the affected communities and the affected Alaska Native population have clearly expressed their preferences in regard to this action, tribal governments and our tribal members have federally protected fishing rights, and protection of these rights is vitally important here. Earlier today, we heard testimony speaking towards National Standard 9 and the costs incurred, but it has been swept over that the incredible costs, both in monetary losses as well as cultural and social losses incurred by direct halibut fishermen, their families, and communities that have been shouldering the increasingly overwhelming burden of declining halibut abundance in the Bering Sea. The current management regime has resulted in the direct fisheries losing access to a fair share of the exploitable halibut biomass, threatening the coastal communities, family-owned businesses, ways of life, and historical dependence on halibut. In the context of ABM, directed halibut fishermen, including those represented by CBSFA and our tribal members of the Elliott community of St. Paul, have expressed a clear preference for alternative 4, no floor, which was amended by the AP to include some other elements we believe are responsive to the purpose and need statements, the objective as amended by the AP, as well as the federal laws and trust responsibilities towards our Pribilof Unangan and other Alaska Native communities. We feel the alternative gets closer to addressing the needs of directed halibut users and halibut-dependent communities. In closing, we appreciate the long-term and detailed work that's been undertaken to collectively address this critical issue. We support the AP motion to amend the purpose and needs, objectives, and prefer alternative 4 with additional amendments to respond to low halibut abundance. Kagalaku, and thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there are any. Any questions? Thank you, Dr. Devine. Hey, last up will be Natasha Hayden.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Could I get a sound check, please?
Check. Sound great. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you to the council. I can't believe I'm actually the caboose on this long train. So I hope you all enjoyed your lunches, and I want to express my gratitude for all of the hard work. Having been involved in this process, I understand how grueling and intense it is. First, I would like to, so Natasha Hayden from Native Village of Afognak. I would like to just say I agree wholeheartedly with some of the comments made earlier by Mateo, Linda, Teresa, and Lauren. I want to just make a couple of points aside from what they presented in their testimony. The social impact assessment provided documentation that there has been over 9,000 years of dependence and utilization of the marine resources in the Aleutian Islands and the Bering Sea. There's a lot of discussion around what percentage of dependence is that either the directed fleet sees or the Amendment 80 fleet on the halibut resource. And you don't have to go back very far to a time when all of the people in the Bering Sea region in Western Alaska were fully dependent on the marine resources. You know, it can be measured in mere decades, and then starting from that point, going backwards, it goes back thousands of years. I also wanted to just remind and draw attention to that all 10 of the national standards in the Magnuson-Stevens begin with the word conservation. It's conservation and management, and so the heart of this issue is conservation of a very, very critically important halibut resource to the people of Alaska, the people of the Bering Sea, and so I think I forgot to say that we're in support of the motion that the AP had passed and has recommended that the council take up to move forward, and that motion, that potential management action is reflective of the requirements in Magnuson-Stevens to address conservation throughout. Also, I'd like to recognize that there is likely going to be a financial burden to the Amendment 80 fleet if the council decides to move forward with taking qualitative actions that will improve the halibut conservation in the Bering Sea. But I like to compare it to some other environmental requirements such as stormwater pollution protection plan measures that different industries are required to implement to address potential negative impacts to the environment. And so the conservation of the halibut stock hasn't, the burden of conservation has not been realized by the Amendment 80 fleet. Acknowledging again what they have done to reduce their bycatch and to increase mortality has made some significant steps, but it doesn't translate into conservation. What it translates into is some increased economic expenses, but it has yet to be realized that they have had to actually have not been able to achieve their total harvest. One other point about the fisheries and some discussion about the net benefit to the nation is that much of the product that is harvested in this fishery is sent overseas, and so there's a reduced amount of net benefit as far as food security going directly to the United States as in proportion to the directed halibut fishery that is really suffering. And I also would like to say, similar to Ms. Rebecca Skinner's comments earlier, that in her testimony she has been tracking this issue because of the potential future impact on the Gulf of Alaska. As you know, we have our own similar bycatch issues in the Gulf. I'm also particularly interested in what the outmigration patterns are from the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Island stock into the Gulf of Alaska, and then any future council actions as far as direct halibut bycatch management here in the Gulf of Alaska. So we're really concerned about what's going to happen over there, setting a precedent that conservation of the resource landing primarily on the shoulders of the inhabitants of the Bering Sea region and the directed fishery users. So finally, I want to just touch upon those of you that know me. My husband, he's a commercial longliner. He's been fishing halibut and sablefish for over 30 years in the Gulf of Alaska and the Aleutian Islands. He's just returned from his trip. It was just a few days ago. He's been fishing in Fort Bravo, and he just has experienced the worst fishing that he's ever seen. It took him nearly twice as long as it traditionally has in those areas to obtain his IFQ allocation. And it wasn't for a lack of effort. It was a grueling grind, and anecdotally, that's what he's been seeing is this continuous decline in available marketable halibut. So there already is this direct effect on Alaskans and stakeholders and the directed fishermen. And so with that, I see I'm out of time. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and I hope you're all doing well.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Hayden. Are there any questions? I don't see any. All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public testimony. Let's take a 10-minute break and get collected for potential action here. Remind anybody wishing to make a motion to send that into staff for posting. So let's come back at 1:25 Alaska time and take action. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we've taken all of the reports and our public testimony. Council ready for action? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that has been emailed to staff, I believe.
Okay, we can stand by for that to be posted. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is the council revises the purpose and need statement and the alternatives for an initial review analysis as follows. Purpose and need. Halibut is an important resource in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, supporting commercial halibut fisheries, recreational fisheries, subsistence fisheries, and groundfish fisheries. The International Pacific Halibut Commission is responsible for assessing the Pacific halibut stock and establishing total annual catch limits for directed fisheries, and the North Pacific Fishery Management Council is responsible for managing prohibited species catch in U.S. commercial groundfish fisheries managed by the Council. The Amendment 80 sector is accountable for the majority of annual halibut PSC mortality in the BSAA groundfish fisheries. While the Amendment 80 fleet has reduced halibut mortality in recent years, continued decline in the halibut stock requires consideration of additional measures for management of halibut PSC in the Amendment 80 fisheries. When BSAI halibut abundance declines, PSC in the Amendment 80 fisheries can become a larger proportion of total halibut removals in the BSAI, particularly in Area 4CDE, and can reduce the proportion of halibut available for harvest in the directed halibut fisheries. The Council intends to establish an abundance-based halibut PSC management program in the BSAI for the Amendment 80 sector that meets the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, particularly to minimize halibut PSC to the extent practicable under National Standard 9, and to achieve optimum yield in the BSAI groundfish fisheries on a continuing basis under National Standard 1. The Council is considering a program that links the Amendment 80 sector PSC limits to halibut abundance and provides incentives for the fleet to minimize halibut mortality at all times. This action could also promote conservation of the halibut stock and may provide additional opportunities for the directed halibut fishery. Alternatives. Alternative 1 is no action. Alternative 2 is a 3x2 lookup table with PSC limits that range from the current PSC limit to 20% below current limit. PSC limit is determined annually based on survey values from the most recent year available. And the lookup table is shown on the screen. Alternative 3 is a 4x2 lookup table with PSC limits that range from 20% above the current PSC limit to 30% below current limit. PSC limit is determined annually based on survey values from the most recent year available, and that 4x lookup 2 table is shown on the screen in Alternative 3. Alternative 4 is a 4x2 lookup table with PSC limits that range from current PSC limit to 45% below current limit. PSC limit is determined annually based on survey values from the most recent year available. And the table is shown on the screen. Options for alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Option 1, PSC limit is determined using a 3-year rolling average of survey index values instead of the most recent survey value. Option 2, PSC limit varies no more than sub-options 10% or 15% per year. Option 3, establish an annual limit of sub-options 80% or 90% of the PSC limit generated by the lookup table. In 3 of 7 years, the Amendment 80 sector may exceed the annual limit up to the PSC limit generated by the lookup table. If the Amendment 80 sector has exceeded the annual limit in 3 of the past 7 years, then sub-options 80% or 90% of the PSC limit generated by the lookup table is a hard cap for that year. That's the motion, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to speak to it with a second.
Second, Mesereau.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so a little bit before I walk through the mechanics of the motion, I just wanted to comment that overall my intent in this motion is for the alternatives that I'm proposing to replace alternatives to PSC limits. The motion also includes options intended to reduce annual variability in establishing PSC limits and an option to incentivize the Amendment 80 sector to minimize halibut mortality at all times. I'm recommending that we replace the current continuous control rule alternatives with a lookup table approach to provide more transparency to the process for establishing halibut PSC limits for the Amendment 80 sector on an annual basis. I think the Council can use a lookup table approach to link halibut PSC limits to abundance in a manner that reduces the disproportionate impact of static PSC limits on directed halibut users in the BASAI while establishing Amendment 80 PSC limits that minimize halibut mortality to the extent practicable. And so along with my proposed replacement of alternatives 2 through 4 and the current draft EIS with lookup tables for analysis, my intent would be for the next version of the draft EIS to shift the analytical focus from a management strategy evaluation approach centered on evaluating objectives with respect to performance metrics to a more traditional impacts analysis on the directly affected sectors and other affected resource components. My intent would be for the analysis to provide the information necessary for the Council to understand the anticipated impacts of each alternative on the affected sectors and use that information to develop an action that balances the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, particularly the 10 national standards. This type of analysis would not be centered on the evaluation of performance metrics, so it's not necessary, in my opinion, for the Council to identify objectives for this action. Therefore, my motion specifies the objectives of the action in my proposed purpose and need statement, and this motion does not propose any revisions to the 5 objectives identified by the Council for the MSE analysis. My expectation would be that in the next version of the analysis, we can maintain some useful general results from the halibut operating model and MSE process that could be carried forward into the next version, but neither the halibut operating model nor the objectives would be an essential component for the analysis to be completed. And so perhaps, Mr. Chair, I would walk through the alternatives since this is a slightly different approach for us to provide some rationale about how the alternatives would work. So perhaps starting with alternative 2, just noting that this lookup table proposed in alternative 2 is similar to the lookup table evaluated in the discussion paper. It includes breakpoints for defining high, medium, and low levels of halibut abundance based on the IPHC setline survey on the left-hand side of the table, and for high and low levels of abundance based on the Eastern Bering Sea Shelf Trawl Survey Index on the top of the table, so in the columns. And just a quick description of why I'm proposing that we use both the IPHC Setline Survey Index and an Eastern Bering Sea Shelf Trawl Survey Index to derive these lookup tables is it's really a suggestion that came from the SSC in about October 2016 when we were earlier in this process. There was recognition in the SSC, and I share this view, that the IPHC setline survey combined with the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey, if we're looking at survey indices, those two together provide us the best available information we have about the halibut stock. If we're limiting ourselves to surveys, which we've essentially decided to do for a number of different reasons that the council has discussed before. So I think the basic premise of this particular lookup table and alternative 2 and all of them, as proposed originally by the SSC, is that the lookup table would essentially use the most restrictive survey to set the halibut PSC limit. So in this alternative 2, if we start from the top right-hand box in alternative 2, if the Eastern Bering Sea Shelf Trawl Survey is high and the IPHC setline survey is high, then the PSC limit would be the status quo. So that's sort of the best possible situation in both surveys. However, if the IPHC setline survey stayed high, but the Eastern Bering Sea Shelf Trawl Survey moved to the low state, then we actually would take, again, the most restrictive survey index that we've got between the two, and in this case, for alternative 2, the PSC limit would shift down to 1,571 metric tons. And that continues as the general approach throughout the table, and the differences among the tables are just different ranges of PSC limits that would vary. And so another, just again, a little bit more rationale for the breakpoints that we're looking at in alternative 2, the IPHC setline survey breakpoints are the same as what we had evaluated in the discussion paper, and I decided to stick with those because it's consistent with the statistics that staff provided in Table 2-3 in the discussion paper in terms of the 25th and 75th percentile for those long-term values to try and designate what is appropriate for high, medium, and low states for the IPHC survey. You may notice that in this motion, I have adjusted the breakpoint for the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey Index to less than 150,000 or greater or equal to 150,000. It was 130,000 in the discussion paper. I made that change, again, looking at Table 2-3 in terms of the long-term statistics. And since we're only dividing the Eastern Bering Sea Shelf Trawl Survey into 2 states, low and high, it seemed appropriate to shift the breakpoint more consistent with the long-term average and median values of that index as shown in the table in the discussion paper. Alternative 2 would establish 4 different PSC limits. Again, starting with the current limit when both indices are high, and decreased by 10% when the setline survey is high and the trawl survey is low, or when the setline survey is medium and the trawl survey is low. And finally, the PSC limit would be set at 15% below the current limit when the setline survey is low and the trawl survey is high, or when the setline survey is medium and the trawl survey is low. And the lowest PSC limit is 20% below the current limit when indices are low. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to walk through that one illustration of alternative 2 because all the tables essentially work that way. I won't do that for each table. Moving on to alternative 3, the breakpoints in alternative 3 are the same as alternative 2, except that I've added an additional very low breakpoint when the setline survey falls below a weight per unit effort of 6,000. which creates a 4x2 lookup table that establishes 5 different PSC limits. This is similar to the structure that was proposed by the advisory panel in their motion. The PSC limits in alternative 3 would range from 15% above the current limit when both indices are high to 30% below the current PSC limit when both indices are low. Moving on to alternative 4, it has the same breakpoints as alternative 3 and similarly establishes 5 different possible PSC limits. The range of possible PSC limits starts with the current limit when both indices are high and drops down to 45% below the current PSC limit when both indices are low. Briefly, Mr. Chair, I'll walk through the intent for the options associated with the alternatives in the motion, alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Option 1 would use a 3-year rolling average of survey index values to determine the PSC limits on an annual basis instead of using just 1 year. The intent of this option is to provide stability in annual PSC limit changes. The discussion paper notes that the PSC limits established by a lookup table are sensitive to interannual volatility when the relative abundances in each survey approach the breakpoints, where small changes in one or both surveys move the limit across a threshold, and that this could cause the PSC limit to change states or levels even though the change in survey values is relatively small. I recognize that is an inherent feature of a lookup table, and so I think it's reasonable to consider options to stabilize annual changes in the PSC limit. Option 1 could be one way to do that. Option 2 considers another way to provide stability by limiting any PSC limit change to 10% or 15% per year. This option is included in the alternatives analyzed in the draft EIS and may provide another mechanism for limiting interannual variability in PSC limits and providing some stability within the lookup table approach. Option 3 is intended to provide an incentive program for the Amendment 80 fleet to minimize halibut mortality at all times. This approach would join the performance standard approach evaluated in the discussion paper with the lookup table approach to establishing Amendment 80 halibut PSC limits. I think it's appropriate to look at its concept because the analysis shows and public testimony indicated that along with annual changes in groundfish tax, halibut encounters vary from year to year due to changes on the operating grounds and other variables, some of which are unknown. And so I think it's really important that the council considers a meaningful performance standard approach that would recognize the variability from year to year in terms of halibut encounters and provide some flexibility for the fleet in the years where they may have more challenges avoiding halibut and therefore keeping halibut mortality very low, and give them some flexibility then to perhaps have a higher annual limit when that flexibility is needed. But in most years, the incentive would be to minimize halibut mortality and set a limit where that it's practicable for the fleet to meet that annual limit. And so the mechanics of option 3, it would establish a performance-based annual limit for the Amendment 80 sector that is either 80% or 90% below the PSC limit established by the lookup table, and provide a mechanism whereby the Amendment 80 sector is restricted to the annual limit, again, in most years. However, since fleet encounters of halibut vary annually, option 3 would allow the Amendment 80 sector to exceed the annual limit for up to 3 of 7 years in anticipation that the fleet's ability to avoid halibut may be constrained and PSC may exceed the annual limit up to the PSC limit established by the lookup table. However, option 3, as currently drafted, if the Amendment 80 sector has exceeded the annual limit in 3 of the past 7 years, then the annual limit would be a hard cap for that year. And just some general comments, Mr. Chair, before I answer questions. I just would like to say that this has been a really challenging action for many of us for a number of reasons, and not the least of which is that while the IPHC setline survey is a good index for determining directed halibut fishery catch limits, I recognize that none of the available halibut abundance indices correspond to halibut encounters or catch in the Amendment 80 groundfish fisheries. But I want to say that I don't think that prevents the Council from establishing an abundance-based halibut PSC limit for the Amendment 80 groundfish fisheries. I think it is appropriate for the Council to consider an abundance-based halibut PSC limit for the Amendment 80 sector due to the continued decline in the halibut stock and the disproportionately negative impact the static halibut PSC limit has on directed fishery participants in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. The Council has developed similar types of abundance-based bycatch management programs for Chinook salmon and crab in the BSAI groundfish fisheries, for example, and I think it's appropriate for the Council to consider doing this for the Amendment 80 fisheries for halibut. So I think the motion that I'm proposing is appropriate given the tool that we are working with here, which is a BSAI-wide halibut PSC limit for the Amendment 80 groundfish fisheries. While I think many of us hoped that we would be able to develop a halibut ABM program to manage halibut PSC that would provide quantifiable and direct benefits to the directed halibut fishery, we have to recognize that the Council does not manage directed halibut fisheries or set directed fishery catch limits. The Council manages halibut PSC in the Amendment 80 groundfish fisheries. And so using the tools under our authority, which again is management of halibut PSC in the Amendment 80 fishery, the main objective of this motion is to move forward with development of a relatively simple and transparent approach for managing halibut PSC in the Amendment 80 sector that meets the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Questions on the motion? Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I appreciate this very much. I appreciate these lookup tables and the mixture of the indices and how you articulated that in these tables. My question is on option 3. So just so I'm sure I understand what option 3 does. So I believe what you've done here is you have a hard cap determined by the whichever options, alternatives 2, 3, or 4 were to be picked if that was to happen. That would be a hard cap. And then you have this annual limit, which is secondary, and if the Amendment 80 fleet exceeds that annual limit in 3 of the past 7 years, that would become the new hard cap for 1 year. So before I expand on that, I just wanted to make sure I've got that right up to that point. Is that right, Ms. Baker?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Mr. Down, that's correct.
Okay, then my question is, it appears to me that, and again, this is just clarifying whether this is correct or not, in order for option 3 to function, I'm thinking it would take 7 years after this action was, whatever, if this was to be implemented, it would take 7 years before we would have an ability to determine whether there's the 3 of the 7. In other words, this looks like a pretty long range component before it would ever actually kick in. Is that right? Or am I missing something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that, yeah, we would have to look at the whole, well, 7-year time period, except for I think it could be implemented immediately because you, if the council were to go forward with this and this was implemented, essentially the PSC limit and the annual limit would be established every year. And at the end of the year, you would see whether the Amendment 80 sector exceeded the annual limit or not. And that would either be a plus or a minus, as it were. And then, yeah, you could, perhaps I'm not understanding your question.
No, I think you did understand it perfectly, and you clarified it perfectly. That's exactly what I was looking for. So this is, your intention would be that this could be implemented immediately. It's not, it doesn't take 7 years after the action. You'd look at that in year one. You'd look at the annual limits based on whether the last 3 of 7, that would start right away. That's the intention of, that would be your intention under option 3.
Mr. Chair, yes. Yes, Mr. Downs.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Mr. Twite. And Mr. Twite, it looks like you're muted on the Adobe system.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. A couple of small questions and then a couple of more substantive ones. For alternative 2, the titling refers to an upper percentage of 20%, but I could only find an upper percentage of 15% in the table, and that's, I think, what you spoke to when you spoke to it. Is there an intent to be able to go up to 20% above the PSC limit under alternative 2, or is that just a mismatch?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair.
Alternative 3?
Yeah, I'm talking about alternative 3, yes.
Okay, Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, thank you. That is, if we're talking about alternative 3, thank you for pointing that out. That is indeed a mismatch.
Okay, thanks. So similar, well, not exactly similar. On option 2, I'm assuming that the 10 or 15% is applied to the annual limit from the previous year. It doesn't exactly say what it's 10 or 15% of, but I think it makes the most sense if it's of the limit from the previous year. Am I understanding that correctly?
Baker.
Again, that's
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And in that case, that would apply to going up or down, right? It's not just if it drops, it can only drop by 10 or 15%, but if it rises, it can only rise by 10 or 15%?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Twite, that's correct. The intent was to pick up the element 6 from the current set of alternatives that limit the PSC limit change from year to year, up or down.
Okay, thank you. Option 3, I read through that several times trying to think about it from an incentives point of view, and appreciate that it's in there to provide incentive. It looks mostly, though, the way it's currently structured, it looks more as if it's primarily negative incentives and doesn't offer any real positive. If you save halibut in 4 of the 7 years, if you save goodly numbers below your actual hard cap in 4 of the 7 years, then you can as best I read this, if you in 4 of the 7 years you manage to keep your halibut usage under your annual limit, then you just get to keep using your the annual limit. It doesn't with an occasional maybe one overage over your annual limit. I don't. I'm struggling to see where there's sort of real positive incentive that you can really feel like, okay, good behavior in 4 of 7 years gives me a relief card when, in spite of best efforts, halibut incidence is way out of line with what both the trawl survey index and the setline survey index would predict. And we know from our work to date that that's likely to be happening. I'm not sure option 3 as structured really provides the fleet with the incentives to work to conserve so that they have insurance coverage in essence for the year when that we know will come, the inevitable year or years when bycatch avoidance just is almost impossible relative to what we think it should be given the 2 survey indices. And I'm wondering if am I missing something in option 3? Is there more positive incentive in there in your mind, or?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. Well, I'll just start by saying that the intent of option 3 was to provide positive incentive anyway for the Amendment 80 fleet to minimize mortality at all times. And so the way that it was structured took some elements, for example, of the Bering Sea Chinook PSC management program that functions, as I understand it, or was intended to function similarly to what you're describing, is to establish, in this case for halibut PSC, an annual limit, or the equivalent of a performance standard that is lower than the hard limit, and that the annual limit is set such that in most years that the fleet can stay within that annual limit. However, in 3 of 7 years, in this case is what we're proposing, the intent would be that the fleet could go over the annual limit 3 of 7 years as that insurance policy that you described, if they do encounter the very unusual year of the type you've mentioned, or just understanding, like we've heard in testimony and saw in the analysis, just the inherent interannual variability of the groundfish fisheries, whether it's groundfish tax changing or just encounters of halibut on the grounds or some other things that I think we learned today largely are unknown. And so appreciate you pointing out that as we've proposed it here, perhaps it's the mechanism isn't structured to actually perform the way that I intended, but the most important thing that I wanted to do with getting this on the table was to introduce some type of performance standard approach to recognize that it is going to be, the lookup tables are going to be a relatively coarse way of establishing halibut PSC limits, first, recognizing second that we've heard loud and clear that the two halibut abundance indices we are looking at to establish the PSC limits are not directly correlated to halibut encounters in the Amendment 80 fleet. And so this, along with the PSC limit values in the table, I think something like this performance standard is what the council needs to develop along with the abundance-based halibut PSC limits to make this program practicable for the Amendment 80 sector.
Thanks. I've got some thoughts on that, but maybe I'll reserve those for discussion. One last question, and that is, if we are to adopt this motion, does that mean then it's final action? The only abundance-based tools we would have for consideration are lookup tables, that we would not have. It's your intent that we would not have any of the other abundance-based tools that we've examined, and most of which we've seen problems with, but that we wouldn't be able to reach back and grab one of those at final action, that we would just limit the final action field to lookup tables. Is that your intent?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite. Yes, I think the path we started down with continuous control rules makes a lot of sense, and I think perhaps from a lot of perspectives it may be a good way to set halibut PSC limits if you're looking at it somewhat academically or data-driven, but the continuous control rule that we've been looking at, I just think the biggest problem is transparency with that. It's just not clear how the PSC limit would be determined when it's all buried, as it were, in a control rule. And I think a lookup table, again, while coarse, and I recognize some of the shortcomings of the approach, I think there are great benefits in the transparency and the certainty, if you will, of at least at certain levels that the council's identified, will know what the resulting PSC limit is at various survey index values. And so I think just the evolution of this action through the council process has really brought me to that conclusion that I think we can craft a lookup table option that meets the objectives of the council for this action, and that is transparent and more easily understood by the stakeholders and the public.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Ike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Ms. Baker, I'm envisioning that these lookup tables would be implemented in a manner similar to that described in section 2.7 of the discussion paper. So my question is, what if a survey is not done in a year? How do you envision that the council would set annual PSC limits in the absence of one or more of those years of survey data?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ike, for the question. And I know that staff did bring that up in the discussion paper, so thank you for raising that question. My intent in this motion would be for the PSC limit to be determined annually based on the most recent data available. So if we did have a year without a survey, I would presume that the most recent available index value would carry forward into that year for which we did not have a survey.
Dr. Ike?
Thank you. One more, if I might. Ms. Baker, would you envision that the council would need to establish a process for revisiting the PSC limits contained within the lookup tables in the future to ensure that the values are still relevant and adequately achieving their purpose of conserving the halibut resource?
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. I think that in going forward with this action, the council would be using the best information available, like it always does, to develop an action that meets all of the national standards. I don't understand or really, I couldn't see why we would commit to regularly evaluating the particular values of this unless there is some new information that develops that would warrant that, as with any other council action. I don't see this being any different than, for example, the other PSC limit programs we've established for Bering Sea Chinook and the Gulf of Alaska for Chinook salmon, for Bering Sea crab, for example. So I guess the short answer is no, Dr. Ike. I don't see any particular need for the council to revisit these lookup tables on any sort of regular basis. Again, only if new information arises to suggest that we might want to reconsider or reevaluate, I guess I should say, the action, just like we would any other action.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ike. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question, Ms. Baker, I appreciate the performance standard piece that you've included here, but I'm concerned that we're missing the aspect of the spatial distribution. We heard about this in public testimony, and it was gone into some in the draft EIS, but the spatial distribution of for area 4C, D, and E is still a concern, but it's not addressed here. So with this motion, we'd be making move away from an idea too that would allow staff to explore a performance standard for the amount of PSC that could be taken in area 4C, D, and E. And so I'm clear that that's the intention of the motion, to leave that out. I'm just asking if you could respond as to why you made that decision.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Down. Yes, you're correct in that that the proposed approach for spatial distribution is not included in this motion, and I did consider that. I think, as I mentioned earlier, I'm trying to really recognize the tools that the council has to work with respect to this action. And again, the council has authority over the BSAI-wide halibut PSC limit, in this case for the Amendment 80 groundfish fisheries. And while I have been and remain very concerned about reductions in the Area 4 directed halibut fishery catch limits, particularly in Area 4 CDE, as you mentioned, and anticipate that the ABM action that I'm proposing would reduce halibut mortality at low levels of halibut abundance compared to the status quo. I just, with the spatial distribution proposal, I have two main concerns. It's inherently a mismatch to try to develop a BSAI-wide halibut PSC management program that tries to have specific outcomes for an IPHC management area that is not even consistent with our NIMS management areas. I just really have a problem getting my mind around that, how we would develop a program and write regulations and actually implement something like that. I think the idea has merit in concept, but I'm not seeing how it flows or is consistent with a BSAI halibut PSC action. And so appreciate you bringing that up again. And so I feel like what I would like to focus on this action again is that I think the ABM action we're talking about here would reduce halibut mortality, particularly at low levels of abundance compared to the status quo, and that may provide more opportunities for the directed halibut fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And those are the tools that we can work with and that this council has authority to work with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, no, I was just saying thank you. That answers my question. I was just wanted that to be articulated by Ms. Baker as to why that wasn't included. She did a great job of answering that. So thank you very much, Ms. Baker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Baker. Thank you for the motion. Appreciate it. I just have one question, and I might have missed it when you were talking to it on the break point of 150,000 versus 130 that the AP had, or other numbers, and I'm just curious how you came up with the 150.
Ms. Baker.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Cross. And yeah, just a reminder, in the lookup table evaluated in the discussion paper, the council had originally proposed a 130,000 breakpoint between the low and high states for the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey. And when I read through the discussion paper that staff prepared to evaluate the council's motion, I looked at table 2-3, which is the comparison of survey index statistics for the proposed breakpoints. And looking at the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey, there's two different time periods in that table. The survey values from 1998 to 2019, and again for the time period 2010 through 2019. And the average survey values and the median survey values they differ between the two time periods, but they were closer to 150,000 than 130,000. And I thought it would be more appropriate to shift the breakpoint to 150,000 as closer to the median or average, because we are only looking at two different states for the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey, the low and high. Hopefully that answers your question, Mr. Cross.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cross. Okay, any additional questions on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, any amendments to the motion? Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two amendments. I think the first one I have not sent to staff, but I think it's pretty clean. Under alternative 3 in the first line, it would strike 20% and change it to 15%. With a second, I speak to that briefly.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Kimball.
I think, Mr. Chair, that was just a typo, and I think to get that cleanly out of the way and not have that come back to us,
more appropriate to have that line match the table, which only allows for a PSC limit in the highest of categories 15% above the current limit, not 20.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on that motion? Any amendments to the amendment? Or comments? Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward fix. Any opposition to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment passes. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did just send a second amendment to staff, and I'll need to read it from the screen.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Kimball.
Okay, there we go. So my amendment would be to add a new option 4 for consideration under all of the action alternatives, but mutually exclusive with options 2 and 3. And that new option 4 would read, PSC unused in 1 year may roll to the following year to increase the PSC limit generated by the lookup table up to 20%. Any PSC savings in excess of 20% would stay in the water. And with a second, I would speak to that briefly as well.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is, the exact right language, but I wanted to add this in as a new option 4 for consideration, another potentially simple type of buffer system in contrast with what Ms. Baker put on the table with option 3. So this is similar to the approach outlined in our discussion paper for one of the Gulf sectors that uses Chinook salmon PSC. And I think some of this stems from Mr. Twite's comments as well, that I think the performance standard in option 3 is absolutely worth exploring. I'm very supportive of that. I think in most cases, that annual limit and the PSC limit in the lookup table might be well below PSC use. And so I think the performance standard then functions less as an incentive and more as a penalty. So I'm a little concerned about that. I think there's time to clean that up if that doesn't work as well as we thought it would. But I'm concerned that we might have only on the table a performance standard that really doesn't work under constraining or very constraining PSC limits, as at least half of the cells in the tables seem to denote. So I was just looking to put forward another option. I don't think it's very complicated. I don't think it burdens the analysis, but it's one more potential buffer system that we have some experience with, at least in the Gulf of Alaska, that might well work if we don't move forward on a option 3 type of approach. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for this option. I appreciate it because I did conceptually like the carryover alternative, carryover approach that was described in the discussion paper for the Gulf of Alaska, but I was having a little trouble envisioning it under the ABM type program we're looking at, whereby PSC limits could change every year. So if I understand your amendment correctly, when we heard from Mr. Cunningham earlier, kind of his thoughts on how this type of carryover approach might work under the current ABM concept that we were looking at with the lookup tables, I remember him saying that in the Gulf of Alaska, there was this overall cap, the ESA specified cap for Chinook salmon, and so that's essentially what you were optimizing to, your sort of not to exceed limit over any time period. And so if I understand your amendment correctly, you have specified that the maximum amount, that sort of do not exceed level, you've specified that as 20% of the PSC limit generated by the lookup table. Am I understanding that correctly? That would be the hard limit on that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is my only question.
Mr. Twite?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. This gets at some of what I was thinking about. And so I think it's useful to have this as another way of looking at how to generate some incentives as well. One follow-up question to Ms. Baker's question. It is just a single year accounting. For instance, if the first year results in savings of over 20%, then there's all of that 20% just simply stays in that water. The balance book is erased, and then a new balance book is started the following year. There's no carryover of any of the first that stayed in the water into the next year. Am I correct? It's just a year-to-year accounting with no further carryover than that.
Correct, Mr. Chair. There's no more than a year. There's no cumulative PSC savings that could be applied to a future year. That's correct. And just to be clear, because I was trying to track your language to be sure that anything over and above 20% that is saved stays in the water. So trying to make that language very clear.
Second question is, it looks to me like you've done this in terms of actual fish. So one fish saved in 1 year is one fish the next year, even if you've moved in the lookup table from, say, a high down to a low high or something. It's still, and therefore you're applying it to a different PSC limit. It's still, you're just adding a fish. You're not moving a percentage, in other words, because the other way of doing it would be if you saved 1% in 1 year, then you get 1% the next year applied to whatever the PSC limit is for that year. So you could move either way in terms of raw fish numbers or in terms of a percentage.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, I did not contemplate or put forward the percentage. As you've described it, it's looking at halibut mortality, same as the units of the table.
I was thinking that sorry, Mr. Chair, if I might just follow up on that. If it were a percentage, that would actually be somewhat more abundance-based, because a fish earned in a year, say when you're high, but then applied to a year when you're low, that's sort of a more costly fish in that low year than it was in the year that you earned it, of the high, costly in terms of impact to the abundance.
That's possible. I just was clarifying that that's not what I put forward.
Okay.
An amendment would be necessary to make that change.
Yeah, I'm wondering about, well, I'm just trying to think about how you might do an amendment that would have the two sub-options, one either. I guess I can figure that out. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Further questions on the amendment? Okay, any amendments to the amendment? Mr. Twite.
So, Mr. Chair, I would move to amend the motion by inserting a sub-option. And I guess at the end of the first sentence, in parentheses, it would read sub-option either as a percentage, well, sub-option, percentage of PSC limit or numbers of fish below the PSC limit.
give...
Actually, sub-option percentage or numbers of fish.
And where specifically, Mr. Twite, did you want that placed?
It's right at the end of the first sentence before the period, parentheses, sub-option, percentage or numbers of fish. Get rid of the, oh, actually that works. Yeah.
Okay. That's how you would like it phrased, Mr. Twite?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second? Not hearing a second. Campbell.
Mr. Chair, I was in line to make a comment, but I don't think we measure halibut PSC in numbers of fish. Ever. And so I'm really confused by this amendment, and I don't know if you mean, I don't know what you mean. That's all.
Okay. Well, at this point,
thank you, Mr. Chair. I meant, excuse me, Ms. Campbell's correct. I was thinking in terms of biomass. I was thinking in terms of pounds of fish. Then I just, as opposed to percentage of a total, I was thinking of the actual amount of fish.
Okay.
And I understood from Ms. Kimball's answer that she was conceiving this in terms of the amount of fish.
Okay, then. So would you like to propose a different amendment as this one stands? It dies for lack of a second.
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty clear that at this point the council is not too interested in looking at this both ways. So I will accept that my amendment dies for lack of a second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further amendment to the amendment? Okay. Not seeing any comments on the amendment. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, which I understand, concerns me that currently, if there is a PSC bycatch savings in 1 year, there is a protocol in place that the IPHC looks at that, estimates the amount of fish that is expected to go to PSC bycatch in the following year. And if that number is low in a year, that fish then will increase the amount going to the directed fishery. What this amendment would do is it would take a portion of that fish and give it back to the users in the form of PSC in the following year. I'm concerned that this amendment takes away one of the few tools that the directed fishery has had in recent years, which is that they currently have a benefit if there's a low year. I think that fish should stay in the water. The IPHC should realize it's not going to be used as PSC in the following year. I think by raising the cap, of course, I'm not speaking to what the IPHC or how they might look at this, but I have concerns about that. And although I may be in the minority here, we'll see, but I'm going to oppose this. I think this is headed in the wrong direction, and it's not the intention. And Miss Kimball, I oppose this reluctantly. I realize the hard work and I have a great deal of respect for the work that you do and the type of formal intelligence that you bring forward into everything that you do. But and I don't like to oppose something that's just going to be analyzed. But in this case, I'm opposed to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to thank Ms. Kimball for the motion. As I understand it, this is another way, in addition to option 3, that the council could consider an effective performance standard program, if you will, for the Amendment 80 sector. I think, again, we recognize that all years are not created equal when it comes to groundfish tax, halibut encounters in the Amendment 80 fishery, and so I think I think this is another way to consider providing some flexibility again for those years when halibut encounters are higher or halibut are more difficult to avoid. And so I appreciate you putting it forward. I definitely think it's appropriate to analyze. And I guess just in terms of Mr. Down's comment, I don't fundamentally see this particular option working any differently than, say, option 3, because in terms of the IPHC process, I guess I was a little confused by that. My understanding is that toward the end of the year, the National Marine Fisheries Service provides the IPHC with an estimate of halibut PSC in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands for the interim meeting of the IPHC. And then, of course, for the annual meeting that takes place after the first of the year for the IPHC, we will have the final numbers for halibut PSC. And so for both options 3 and option 4, we will know how the Amendment 80 sector performed and therefore what our performance standard would allow for the next year. So maybe I wasn't understanding your concerns, but I guess I just wanted to say I don't share those same concerns, at least at this point. And if there are those concerns, I'm supportive of moving this forward for analysis so we can hear what those are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Baker. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be supporting this amendment. I appreciate Ms. Kimball bringing it forward. I think we had some discussion in our discussion paper about various incentive programs, and including those incentives in the analysis going forward is something that I'm interested in. And I think in particular, the reason that the council has looked to incentive programs in the past is because we want to incentivize bycatch avoidance under all scenarios. And in this case, when we know that we have a variety of potential scenarios and potentially not a strong correlation between encounter rates and abundance, I think it's even more important to make sure that we're always incentivizing bycatch avoidance. And I think the issue that I have potentially with option 3 is similar to that was expressed by Mr. Twite, which is that at this point, depending on the numbers that the council ultimately chooses from the lookup tables, it could end up not being an effective incentive. I think the same is true for this. If the council chooses relatively liberal bycatch limits, I think that this rollover provision could be inappropriate and to the concerns that Mr. Down expressed could end up being harmful to the directed fishery. I think if the council chooses very restrictive bycatch limits, it could potentially be a valuable tool. And I just would hate to foreclose on that right now at this stage in the discussion. I also think it's important to say that it doesn't just provide an incentive, but it actually could be used instead of the buffering approach that's an option in our motion now that would put the limit of 15 or 20%. This is a different way to provide some smoothing and buffering for the Amendment 80 sector. So I have a couple of reasons that I'm interested in at least taking a look at this stage in the analysis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I'll be supporting the motion, and I think it's a good complement to option 3 to look at both of those. I think one of the things we've seen and in the other examples, the importance of incentivizing performance as well as providing flexibility to the fleet. So I think it's, when you look at the alternatives, both of those will have differing effects, or at least in magnitude, according to the various alternatives. So looking forward to seeing the analysis. So thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Marks. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. The amendment. I will support the amendment to get the information that it generates, but my reservations are that it's only one percentage instead of a range of percentages. It would have been nice to see a broader range so that we could evaluate the impacts of that, and I think it also would have been better to consider a 10% rollover, which is the same as the directed fleet has with their IFQ shares. And I think when we're looking at incentives and ways to make operations more beneficial for different sectors, the more we can look at similarities and differences. It gives the impression of trying to be as fair as possible. But for the purpose of this document, where we'll get a look at this, and we can always change that percentage if the analysis shows that that's excessive. In the next iteration, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion so far, and if there was an amendment to put forward a lower percentage, I would be amenable to that in part because this is not, there's no magic to that 20%. I really wanted to keep this concept alive, and in part for the things that other council members have put on the record, that it really depends, the effectiveness of both option 3 and 4, the effectiveness in what you're intending in terms of incentives depend on the cells that are chosen in the tables. So under each of our alternatives. Those cells will also determine whether these are going too far in terms of providing negative impacts on the directed halibut fleet. So I'm not trying to forecast any particular outcome. I just felt like we needed both of those types of incentive programs on the table, and that's all I wanted to do, is continue to keep it alive for discussion, especially when I don't yet know what the cells in the tables will look like under our final alternative. So I appreciate the discussion, and I just hope we can get some analysis back to drive us closer to a final action. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments on the motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess, and further looking at the language that Ms. Kimball brought forward, the language is the way it's written. It says that that the lookup table would be up to 20%. So I would assume that from this discussion, should this amendment and motion pass, the staff would give us a range of options up to 20% as part of their normal analysis. So I don't think we need to be amending the motion and restricting the ability of the staff to do what's already contained in the motion. So just to make that clear.
That may actually be well, I'm not sure that it's as unprescriptive as that, but I suppose staff will take a look at this and bring back the discussion. So with that, looking for any further comments on the motion. Or Ms. Kimball, if you'd like to provide a little clarity on your intent there on whether that might allow staff to bring back less than a 20% option. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would not expect
staff to analyze a range. I certainly think if this went forward as it stands to final action, the council could choose something less than 20% because we will have the range of the lookup table, and then we will have a range of a rollover option up to 20%. But I don't want to dictate to staff how they would break that out or what they would provide back to us. I don't think that's appropriate unless we set that break point for them. I hope that makes sense.
It does. I think you explained that well. Okay. Any final comments on the amendment? We heard mixed opinions on this, so we better call the roll. Mr. Witherow.
Calling the roll on an amendment to add a new option 4. Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Cross.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
No.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau. Yes. Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Dr. Ike.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Thank you, Mr. Witherow. Ms. Kimball, did you have anything further? Okay. Any further amendments to the main motion? Okay. Seeing none, comments on the motion? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Comments on the main motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to thank Ms. Baker for the work that she put into putting this together, and I really wanted to thank our staff for the excellent presentations that we got and all the work that has gone into getting us to this point. And I think it's really important that at this point we have a motion in front of us that is going to allow us to move towards setting abundance-based limits for halibut PSC, which was the original goal of this council when the project was started. And I think this package that's before us is going to allow us to get an analysis back in a timely manner that is understandable to the members of the public who are going to be affected by this. That's very clear to council members what the impacts of our actions are going to be. I think we have a fair range of alternatives in this motion that range from some pretty big differences to the current limits to some options that are a bit more similar to how we normally do it or how we're currently doing it, and this will allow us to get back a pretty good contrast. So I just wanted to express my appreciation for the work that's gone into getting this package to where it is, but I do think that it is time for this council to adopt this motion, which brings us back to, I would say, a more traditional analysis that we're used to working with. I think it will allow us to proceed with this issue within the course of our normal business and at some point come to a conclusion about a final action that's an appropriate management action that's understandable and in compliance with our national standards. I think we still have a lot of big decisions to make, but I wanted to put on the record some of the reasons that I support going in this direction at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similarly, I want to thank Ms. Baker for the motion, and I I listened carefully to the public testimony and reviewed the written testimony, and in part, there's a sense of real urgency to take action, and I think the direction that Ms. Baker has provided for us gets us there quicker, gets us there in a more transparent fashion, allows us to look at the costs and benefits to this action in a way that maybe the public and the council itself are more familiar with. So we will better understand, I think, the impacts of our action, and I appreciate that very much. I certainly want to thank staff for all their work on this, and in my mind, I don't see that the work on the model was a wasted effort. I just listened very carefully to the presentation, not just in this meeting, but the previous meeting, about that the model is very good at comparing alternatives to each other. It's pretty good at the long-term effects of this particular action and the set of alternatives, but it wasn't very good at the short-term effects, and in particular, the scale of the directed fishery impacts is where most of the uncertainty lies. And so that was a bit troubling to me, and I think we'll be better positioned to bring forward kind of the fundamental conclusions that the model work gave to us into our new package, but using kind of our traditional RIR approach to assessing the impacts of the alternatives in the short to medium term. So I appreciate the move there. I know that was a difficult one as everyone's invested in this process and this model in particular, but I think it's the right direction for this action. I think it'll clarify some of the national standards that we're working toward balancing, and I think it will get us to a final action much more quickly. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, I really appreciate the motion, the work you put into it, and the thought you put into it. And I also want to go on record as expressing an admiration of the amount of analytical brain power that's been assembled by the working group for this. Learned a lot from that. And I think a lot of the tools they've developed will probably serve us well in the future also. I think at this point I will align myself completely with the statements of Ms. Campbell and Ms. Kimball in terms of this does look like the most viable path forward for a commitment that we made a long time ago that we do need to carry through. I look forward to the input from the Amendment 80 sector on these three tables and on the options, and how which of those tables and which of those options will help them make their halibut avoidance program and their proposed performance measure tools most effective. I'm still looking for ultimately a program, an abundance-based program that uses many of the co-op-based tools for effectiveness as possible, because I ultimately believe that's the best way to meet the objectives of this. And so I think we've laid down a challenge again in front of the Amendment 80 sector to give us input and feedback on what will make them the most successful.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I just want to express my support for it. I think it's very thoughtful, very pragmatic. I think, especially in light of such a complex issue that we've been dealing with, I think this will provide the transparency and a range of alternatives to move forward with the analysis and including the options. So very much support this, and also recognize all the staff work and input from stakeholders and work group. You know, certainly the model has been very informative on the implications of the changing in bycatch levels, and so that is not lost. That carries forward with what we're doing, and looking forward to the analysis of these four alternatives. Thank you.
Mr. Marks. Dr. Ike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Ms. Baker for this motion. I also want to thank the ABM work group staff for all the work that has gone into the analysis that have been prepared to date. Changes to the purpose and need statement help to refocus this analysis on PSC usage in the Amendment 80 sector. This revision is within the scope of the Notice of Intent to prepare an environmental impact statement that was published for this action in December 2017. I think that the complicated nature of the model-based approach has necessarily led to a prolonged discussion of the modeling components, including the assumptions, values used, and interpretation of consequences of the model output. And while these discussions have been helpful in elucidating the abilities of the model to index halibut PSC to abundance, they're also time-consuming. And given that this action has been repeatedly brought before the Council over the last 3 to 4 years, and the amount of public comment we've received expressing the urgency in which this action be finalized, it does seem that it's time for the Council to adopt a new approach that will help propel this action forward in a more timely manner. I also think that from an implementation and management perspective, I think this motion simplifies a number of management concerns for implementation. The lookup tables remove the need to rerun the model every year to generate a new PSC limit. We also don't need to worry about updating the model or making sure that someone on staff is fully fluent and up to date in how the model operates. We also, in drafting adequate regulations around the lookup table, that would be less complex than drafting regulations around the model-based approach. So thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Ike. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to thank Ms. Baker for the motion, and I want to speak to why this is an important decision and the right decision for this agenda item, which I've been involved with for the entire time that it's been before the Council. But before I do that, I'd like to thank the work group and the Council staff for their hard work on this issue. I've spent some time working with them early in the process, and I know how much effort and commitment they've made to this, and I appreciate it. It's clear from the 100-plus comments in our docket that stakeholders want abundance-based management. They want it to happen sooner than later, and they want some downward adjustment in PSC limits to provide greater opportunity for the directed fleet at times of lower abundance. And again, they want it sooner than later. I take every public comment seriously. That's what our job is. For those reasons, I support the state's direction on ABM at this meeting. I think we're continuing on a data-driven, iterative approach at solving a complex problem that has serious ramifications for many stakeholders all over Alaska and beyond. Ms. Baker's motion has set this agenda item on a path that will link PSC to abundance, reduce bycatch to the extent practicable, and likely provide more opportunity for sustained participation in the directed halibut fishery at times of lower abundance. I chose to support Ms. Baker's approach because I don't want the Pribilof Island small boat fleet or others in the region to face a shutdown of the directed fishery. I've been fortunate enough to spend some time teaching on St. Paul and St. Lawrence Islands, and I have not forgotten how dependent and culturally significant the directed halibut fishery is to the communities in the Bering Sea. I hope this action passes, and when it moves forward, I hope we prioritize it at staff tasking to get some results sooner than later.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief. I don't have really much more to add than what I've heard, but as the council member who did propose shifting the analytical approach from the MSE to the more traditional approach, I wanted to just say that my motivation for doing that is exactly consistent with what I've heard from other council members here. It is not at all a reflection on the staff work that has gone into that model or even the merits of an MSE process. I think for the reason many council members have described, that MSE process is just not necessarily a good fit with our council process. And as many council members have mentioned, just the public request for transparency and timeliness for this action is really what I was intending to respond to. And so I just wanted to clarify that as well, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further comments? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Ms. Baker for her depth of work in this. It was very good and it helped me a lot and understand what's going on with this process on the halibut ABM. Also, always amazed at the depth that the staff goes into when they analyze some of the different motions that we're working on. It's just incredible. I appreciate all their hard work too, and also want to thank Ms. Kimball for her alternative number 4. It made it a little bit better motion, I thought, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Any additional comments before we vote? Okay, I don't see any. Just I'd like to thank Ms. Baker and align myself with all the comments from the council today, and certainly appreciate the tremendous amount of work from staff and the work group and all the participants. It's been an incredibly long road to get to where we are today. Still have some places, quite a bit of movement to make from here, but certainly hopeful that this sets us on a path to get across the finish line. So very much appreciate the work to get us here and in a position to vote today, which we are about to do. Final comments? If not, let's try this. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Anything further? Okay. Great. That concludes agenda item C6. We still have an hour left. Let's just stand down for a couple of minutes and let staff get prepared to start us on C5. Then come back in just a couple minutes. And while we're waiting here, I'll invite administrative staff to make sure that we do have the appropriate presenters coming online, and it looks like we do. Ms. Ferdinand, are you going to be leading us through? Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Evans. Right. Ms. Ferdinand, are you leading this?
This is Kate Hoppola with council staff, and if you're ready, I can introduce the agenda item.
Yes, Dr. Hoppola.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Again, this is Kate Hoppola with council staff, and before you today is the C5 agenda item. You'll be receiving a presentation from Jennifer Ferdinand and Jeff Mayhew with the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division on the 2021 draft annual deployment plan for observers and electronic monitoring. Following that presentation, you'll receive the report for the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee, or the PCFMAC. I will be giving that report, and you'll also be receiving the Trawl EM Committee report from Diana Evans. Today, the Council will have the opportunity to make recommendations to NIMS related to the draft 2021 ADP and the direction of other related fishery monitoring issues. The final 2021 ADP will be available for the Council at the December meeting. And then finally, just as a reminder, the 2021 draft ADP, the presentations, and the committee reports are all available for the Council on the e-agenda page. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ferdinand.
Thank you, Dr. Hopla. Good afternoon, Ms. Ferdinand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the Council. Thanks for fitting us in this afternoon. Hopefully this won't be quite as a big agenda item as Helen at ABM. So although we're here really to talk about the 2021 draft annual deployment plan, I would be remiss without setting the stage because we did not obviously have a normal 2020 deployment. So I just want to set the stage as to what happened between January, or really December, when we presented the final ADP coverage numbers and what we actually are doing this year. So on March 24th, the NOAA Fisheries issued an emergency rule that allowed waiving observer coverage if there were conditions on the ground like restrictions of travel or otherwise complications getting into the field due to COVID-19, or we could issue waivers due to a lack of observers. So many of the observer programs across the nation ceased all of their observer preparation work, their briefings and trainings. And so therefore there was real concerns about observer shortages. In Alaska, we only delayed our training for 3 weeks while the Fisheries Monitoring Analysis Division staff completely re-engineered all observer training and briefing requirements to have those happen mostly in a virtual environment and reducing the amount of staff and observer interaction down to the absolute minimum for trainees. Mainly we're just doing our at-sea safety training in person and our fish taxonomy, and that's happening at very small group levels on campus here in Seattle. So we weren't really in the situation of having wide-scale observer shortages. And that we really focused making sure we had enough observers for the full coverage fisheries. So the emergency rule was largely applied to the partial coverage fisheries. So the observer coverage for those partial coverage vessels was waived on March 26th as part of this emergency rule. And the waiver for that waiver was lifted for vessels operating from the port of Kodiak pretty quickly on April 20th, partly because the observer provider contractor AIS had a fairly large number of observers that were in the port of Kodiak and that had been there for a long enough amount of time that they had already been in the community and really posed no additional risk than any other community member. We also wanted to make sure that we were preserving enough observers in Kodiak for the full coverage rockfish fishery that was soon to open. Then the waiver for plans operating all the other ports was lifted on June 28th. That was after we completely redesigned the deployment plan model to be a space-based model with 13 additional ports in addition to Kodiak, where observers would come into the port and have a port fidelity. So this reintroduction of the partial coverage fishery observers was done on this port-specific 14 on these 14 ports, but also with a 14-day quarantine period. We did have to negotiate a change to the contract to ensure that quarantine pay could be added. The 14 ports are listed here in this slide. There are a couple of asterisk ports, and that's because although
we should be able to deploy observers out of those ports and that most of the conditions would be favorable to do so. There are still some logistical issues. For example, in Akutan, the local government will not let the observers complete their 14-day quarantine on site. So because we've established a port-specific quarantine that can't actually be done in Akutan, that port is currently missing. We haven't taken it off the list because we're hoping that conditions might change. So that's just an example of some of the challenges that have just faced us with partial coverage. So shoreside observers are still being deployed now with these COVID-19 protocols, and we're trying to limit the data loss associated with it. Part of that is also that we've placed additional observers at shoreside processing facilities. So particularly in the pollock fishery, shoreside observers are now taking the place of what a vessel observer would traditionally do. So vessel observers would disembark their boat and follow that catch into the processing facility to take information, particularly on salmon and stream of origin genetic samples. So to ensure the safety of the shoreside processors, we're not having the observers disembark the vessel and going with the fish because that would now be mixing people. So we've put additional observers into those shoreside plants, and that will hopefully minimize some data loss associated with a change in sampling protocols. So that's kind of where we stand today. We have additional vessels or additional shoreside observers, and there is no fleet-wide waiver. We are deploying out of those 14 ports, sort of, and that sets the stage for what Jeff is going to talk about now, and this is the 2021 draft annual deployment plan. So Jeff, you want to take it away? Uh-oh, Jeff has dropped. I hope he's still there. There he is. We're having all kinds of wind events, and so we've all been struggling with power outages on and off today. So if we suddenly disappear, it's not because of you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayhew.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Sorry about that. Just had to turn off my VPN and rejoin this, so I should be all set. I'm going to be presenting the analyses for the 2021 draft annual deployment plan, and this sort of analyses that Craig Fons, Phil Gans, and I prepared to decide how may we deploy our monitoring resources in the partial coverage category. So just to kind of refresh everybody with how this process works, we usually kind of start with a preliminary budget for our monitoring resources. We come up with a couple different scenarios and strategies for deploying those resources, and we try to come up with ways of evaluating and comparing kind of these crosses between these scenarios and monitoring strategies. This is what's typically done in the draft EAP, but I wanted to kind of highlight a couple of the new things that we've done in this kind of in these draft versions and kind of contrast to what we usually do in the final. We, in this version, added our effort predictions to the draft. Typically, we're doing our effort predictions for the final. But because any sort of effort prediction using COVID year as kind of the inputs, it's kind of hard to tell if the outputs are going to be really reasonable. So taking into account and acknowledging that any of these predictions are going to be probably have a lot more, I guess, lack of clarity, we've added kind of a guess factor. And so all of our predictions of fishing effort, we kind of randomly every single iteration either have somewhere between up to 25 more trips to 25 fewer trips, just to kind of add up some variability in all of our estimates. So just to acknowledge that this is kind of a weird year. Also, as mentioned before, we kind of have to adjust to having kind of a port-based trip deployment strategy. So even though we have kind of 14 points, we've excluded Akutan from these analyses. We're just assuming that at least in this next year, we would like to deploy the Akutan, that we're just going to continue under the assumption that this is going to be continue to be a logistical issue. The gap analyses that you may be familiar with from the observer fee analyses that we've done and the prior version of the ADP from last year, typically call them gap analyses. I've elected to kind of rebrand it as a simulated analysis. I just want to highlight that the analysis is essentially the same, and it's kind of the tool that we use, one of the tools that we use to evaluate our different scenarios and allocation schemes. But I also tried to present them in a more simplified way. Another thing I want to highlight, but just as a mention, is that we've added a new analysis to kind of get at the question of, is the data collection that we are kind of simulating is adequate to perform the needs of stock assessments? And so I'm not going to go into too much detail for the results of these analyses. They're really kind of in incipient stages in terms of how the analysis goes, but if you're more interested in what we found with that, you can just refer to the text. But I'm not going to go into too much detail for the result of that. So jumping right in, we looked at kind of 3 different main scenarios, and so I'm just going to try to highlight the purpose of each one now. Scenario 1 is really just kind of a baseline from which we can compare to, and it's assuming a state of future fiction where we don't have a withdrawal EM-EFP, we don't have any sort of fixed EM program, and there's no COVID-19 protocols in place. And so you can imagine it's just the observer pool and zero pool, and that the observers are our only resource for collecting monitoring data, and we have been restricted by which ports we deploy observers out of. You can kind of imagine this as like the way the observer program might have looked years ago. Scenario 2 is going to be kind of our most close to the status quo. It's kind of the most closest expectation of reality. And so we are, do have a withdrawal EM-EFP, so we've accounted for how a lot of those, approximately half of pelagic trips have moved into this EFP. It's also assuming that we have 169 vessels in the fixed gear EM pool. And it's also assuming that any observers that we do deploy are only going to be able to be deployed from the list of 13 ports. Now, scenario 3 is going to be just a lot like scenario 2, really the only difference being that the fixed gear EM pool has been kind of tweaked in this case, and I can kind of highlight what this optimized pool and how we got there. So this scenario 3 is really trying to look at how can we find perhaps a way of making a more cost-efficient fixed gear EM program, and we can find cost efficiencies by just having a smaller program, meaning fewer boats. And so what we did here is we looked at kind of prior fishing from the past 3 years. We found vessels that fished more often, so that they made more trips per year. This is really under the assumption that there is kind of overhead cost of existing as an fixed gear EM vessel, and those are coming from the equipment and installation costs. And if vessels do not fish at all, really, that the cost that's sunk into providing the VM system-based boats is actually more expensive than it would be if they were to be in the observer pool, with a 15% selection rate. So even though we given our best estimates of observer costs and fixed gear EM costs, so the analysis that we did looked at it as kind of a break point between deciding whether a boat was more efficient as an EM vessel or as an observer vessel. So kind of, I don't want to go into too much detail for this, but essentially we're able to come up with a fixed gear EM pool that fishes the same number of days, but it's done with fewer vessels. And by having fewer vessels in this program, there was, I guess, an average estimated yearly savings of approximately $128,000. So we didn't really move this presumed savings back into the budget or anything, but it's just trying to look at one step of moving forward is, can we come up with some way of finding cost efficiencies in how we're using the most effective and cost-effective monitoring tool. So in addition to each of these 3 scenarios, as usual, we are investigating how the different allocation schemes perform for each of these scenarios. And so as usual, we have the equal rates allocation scheme and the 15% plus optimized allocation scheme, where optimization is done on discards, Chinook PSC, and halibut PSC. So really we kind of have 6 different versions that we'll be exploring here. So before we kind of look into those scenarios, I just want to highlight that these scenarios do have slightly different budget scenarios going on. So we'll call in scenario 1, if there's no fixed gear EM pool, all the funds are going towards observer coverage. And so if we have the way that we calculate our expected budget is by looking at, can we float and the observer program for the next 5 years. And so, well, in this case, I guess it's 2024. That's the end of the contract that's currently in place. And so we had an estimated budget of around $4.5 million that could be supported, supporting the same size program for the next 4 or so years. And what that came out to is we were able to afford approximately 2,900 observer days. Recall that the contract, we are required to purchase around 2,000 base days. So the 906 option days that are purchased on top of that, those are purchased at a lower rate. And because we can purchase more option days, that it lowers the observer cost per day. On top of that, even though we don't have the fixed QEM program with a trolley and EFP, there is still adequate days to reach that 15% hurdle. So on average, we had around 121 optimized days in scenario 1. Now, scenarios 2 and 3 have a very slightly different budget, just the way that the kind of EM costs and observer costs are calculated over a 5-year period. But I guess I can just say that the budget's very similar, except that we're allocating a $1 million budget towards fixed gear EM systems. That leaves around $3.5 million for the observer coverage. So when we look at that, we see that we can afford 2,000 days on average, but really we can only afford around 4 option days. That means that if we can't afford more option days, that we are able to afford a minimum size program. That also means that it's the most kind of expensive program per day because cheap option days can't be afforded. And now even with the trolley and the EFP and with fixed QEM shrinking effectively the size of the observer pool, this still is only around the 15% hurdle is able to be afforded, but there's only around 20 to 30 optimized days that can be purchased on average. And so you can see that the observer cost per day is higher in scenarios 2 and 3 relative to scenario 1. And that really is coming with the fact that if we're going to be using the same budget towards both observer and fixed gear EM systems, that there's going to be that trade-off. So cutting to the chase, because I know everyone just wants to see what rates we're able to afford, it's going to be jumping straight to this figure. And so we're showing each of our scenarios, kind of what the different components of that scenario are. We have 2 different allocation schemes, and then we're just running straight into our strata and the monitoring rates that are afforded. So on average, really, the monitoring rates are just around 15%. If they're falling below 15% in this table, it's really just because it's being averaged over many iterations. And if we're looking at the 15% plus optimization allocation scheme, because pot and hook and line strata, don't get as high of optimization as trawl relatively. In cases where our estimated fishing effort is, once again, remember that we've put in estimates of fishing effort as having additional 25% trips or up to 25% fewer trips, that can cause kind of greater fluctuations to these average rates. But really what I wanted to highlight here is that whenever we're considering scenarios 2 and 3 where we have port-based deployment in response to COVID-19, that if we aren't able to deploy observers from all of our ports, what we're effectively doing is we're shrinking our sampling frame or shrinking the number of trips from which it's possible for us to collect samples. So if our sampling frame is being shrunk and we still want to afford a 15% or up to an 18.5% monitoring rate, in order to really achieve those rates, what we have to do is we have to apply a correction to what rates that we actually program into odds. So if we have a larger proportion of trips that are no longer within a sampling frame, the trips that are currently still existing in a sampling frame have to get sampled at a higher rate in order to achieve the global kind of strata-specific goals of our monitoring rate. So knowing that, especially with a case where Accutane is not accessible as a port from which we can deploy at this point, we see kind of a lopsided effect on port-based sampling, where pot and trawl trips generally are, especially, I guess I'm just going to highlight pot trips, around 35 to 40% of those trips and pot or outside of a sampling frame. That means we have to apply a heavier correction, 23% or so to pot in order to achieve a global pot strata-specific monitoring rate of around 15%. I also want to highlight that even though some of those trips from Aquitaine are trawl trips, in addition we do have the Pollock trawl ESP operating too. So of the really that 90% is really being only applied to around half of the Pollock trips in this case here. So how do we try to evaluate how these different programmed rates and monitoring rates, how does it really result in a better or worse system for monitoring our fisheries? And so, as I mentioned before, our gap analyses are now being rebranded as similarity analyses. And what this purpose of this analysis is to just try to get a handle on to what extent are the estimates that we're making, are those being based on data that is similar to the thing that it's trying to make predictions for. So what we try to do in this analysis is that we look at proximity in time and space. So if we're trying to make estimates and our trips are very different from kind of where we're able to get our samples, we're going to be making kind of bigger assumptions about our estimates. There's going to be bigger assumptions built into our estimates. And that if we're able to have data that's very close in time and space to our the trips we're trying to make estimates for, that we can have a higher level of confidence that those estimates are representative. So if we wanted to think about like fixed gear EM, for instance, EM systems, the EM systems collect count data, but the EM pools also rely on the average weight data that's collected from observers. And so we want to make sure that not only is there kind of a good similarity of monitored EM trips to other unmonitored EM trips, we want to make sure that there's also good similarity in general between all EM trips and the observer pool that is also that it depends on for average weight data. So we take each of these scenarios, we run both allocation schemes on both of them, and then we run this similarity analysis. And this is really performed at kind of a fishery level defined by gear, trip targeted FMP. So really across all of our scenarios and allocation schemes, we can look at kind of our 6 different resulting scores and be able to make some relative comparisons between them. So this is kind of 2 different summary figures to show the results of those similarity analyses. On the left, we're mostly just focusing on the similarity of the observer pool to other trips within the observer pool, the EM pool, and the zero coverage pool. And on the right, we have the results of the similarity analyses looking at the EM pool relative to other EM pool trips. And what these tables are trying to show is how well do these different system analyses perform relative to these different scenarios and allocation schemes. And long story short, the lighter the color of these tiles, of these heat maps, the better the score is. And the way this is done to make these comparisons are within each row, which is defined by the gear, the fishery target, and the FMP. The highest score within each of these kind of 6 different scenarios and allocation schemes together gets the highest score, and everything else is kind of relative to that highest score. So what we're able to see is kind of the biggest differences between how much do the scenarios have an effect on our ability to get representative data, and how much can the allocation schemes differ from one another. So I said before, just focus on the lighter is better, darker is worse. We have within our table and figure on the left here, we notice that the effect of the scenario is a lot more strong than the allocation scheme. And I just want to reiterate that in scenarios 2 and 3, even though we are able to afford some optimized days, it's really not so many that it has as great of an effect as just, do we have to have a port-based deployment, or do we have a fixed EM program, or do we have a trawl ESP? So really the kind of the relative differences between our 2 allocation schemes is very minimal in the grand scheme of things here. And that's just because our budget isn't really adequate to afford a very large difference between our allocation schemes. I also want to highlight that really kind of the lopsided effect of not being able to deploy observers at Aquitaine is going to have a disproportionate effect, especially on the ability to get kind kind of observer data for Pacific cod trips in the Bering Sea for both pot and trawl trips. So if we kind of look at kind of the relative difference between scenario 1, where we have our highest score, we kind of see these larger decreases in our similarity scores. That is, our ability to get representative data is diminished just by virtue of the fact that we aren't able to deploy out of every port that we would like to. I also want to highlight here that when we're looking at the trawl-pollock GOA domain, that even if between scenarios 1 versus 2 and 3, where we do have this pollock-trawl EFP, even though we've effectively removed half of the pollock trips and moved them into the EFP, it really has almost no effect on the similarity scores. And that's because pollock trips, they occur in a very small scale of time and space. It's a very large fishery that happens in a small spatio-temporal scale. So even though we've removed half those trips, we're still able to get the estimates that we're generating are still going to be considered to be pretty representative. To kind of highlight what the scenario 3 was for was when we built this kind of optimized EM pool, in addition to finding cost efficiencies, we also wanted to make sure that the vessels that fish within scenario 3 that we elect to put into the EM pool, that they fish in a way that's not going to cause kind of large gaps or diminish similarity scores. And so you can see that at least within these observer to EM comparisons, that is kind of our representatives of that average weight data, that scenario 3 does it shows an improvement in the ability to get representative data for those EM pool trips. There are going to be some trade-offs because a lot of the monitoring with EM was kind of shifted to some of these areas where that similarity was a little bit lower. So it's really just kind of a reorganizing of where the EM monitoring is distributed within the EM fixed gear fleet. So even though the average weight scores improve, it does come with some drawbacks as well. So the EM to EM similarity decreases in some cases too. So it's just kind of, I think, trying to highlight that there are different ways that we could be using our EM systems, not only to perhaps find cost efficiencies, but also just to make sure that it's being used in a way that the data is going to be more representative, and that is our estimates going to be more reliable. So just to kind of summarize everything here, I just want to reiterate that even though funding looks like it's efficient to afford both the 1 million fixed EM program and a minimum 2,000-day observer program, there isn't a whole lot of extra money to do a lot more than that, whether it's to afford cheaper option days or for being able to spend extra days on optimizing on PSC halibut discards. Also want to note that port-based trip deployment is, it's obviously a necessity for safety reasons, but it is going to cause a couple different things. It's going to be causing an inability to get representative data in some cases, just because it's going to be harder to get observer data from places that are not in that 14 port list. And it's also going to cause kind of a needed adjustment to the trips that are still within our sample frame, that they're going to actually have to get sampled at a higher rate to compensate for other trips and ports being removed from the sample frame. Scenario 3 showed just kind of one super rough way of trying to kind of reimagine how fixed gear EM tools can be used that can result in not only increased cost efficiencies, but reduced dissimilarities in the data and higher representativeness. But I also wanted to stress that, this scenario 3, it's operating on the assumption that, NIMS would be selecting which boats go into EM or not. And that's obviously not the way things are currently working. So I just want to stress that it is a hypothetical, but what this is really just trying to show is these are just kind of the bounds with which we're working with, that there is a realm in which we can, there's room for improvement, I guess, is one thing that I just wanted to highlight there. And then lastly, that the trawl-pollock EM EFP really does a good job of effectively removing a lot of trips from the observer pool that results in a higher afforded selection rate for those remaining trips. And it seems to be able to do this without large kind of decreases in our ability to collect representative data for the black trawl fisheries. Obviously, there's limited funds that are being used for the black trawl EMESP, at least from the standpoint of how the observer fee is being used. But I think that it's something that I think that really makes a big difference in being able to afford the minimum size program and reach that hurdle. Kind of just taking some time to look forward. Obviously, in this version of the ADP, a lot of us were, last year maybe imagining that we have more work done and really trying to work towards this kind of, in quotes, integrated observer EM and document monitoring program. And so I just want to acknowledge that this is something that we've been wanting to do, and we were a little bit hamstrung with needing to deal with COVID-19 and how do we adjust for that. But I think that hopefully scenario 3 kind of gave you some idea as to how we can perhaps find a way to use the best data available to find out which monitoring tool is the most cost-effective and efficient for collecting the kinds of data that we need. Obviously, we need to make balances between collecting data for stock assessments and catch accounting and acknowledging that the different monitoring tools do different things. And so being able to come up with some way of trying to make analyze the cost between those two is really important in the decision for how we want to distribute those monitoring tools. So the data that was used in coming up with this 30-day cutoff, I can acknowledge that it's somewhat out of date, but it's also the best data that we have right now. If the data is not provided in a super fine level of granularity, at least for the analyses that we would like to do. So it's something I think that we really need to maybe prioritize moving forward as far as finding which tools are more cost effective. This also comes with the idea that we wanted to reevaluate the zero pool. I think that as we get better cost data, we find that we can identify vessels that are just not cost effective to monitor with either tool. Sometimes it's better just to be in the observer pool, in the zero pool, and not the observer or the EM pools. The other thing that we want to do also is that, obviously we have this capability of collecting lots of count data on these EM vessels, and currently that data is only being applied towards EM vessels. That's just the way that catch accounting stratifies this data. But the analysis needs to be done to see to what extent can we use count data from EM vessels to help generate estimates for non-EM trips, whether that's for the observer pool or zero pool. So this is just something that a lot of care needs to be put into evaluating kind of this third bullet here, but we do have the opportunity to do that, hopefully with some extra really time and computing power. So with that, I'm going to wrap up my presentation on the draft 2021 ADP analyses, and I'm going to hand it back over to Jennifer Ferdinand.
Thanks, Jeff. Certainly, as Jeff noted, we are not in a perfect year, and there are very limited moves that we could make in a new annual deployment plan. So our recommendations are not going to be particularly, they're going to look very familiar to you. So for our fixed gear EM selection pool, first, this is not actually a recommendation, this is actually a regulation that the requests to opt in or out of the EM selection pool for the following year do have to be received through our odds database by November 1st, 2020. So we will, and this part is new. We've had a few vessels that have been in the EM pool for a while, and we've found trouble, they're having trouble adhering to the approved vessel monitoring plan. We want to take this year and potentially future years to put those vessels on alert that they aren't adhering to their approved VMP, and that if they aren't able to come into compliance with that VMP, that they may not be eligible to participate in the EM pool for the following year. It's a very limited number of boats right now, and sometimes it can take quite a long time to be selected, see a problem that actually causes us to lose data, get
feedback to the operator. Then they have to be selected for yet another trip and show the improvement. So sometimes that can take a long time, particularly with a low selection rate of only 30% in the EM pool. We do expect this year to maintain our EM pool size from 2020. If there is funding to bring in new boats, we certainly are open to that. If there's funding that is not sufficient to accommodate all the vessels that do request to be in the EM selection pool, we're going to prioritize their placement by first selecting vessels that are already equipped with EM systems. We do have a few boats still out there that participated in past years but are not currently in the pool. So just they didn't want to, or they didn't opt in to participate under the regulated program, although they were involved in the pre-implementation years. Secondly, we'll look at vessels that are cost-effective for EM and unlikely to introduce these large data gaps. So where those vessels typically fish and how much they typically fish, we'll take a look at those criteria. And then finally, we want to make sure that we're prioritizing vessels that are in the smallest vessel category, that 40 to 57.5 foot length, where carrying an observer is problematic for either bunk space or life raft limitations. For the trawl EM selection pool, we'll continue to support that trawl EM EFP. I think we'll hear a little bit about their potential to expand in the coming year. And we did increase the shore-based observer coverage. That primarily is due to COVID-19 protocols, but we have found that it has a significant benefit to the EM EFP as well, because there's enough observers at the shoreside processing plants so as to be able to sample all the different deliveries coming in and just applying different sampling strategies, whether it's an EM EFP vessel or a trawl vessel that did have a vessel observer assigned to it. So it does allow more data to be collected shoreside and has really boosted that part of the EM EFP. So I guess it's the one silver lining that I've seen through COVID. Our recommendations for vessel coverage, for observer coverage, would be the 3 sampling strata for the deployment of observers. So typical that we've seen in past years, the hook and line vessels that are greater than 40 feet, top vessels greater than or equal to 40 feet, and then trawl vessels. We are still recommending a port-based deployment. Jeff pointed out some of the constraints on the agency and on the data that a port-based deployment model presents, but it's certainly worth it for the safety of the vessels, the communities they're operating in, and for the observers. And then consistent with our current regulatory authority, we will still be able to release trips on a trip-by-trip level if a vessel is selected and we're unable to provide an observer that meets the safety requirements. We are recommending the 15% hurdle plus the optimization based on discarded groundfish, halibut PSC, and Chinook PSC. This is only a preliminary ADP. This is the draft. So with our preliminary budget and our estimated total expenditures of $4.46 million, we're expecting to be able to cover the hook and line and pot vessels at 15%, the trawl vessels at 18.5%, and as Jeff noted, that's just the vessels that are not participating in the EM/EFP. The fixed-gear EM vessels would continue to be selected at 30%, and those trawl EM/EFP vessels are carrying their cameras and turning them on 100% of the time, and they have supplemental information collected shoreside. So just remember, these will differ in our final ADP once we finalize the data set to the extent possible from this year and tune up the final budget. We recommend the no selection pool to be the same as in past deployment plans, composed of the fixed gear vessels that are less than 40 feet and vessels fishing with jig gear, and also the vessels that are voluntarily participating in our EM innovation and research program. We did have some interested vessels that did fish in this in past years, some of those boats have switched over to pot gear. Our current EM innovation camera systems do not capture pot gear very well, so we're only considering vessels fishing with longline gear to be part of the EM innovation and research fleet in 2021. And that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand and Mr. Mayhew. Let's see if there's any questions before we move on to the PCS MAC report. Oh, Ms. Kimball.
I just had a quick one, Mr. Chair, and if Ms. Ferdinand, if you could remind us of the level of participation anticipated in 2021 for the trawl EFP. I don't know if you got to that in the presentation. I'm trying to gauge, what that level of participation is like for partial coverage, and then what's left in the trawl sector under partial coverage to be covered under the Human Observer Program.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. I don't have a number off the top of my head. I'm not sure. I'm looking to see if Josh Keaton is on the line, and he may be able to G-chat it to me really quickly. There are going to be, I thought, somewhere between 4 and 6 new vessels coming in 2021 for the partial coverage trawlers for the trawl EM EFP. And Kate may actually cover that level of detail as well in her upcoming trawl EM, Diana may cover it in the trawl EM EFP committee report.
Okay, thank you. And a follow-up, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to also get the sense, the deployment plan that you provided in this draft and what we switched to mid-year in 2020, port-based deployment, that's a temporary or considered a temporary situation, but is the plan for FMA, despite what happens with COVID in 2021, to keep that deployment plan in through 2021, or is there an opportunity to shift mid-year if that becomes available?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we really, it was an enormous lift to redo a deployment plan in March only. March and April, just 3 months after we had just done one, and then still do one for 2021. So I don't foresee changing midstream. We do have the opportunity to add ports, and that's something we can do without too much hassle, and you'll see we would just be adding ports, but it would still be a port-based deployment model for the remainder of the year.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask about one of the final points you made, which is that the plan is to have the zero selection pool be similar to in the past. And one of the items from the Council's June motion on observers was a strong recommendation that you evaluate different criteria to define the zero selection pool that would meet data needs while improving cost efficiency. And so I want to ask this question in the context of recognition and appreciation for everything that the program has done to keep things going in the time of COVID. But I would like to know if there's been any progress on that council priority.
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, as you noted, we did have to pivot a lot and redo an entire annual deployment plan. It's not, it isn't a trivial matter. So to do essentially 3 of them in less than 9 months' time is more than my staff could take on. So there has not been any further work other than what you see here in the annual deployment plan as far as evaluating the zero coverage. That is still on the to-do list, as you saw on one of the slides Jeff presented. And the big issue for us was to look at what was the most efficient place to put the covered vessels. And as Jeff noted, there are opportunities for us to move vessels that are currently in the EM fleet or even in the observer fleet back into the
zero selection pool if that is the most cost-effective place for them to be. But no, I didn't get any additional staff resources, and as you pointed out, we got lots of extra work, so there's been no further information provided other than what's in this ADP.
I thank you. I appreciate that, and I do hope you took the question in the spirit it was intended, which was in the context of how difficult and different things have been for everyone. Do you have an estimate of when there might be an opportunity to make some progress on that item? Would the first time that we would expect to see that be when we see the draft of the 2022 deployment plan, or just can you give me some thoughts on that?
Thanks. Through the chair, that's a good question. It would most likely, the first place we could incorporate it would be in that 2022 deployment plan, and I would hope that it would be an iterative process through the PCFMAC, the Partial Coverage Fisheries Monitoring Advisory Committee, and the agency, so that by the time we were presenting it to the council, we had a sense of where the communities were coming from and the stakeholders. So I would expect we'd be able to make some progress in that, but even it will be iterative. So this option of what is the right way to define the zero coverage pool in an easily definable manner. I mean, one really great aspect about the length of your vessel is it does not change very often, right? That means it takes a lot to change the length of a boat. However, something like fishing history can change, and often does. Which permit holders are fishing on a particular vessel changes. So this idea of reevaluating it is something we are very committed to. But reevaluating it under what criteria have not really been hammered out. And I would hope to get a lot of information from the PCFMAC before we launched something into an annual deployment plan that has ramifications for either pushing, both pushing more folks into or different folks into the zero selection pool and potentially shifting people from that pool. So we don't want to do anything that folks don't know or is coming. And as we all know, there's very little time between the draft annual deployment plan being provided in October and the final numbers being presented in October. So I would imagine that we would need to do that in some other document.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayhew, a question about some of the costs, the daily costs that you were showing in the presentation. It looks like that we're still projecting daily EM costs that are 200 a day or more greater than human observer costs. And there was a note there about a fair amount of that was hardware purchase. I guess I was struggling first off to figure out what hardware purchase was getting rolled into that. Is there now is there that much hardware purchase going on just to service the vessels that are in the current EM pool? Because most of them have come in just in the last couple of years, and their hardware should be still pretty good. What's the nature of that hardware purchase? And then sort of a second question is, both of those costs this year, both the human and the EM, were up again. Is that in part just the COVID related? I know that costs have surged like crazy because of the COVID related. And should we be looking at those as primarily just a 1-year blip, or do you think that's where the costs are going to be settling in?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. First of all, I think when you were talking about the EM costs, did you say they were? I'm a little bit confused about what you were saying about the EM.
one of your tables showed both EM costs of over $1,700 a day and human observer costs of over $1,500 a day. And I was working off.
Oh, right. So those were observer costs. Those weren't EM costs in that table. Those were all just observer costs. So in scenario one, there was a lower cost per day for observers, but then in scenarios 2 and 3, that observer cost per day increases. I don't recall a different table. I don't recall showing a table in this presentation for EM costs.
Okay, that was confusing, but there was a reference to EM costs being affected by hardware purchase.
Right, and I can go into more detail with how we use the best estimates of EM costs. So when we're trying to, because when we made the optimized pool, we wanted to first identify which vessels are more cost-effective as EM vessels versus observer vessels. And so using the assumption that we've been working on for the past few years that when vessels get wired to EM system, that there's an approximate $10,000 hardware cost and that the hardware has a lifespan estimated to be around 5 years. At the same time, that hardware costs are really kind of these boxes, right? And that those are purchased at around an 80% rate of the total size of the pool. So we have approximately 80% of these hardware purchased to support a slightly larger number of vessels within the EM pool. So kind of factoring those costs in, we can then come up with kind of a base. This is the cost of being within the EM pool, coupled with some of our cost estimates for each day monitored on an EM vessel and estimates of deployment rates for both for EM systems, which is currently at 30%. That gives us an estimate of how much it costs to operate as an EM vessel, because we now have costs of kind of review and also kind of those overhead costs of hardware that first go in. I just want to preface this that, these hardware costs, those were all really covered by, external funds. Those weren't being covered by the observer fee. Looking forward, we've had this fixed EM program for several years. There's no understanding that, if we come up with to these 5-year lifespans, that we're going to be continuing to have external funds update any hardware costs that reach the end of its life. So the operating assumption is that those hardware costs will need to be supported from the observer fees, the ex-vessel fees. So that's really, I think, where we were trying to come from with looking ahead at how can we find ways to have, find cost efficiencies for a fixed-gear EM fleet under the premise that we are going to have to start funding these hardware costs as those systems become towards that 5-year assumed lifespan.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on Mr. Twite's question, because I thought I saw the same thing in that table B3, or that you were showing the total of 4.497, and then you had 1 million dedicated to the fixed gear EM, and then 3.497 to the observers, and the cost per day went up to 1733, as I recall. And so I was just trying to understand that, again, that cost difference.
Through the chair. Thank you. I do want to go back to that. So that cost per day is, I just want to reiterate, it's strictly looking at the observer cost per day. So at least in scenario 1, if we have a larger amount of funds that go towards observer coverage, we can afford more option days. Those option days are cheaper than base days. And because of that, when you kind of look at, even though we're purchasing more days and maybe that there's more money being spent towards observers, but the cost per day decreases because there's more cheaper option days included, so that average then goes down. The thing is in scenarios 2 and 3, when we don't have the, as large of a lot of money going towards observers, that we aren't able to afford cheaper option days, and that really that $1,700 cost per day is really about as expensive as it can get, because there are only expensive base days being purchased there. part of what's going into these cost per day estimates, as Bill Dwight also mentioned, is that we were accounting for kind of super rough estimates of increased costs due to COVID. Those travel costs are estimated in some modeling that's going on behind the scenes, and at least in the past few months, we were able to see that those travel costs skyrocketed. So that is built into that cost per day, but just to be prudent, I think that there is perhaps an expectation that those costs will kind of level out a little bit, and so the model might be a little bit sensitive to some of those recent changes. But it's also, those costs are also accounting for, the slight increases in the contracted costs of purchasing observer days every year. Those are really to account for inflation. So that's also included in those estimates.
Very good, thanks.
Any further questions? Right, I don't see any. So it's just before 4 o'clock here. Let's go ahead and adjourn for the day and come back tomorrow morning at 8, and we'll start up with the PCFMAC report. And just a reminder to the public that we've already taken our advisory body report, so sign up for public testimony prior to conclusion of the staff reports. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Alaska time.
Audio recording for this meeting has ended.